Wow, that didn't take no time. Okay, I was trying not to do this. Um, but it's getting crazy out there, baby. Okay. We got people talking about stop the vote counting, which is very un-American. This is where even when I have a problem with number 45, I never called him my president. I, I always called him number 45 or y'all president. You know what I mean? Uh, but everybody, all his supporters, and I'm talking about. So there's his supporters, and then there are Republicans. There are Republicans. Republicans, even though there may have been disagreements with other, right, with Democrats and others, right, there still always have been a level of respect. We understood that we just have disagreements in certain things. And then there's Donald Trump, who's nor a Democrat nor a Republican, right? He's mentally ill. He's selfish, and that lies the problem that I have with our country right now. What's going on, Trinity? How you doing, sis? The problem I have with this country at this time really isn't a real problem because we can see based on the numbers that most Americans are not Trumpsters, right? We have Republicans who are still Republicans, who recognize that they are Republicans in their beliefs, but they aren't Trumpsters. You could be a Republican, have your Republican belief system in place. And if you do, then you cannot vote for Trump, right? Because those things that you all claim that you believe in, this man has literally stepped on those things, spit on those things. So, no, I'm sorry. At this point, there is no way you could be a fucking American, believe in Americans' systems, our beliefs, the melting pot. He don't believe in no melting pot. That's the first thing we learn about the melting pot. Um, he don't believe in that. He believe in scare tactics. He believe in winning, even when he loses more than he's ever won. So I don't know. Um, we could break down Trump. I could break down Trump without even touching the Republican Party itself, right? I'm not against the Republican Party. They have some beliefs that I believe in. They have some yeah. There's always been a level of respect. There is no way anybody can say that all politicians are the same, especially after Donald Trump. Okay, Donald Trump is disrespectful to the military. He's disrespectful to any and everybody who goes against him. So that's what I'm gonna say about that. And I'm gonna say if we gonna face facts. He's doing what he's doing, telling people to stop the vote counting in the areas in which he thinks he had won, even though he already knew he couldn't claim to be a winner when he know that most people, a lot of people voted by mail, right? He knew this. We all knew this. We knew people voted by mail. Why? Because we are in the middle of a pandemic right now. We wanted people to remain safe and still uphold their American duty of voting. So started way back at the beginning of the year where we were preparing for this, and he knew this. Your president, number 45, have been voting by mail mostly all of his life. Okay? How is it that he don't want them to count votes in certain areas, but he want them to continue counting votes in Nevada? He wants them to continue counting votes in Arizona. He want them to count those mail-in votes. So I'm just saying, nobody gonna be able to defend this man. The only people could defend this man at this point in this situation, you're gonna be a racist, or you just gonna be uneducated about what the fuck is going on in our country. Because mostly everything this man has spewed out of his mouth have been lies. He talked about building of a wall, right? We was gonna build a wall that we wasn't gonna have to pay for. Then he decided to ask Congress for the motherfucking money. Congress said no. He then took money from the military and schools in order to try to build his wall. Then you Trumpsters decided that you would donate to him for a wall. And then they stole the fucking money. Because there's still no wall. And then the little piece of wall that was just built, has come a tumbling down little bits by little bits. When he claimed that we built the wall, 5 miles of fucking wall. What you need $1 trillion for 5 miles of wall in an area in which there needed no wall? Then on top of that, there's some areas that was illegally built on people's property, and they're complaining that wall gonna come down. There are still 35,000 votes that need to be counted where I'm from. Yes, and that's just in your area. Hey, Queen Sagittarius, Pennsylvania has a lot of votes to be counted. If we talk about statewide, and they are projecting that Biden gets 75%. So even if it's 35,000, they predict based on the trend, and we know how they develop these trends, right? They go based on what has been coming in. They use mathematics, simple mathematics. They determine that 35,000, Biden is going to get 75% of that 35,000. If that's the number, I'm not saying that's the exact number. I'm not looking at it right now, but Biden numbers are high in a lot of areas, and therefore they already know who the winner is. But they also know that they're going to have to go through the whole process. They're going to do the counting. Oh, okay, let me put the link in. Let me see. Okay, this man has been saying that our way of living in this democratic process is illegal, is not fair, is a cheat. He started saying that even before you already knew he was setting this shit up. And this man wants a war. He want to be a winner, and if he's not a winner, he's okay with us killing each other. Where is the link? I'm on StreamYards. Okay, so I go here. This man is crazy. And the truth is, he should have won if all the Republicans would have steadfast and voted that way. Okay, he probably would have won. But there were so many Republicans who, even though they didn't want to, they switched sides. Okay, I need to know what y'all think. What has he done in the 4 years? And y'all, I know people gonna come up here and talk about Biden, and you're gonna claim what Biden didn't do when he was not the president, which means he couldn't do. There's a lot of things he couldn't do. In fact, there's a lot of things it wasn't even his job to do. People gonna say, well, when Obama was president, why didn't Biden do this? Well, Biden wasn't the president. How you doing, Facts?
What's going on, love? How you doing?
I'm doing good. It's good to hear your voice before we get
Man,
into the rumble.
no, man, it ain't gonna be like that. I just have a question for you.
Wait,
Take
before
my
that,
ass back to sleep.
huh? Oh, you asleep?
Yep.
You mean to tell me you woke up for this? I knew you'd be in the cloud listening. Wait, you want to say Trump? Are you a Republican or are you a Trumpster?
I am a conservative. That's not necessarily a Republican because all Republicans don't really hold the same values.
Well, that's true. That's true. That's why I'm
Yeah,
like, I'm not saying that I always voted Democrat. In fact, yeah, no, I'm not saying that at all.
yeah,
I'm just saying, yeah, because we
yeah.
all,
I understand the question, yeah, but I'm not a supporter of one particular person. I'm a supporter of the Constitution.
no.
So
And
the person that aligns with that, then that's who I roll with.
okay, so yeah, so I'm good with that. I'm good with that. So yeah, that's clear. So you're good with the Constitution. So what your question is about Trump? Because we already know he's been trying to tear the Constitution up.
He's actually supporting the Constitution. It's the other way around. Uh,
Come on now,
I
Constitution.
promise you.
Oh my good. So the stopping the people from coming over. The Constitution was all for. They have things written in the Constitution that protects people who may need to come over here for their safety. This man has put
He didn't
stops to
stop
this.
it.
What?
He didn't stop it. He didn't stop people from seeking asylum. What he did
What?
was he
Uh-huh.
he all he did was change the catch and release policy. So the policy has always been if you come through a port of entry, then it's legal. If you come in any other way, then it's illegal. Now under
Uh-huh.
the prior administration, what they would do is they would give you a court date and let you go into the country. And your court date be 2 3 years down the line. You're supposed to come back, right? So what he did was say instead of doing that, he want to incentivize these other countries to keep the people there, like put pressure on them that hey, don't let people just keep running up here and doing that. Because the rule is if you're seeking asylum, you're supposed to go to the next country. So you got people that's coming from Honduras and all these other countries that are 3 countries away. See what I'm saying? It's too far away. So they go through other countries to get to the US. So the rule is he put pressure on Mexico since we got a lot of, got a little leeway in Mexico with US companies doing business down there and stuff like that. And made them actually do the right thing with having people at least try to get asylum in Mexico first before they try to come to the US. All right, long story short is if you come to port of entry, you're good, right? But what he's doing is you'll get your court date, but you got to go back to either Mexico or your country of origin and wait for your court date. That's the only thing that changed.
Okay. Wow. Okay. So I'm running from somebody who's trying to kill me, and I come naked to the port of entry, and you give me a court date, which that's not true. They don't give a court date right then and there. But let's say they did. Let's say they give me a court date and then tell me to go right back where I'm running from safety from. Please make that make some goddamn sense.
Well, first thing is that you're assuming that everybody that's seeking asylum
We're
has a
not talking about
valid
everybody.
asylum. Yeah, I know,
We
but I'm just
let's
saying
just say,
we have to
let's
think
say,
about the majority of cases, right? Majority of cases, the asylum claims are denied because they don't have a real case for seeking asylum. If they're not being oppressed by the government, then it's not a true asylum claim, right? These are people that just want to come to the U.S. because it's a better opportunity to the U.S. So
okay.
that's
So what you say
different.
just not didn't make sense. So you say, so let's say I come and I am being oppressed by the government. I'm a woman in a country where right now they're trying to kill women who aren't married, and I'm an unmarried woman in that country.
Mhm,
Now, this is based on what you said. This part.
mhm.
I come to the U.S. I get to the port of entry. You give me a court date and send me right back to the government in which they're trying to kill me. Because you're saying I understand when you're saying most people, they are not really, they don't have a valid claim. But what about those who do? So they get lumped in with everybody, and then I got to go back and just be murdered because you're sending me
It's,
back to my country to wait for the court date.
it's done on a case by case basis. And what they also have done is have Mexico set up places where people can wait in Mexico while they're waiting for their asylum claim and their court dates and for asylum.
And Mexico is so you okay. So that's like that's like Delaware telling Louisiana, "Hey, I need you to do this," when they don't have the right. So the U.S. does not have the right to make Mexico do
Right.
anything. See, because we got our rules and regulations as to how we handle things like this. We got a president though who is saying, "Well, I don't want this, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna claim that other countries gonna do it," even though Mexico and a few others have said we don't even have a system in place for these people at all. Mexico already have issues. You mean to tell me people come from Honduras, they know Mexico can't help them at all, so they make it to the U.S. and they do have a chance of surviving, and then we're gonna send them back and say go but Mexico.
But they've already,
That's what we're doing.
but it's not, we're not imposing our laws on Mexico. Mexico has made these agreements because, like I said, we have trade deals with them. We already have different type of channels of diplomacy that has been used by the current
Right. But
administration
but but
to
then you
get
see what
them to
Mexico have, right?
help out the issue. Mhm.
Mexico do already said we don't have the capabilities, so these people are absolutely living in tents
They
out.
said, yeah, they said that initially, but then once the appropriate pressure was applied, now they're starting to defend their southern border, right? So that stops the flow. Because at first they weren't even stopping people at the southern border. They would just let them shoot right on through Mexico. So now they're stopping people at the southern border and doing things the way they're supposed to do. So first, people are supposed to try to seek asylum in Mexico, and then once they get in Mexico, then they can try to seek asylum here or whatever the case may be. So it's worked, and this actually is not an uncommon uh,
Dude,
practice.
this is not true. Okay, so
I'm
listen,
telling you exactly how it's been
they
working.
did a whole investigation on this.
When
And they just put it out last week before last.
who
Okay.
put it out?
The people who did the investigative work, but then I know Trump will say fake news. Trump will say the news is
Yeah,
against him. When they given the actual facts, not only have they spoken to the people on this side, but they spoke to the people in Honduras, and they also spoke to people in Mexico and many other countries. So when they do their investigative work, they deal with everybody who's involved. They have a conversation with everybody. So it can be where Trump is now saying fake news. Well, you can't, because that's what he's done. If you aren't Fox News, then you are fake news. And then even Fox News was fake news in any point when they wasn't agreeing with him. The same shit that's happening now. He want counts done, stopped in certain places, but he want them to continue in other places.
okay. Let me ask you this question. I'm glad you brought that up. What time did you go to sleep on election night?
What time did I go to sleep? I slept pretty much the whole day. What that got to do with anything?
All right. Reason why I'm asking, because about 3, 4 o'clock, right? Um, AM. Biden made an announcement basically saying, hey y'all, we're looking good here, looking good there. You know, everything gonna work out good. We're gonna win this thing. We're not gonna probably find out nothing else until tomorrow or later in the week. Pretty much good night, right? Cool. A little while later, now at this time, the results are still rolling in. Most of the states, okay, I won't go that part. They're rolling in, right? The number of reporting is high in some states. For example, Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona were all reporting very, very high, in between 80 to 90s. right? 90% reporting done. Same with Wisconsin and Missouri and Michigan. So about 4 o'clock, Trump came out and said, "Look, it was very smart that he did this, but he came out and said, look, we got this many leading, this many votes. He gave the exact numbers. This state, that state, this state looking good, blah 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 blah. Good, we're gonna keep fighting all of this stuff, right?" Everybody they got mad. The news instantly got mad. CNN, all of us started fussing and shit. And I realized why. It's because what he was doing was he was putting a timestamp on the state of the current election results. Mysteriously, after their announcement was made, all the numbers stopped moving. All the numbers stopped moving. Even the governors in Pennsylvania said, "Stop counting. We ain't counting that up this tomorrow." And it was odd because normally people count into the night. That's how we get those projections, the night of the election. So some governors said
No.
stop counting. That happened.
Mhm.
I tell you, I watched it
Wait, no,
live.
continue on because I already know where you're going with this, but it's
All
gonna be
right.
simple.
So
The
so
answer.
once that stopped, then miraculously, hundreds of thousands of votes mysteriously showed up in key battleground states, all in which the president was currently leading: Wisconsin, Missouri, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
That's not by accident. The only at that state, the only state he was down in was Arizona. But every
Mm-hmm.
time Arizona was reporting more, the more they report, the tighter the distance, the tighter race got in Arizona. So,
Mm-hmm.
so my question to you is, how do you explain how do you explain that phenomenon when everybody went to
It's
sleep
not a
Tuesday
phenomenon.
Tuesday night?
Uh-huh.
He was up in most of these states with majority of
Uh-huh.
the reporting done, and then by 7 o'clock, everything changed.
Right, right. So so apparently you don't understand what took place, right? So you do know that on election day, but even before election day, they had a system in place. The voting, the count would be those who voted on that day. The people who voted, who went out and voted on election day, their numbers were going to be counted first. That's why they were able to say 80% is done. They're talking about the people who voted that day. Because you voted through a computer, it's easy for them numbers to be uploaded and you get the end of the count by the night. And then part two comes. And that's when you have to go in and start voting those who voted by mail. The
Okay.
military. So those were
You
the
mean
ones
you mean
that are
to
being
say
counted
you
now. So
mean
100% of
yeah.
everything that was done on voting day has been done. And even in Philadelphia, did you know that the military has until tomorrow, 5 o'clock, to get their votes in? See, the mail, remember Trump started messing with the mail a while back. You mail something today,
Mhm.
it doesn't
The
mean you're going to get it
postmaster,
the same day.
hold on. You gotta stop. You gotta stop right there. Though, the postmaster testified before the Senate. There was not Trump did not put any influence on him. Neither did he change anything with the post office. That is a lie. It's been
That's not
disproven
true.
because he was under
That
the
is,
U.S.
first of all, that
postmaster
is not true.
testified under
Dude,
oath that nothing was
oh
going
my
on
God.
with the post office. That is a fact.
First of
If
all,
you don't
people
believe
were
me,
taking
the,
pictures.
the
Even the
hearing.
people who worked there were
What did they take
saying
a
how
picture
systems were
of?
taken.
What?
They took
What
they took
happened?
equipment out. They took
What
even
equipment was taken
that
out?
what?
What equipment was taken out?
They have stopped the process of mail. They made people during their work hour, during lunch hour, they just shut the whole post office down and told everybody to go to lunch. That has never happened in the post office. Post office has always been through rain, snow, up, it don't sleep. That they will be processing mail and delivering mail in all across this country. They was shutting down the post office for lunch. That has never happened.
So you mean to tell me?
So
Hold on,
now
hold on. We want to unpack that right there. So you're telling me that you're proof that the president told the post office to take a
wait a minute.
That's
So
what you're
now
saying.
see what you playing. You playing because
I'm
now
not playing.
you
I'm
talking
doing
about with the
exactly what you
president
said.
going
You
and
said the
talking. I
press.
didn't mention the president absolutely going into any post office and disconnecting anything, but through his core group of people, which we have a large group of people who supporting his bullshit, have gotten together and
What's the
put
core group
plan
of
in
people?
place. Right? What? His
Well,
core group
that's what
of
I'm
people.
saying. It's like it's what core group of
Oh, so
people
you
when
gonna blame it on the
the
people? You're
U.S.
not gonna.
postmaster.
Uh-huh.
Listen to what I'm saying. First of all, post office is a unionized position, right? Their breaks and their lunches are in their union contract. It's non-negotiable. That does not change. Just
Y'all hear
like you
this
said,
shit?
rain, sleet, or slow.
They've
If
always
you don't
been getting
believe me,
breaks.
look it up.
I
That is
nobody
the
talking about.
largest, one of the
Y'all hear
largest
this shit?
unions in the country.
Listen, I'm not. I'm
It's
not
a
even
fact.
denying. Nobody's denying that. In fact, I worked at the post office. Okay,
Right. So
so
you know
but what
it's
I
that
am
stuff is
saying, they
written in
never.
stone.
Just because I take lunch don't mean everybody's taking lunch at the same time. See how you playing? You playing. So instead of them having it to where maybe you and I take lunch while everybody else is working, and then when I come back, I'm working while other people take their lunch. That's how most companies do it, but that's definitely how the post office have been doing it. And then to going to where, okay, it's 1 o'clock, shut the doors, lock the doors, go to lunch. Everybody. Stop processing any mail.
Where's the
Stop
proof
doing
that
it.
where's the
Dude,
proof that
listen, you
hold
want
on a
see
second.
you
Let me ask you
asking
a
me
question.
for
Let me ask
go
you a
to the
question.
internet.
You're
Uh-huh.
making a statement, so I have to ask you to back it up. You're making a
Okay.
statement claim, right?
Because
So
I'm
it's
making a
fair.
statement that
It's
you could
fair for
go
me to
and look
ask.
it up.
It's fair
Uh-huh.
for me to ask who told the post office to shut down for lunch. One, two. If that happened, where's the proof of it? Three, if that action, if that instructions were given, who gave the order to do so? Four,
You
how do
doing
you know that
okay, so
came
that
from the
wasn't did they
president?
go to Congress? Wait a minute. They had
Yes,
this conversation.
the postmaster
That's right.
testified
And it was
before the Senate.
proven
He
he
did
denied
no,
some
it was
shit.
not. No, it was
Wait
not
a minute.
proven.
He
That was
denied
not
some
proven.
shit. He agreed to some shit. And he also stated, well, yeah, we put this in place. They was asking him for proof of shit. He didn't know answers to certain questions that he should have known. So you gonna make it seem like everything was just cool, calm, and they didn't actually prove it. Although he didn't have answers, he said he'll look into it. They wanted to know why was many of these post office with equipment that wasn't old, why was it disconnected, right? Why did it even go to Congress? So see, you making up shit. You making it seem like Congress decided to drag them into this place so they can have a whole conversation with him with no valid proof of anything. Just for it being there, there was proof, and he didn't have enough answers. He didn't. He just would say, "Well, that's not true," or "I didn't go that way," or "I'm not sure," and we don't know why it was unplugged. We don't know who gave the. They didn't deny that certain things wasn't happening. They were just denying that he is the one. Okay, and then when he
But
said, "Well, we'll plug it back up,"
you just said that he did it though.
he did what? I said his core group of people. I didn't point out a particular person. But if if his core people didn't do it, are you saying that the other you saying Biden's people did it? Who decided to attack the goddamn post office right when you know that most of the people gonna be voting through the post office? Who did that? Are you saying it wasn't done at all? Are you saying that it was done, but it just wasn't him? And when you say it wasn't him, do you mean it wasn't him, like literally walking up and doing it? Or are you saying that it wasn't his core people? See, you making it seem like some shit didn't happen that we all know. If all you have to do is look, the shit was on TV. I was watching it. Shit. I was watching it as they talked to ask him questions that he didn't have answers to, or when he was denying certain things, and then they had proof, pictures,
From
and they had emails from him
from you
directing certain things to be done. Hi, Brandy. So I thought we said we were gonna talk about the facts. Now,
That
but
is a fact.
you playing Trump game right now. Trump game is where he claimed he didn't do shit, even though we all saw him do it. But then he'll say he didn't do it, and then later on you all said, well, he was joking when he said that he didn't. He was being facetious. He wasn't really. We all know we saw him do it, but he didn't really do it. But we saw him do it. But he was joking when he said he did it. Like, come on. What are we talking about, America, or are we just going to deal with Trump right now? Why is it that some of you are willing to go to war, not you per se, but why are some people willing to go to war for this person? I thought we was Americans. Whoever win. If Donald Trump win, in my opinion, he fucking win, right? If he win, he win. We're not talking about, there's never been no motherfucking Democrat to say if he win, we go on to war. But them Trumpsters, baby, they making threats all over the place.
Bob, you got me in trouble.
When Bush lost,
Please do
nobody
not.
said we're going to war. Huh? I didn't get you in trouble. What happened? Hey, doctor, say you in trouble. But I didn't do it. I'm not saying you're not in trouble. I'm just saying I didn't do it. I'm just
I'm going
saying.
back to sleep. No, I'm just
No,
messing.
no. How y'all? And I'm not. I wasn't even thinking of. Like, I know that you are conservative, right? You've always said you're
his ass is in trouble because he told me he was going to bed and he didn't say that's up here with the damn politics.
You know this is topic. I was talking about Bitcoin yesterday with my husband. I was like, yeah, I don't know why. Because I was talking about politics. I was like, babe, I'm not getting on that because I know I'm gonna end up talking about politics. And I said, then Bentley gonna come up there. I said, and I told him, I said, I said, you and Bentley always have a great conversation when y'all talk about politics. See, my husband know that he is more into it. He follow more, read more. I only get involved when it's time for voting. That's when I start paying attention. But my husband follow politics all year round. You hear him snoring? He can snore like that.
I'm gonna make him pay for this shit. He knows that. I'm gonna make him. He's on punishment right now, so I'm gonna make sure he pays for this shit.
That's right, girl. Get on it. He know he gotta go to work in the morning. He coming up here, and he know that, like, I'm cool with being conservative, but Trump is not conservative though.
I get that. I know he's not a conservative, but this is the only thing I was saying is that, like, and I'm glad you asked that. You like,
I'll talk to you. I'll figure out a punishment for him, sis. So he's in trouble, but we'll figure out a punishment for him.
Girl, I got some whips. I got some handcuffs. Yeah.
No cat for you, Bentley. No cat for you. No pussy for you, Bentley.
You really in trouble, Bentley.
Good night, Mom. I gotta get up in the morning. Good night.
Okay. Good night. See y'all tomorrow. Yeah. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow night. Yeah. So Bentley, I know you're saying good night to your lovely, doctor, but I like what's going on right now. Let's talk.
This is the point. This is the point that I was trying to make. It was that, like, I get people that, like, let's take Trump out of it, right? That's why I was giving the timeline. So, like, are you okay with things like this happening? Just to remove him from the case, because that really seems real fishy. I understand what you're saying about, like, the mail-in votes had to be counted, and then the in-person votes counted. But all states did not count. All states didn't wait till after the in-person votes to start counting the mail-in votes. See what I'm saying? Some of them did at the same time. So what I'm saying is, does that
they
not
can't
seem?
do them at the same time. How they gonna do them at the
I'll
same
give you a
time?
perfect example. Some states actually stopped early in mail-in voting a couple of days before Tuesday, so that they can have started counting. Some states, they start counting the mail-in votes the moment that the polls open. So the rules are different in each state. So,
Right.
See what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, I'm taking my candidate out of it. Like I'm like, honestly, I just wonder, does anyone have a problem with this really, really fishy seeming things happening? Because today is my candidate, tomorrow it could be yours. And what I'm saying is, like, are we gonna sit by and just excuse it because it's happening to a person that's a lot of people don't like?
But you see, but you're wrong though, right? Because nothing fishy is happening. Mail-in votes, just like you said, states are different. It's always been this way, and nothing fishy is happening. We just have a president. Once he realized that his numbers was high, which people knew that his
He does
numbers were going to be high in person. We knew this. Most
right.
of
I get that point, but that's putting the candidate back in it. Okay, let me
okay.
answer.
So
Let me go address that then. California, Illinois, New York, Georgia. I'm sorry, Florida, Texas. 5 of the largest states in the country. All had their in-person mail-ins, all counted the day of the election. So why are these other small states having these issues? And then if you want to say rural versus very, densely populated, Wyoming, Montana, all of these other, Maine, Rhode Island, all of those had theirs done as well. So my thing is, so why did these battleground states conveniently count very slowly, is my opinion, or have issues with counting and it taking all day, and then mysteriously at 4 a.m. after Biden told everybody to go to sleep, all these votes start rolling in 100% for one candidate. That's unheard of.
okay, so that's not how it happened. Okay, so like
I
you said,
watched it live.
lots of states, like you said, they have their rules, right? Some states couldn't start counting nothing until the polls open. Some states, like PA, they said they wasn't gonna open, like the military, not even closely being counted yet, right? The military, like I said, they can still vote until tomorrow.
But
The
I have an
military
issue with
still have
that
the
as well.
what are you
But to
talking
me,
about?
that's
You
not,
you could be in Germany.
no, that's not fair, Bob.
What are
Because,
you talking about, dude? If you was in Germany and you
Bob,
want to vote in your
yeah,
state
if I
as
was, but guess what,
uh-huh,
Bob? We both been overseas. I voted overseas multiple times,
uh-huh.
and
You
I've
don't know
never
when it
had.
got counted.
I had to
You don't,
have it in prior to the election, though. That's the point that
yes,
I'm
we did.
making.
They did. And that's what they saying. They
But
because you
these
know,
people are making all kind of concessions. It is that
oh,
some
you're
of
not
these
listening.
states are still. Listen though, they still got states receiving ballots
Yes, but they receive
today.
the ballots that are postmarked on the date, a
All
month on
states don't have all states don't have their rule where they have to be postmarked. Some states change their laws to where they don't even have to have the postmark by a certain date. That they can take ballots all the way up until tomorrow.
the only
That's not
state
right.
that I know who could take it till tomorrow. Those it has to be postmarked by a certain date. They what they're saying is if the mail got jammed up and somebody shit just they mailed it in time but it just got lost, they're not even gonna be concerned after tomorrow. They just gonna say it is what it is, right? But by tomorrow, and they particularly talk about the military because there's all kinds of reasons why things could be, it could get here slow. They could be in the middle of war right now. They could be out in the field some goddamn where.
Right.
But
I get
so
that.
military get that little concession. So what's unfair about that shit? I done been you
No,
in the
but that's
area.
not that's different, Bomb. You putting emotion on top of rules.
What are
It's
you talking
never
about?
gonna
The
let me
rule,
I'm gonna
the
tell you.
rule,
I'm gonna tell you
the
why.
rules in
Because
place. You don't want to put an emotion. You saying I don't feel that's
mm-mm,
right. The
it's
law
not right.
is well, that's your feeling. So you talking about you just claim you talking about rules. The law in that state is that hey, military got until this day on this time. You want to talk about the
I
law?
understand,
That
but
is
but
the
you're talking
law.
about yeah, but you're talking about military, and these are not military ballots. We talking
That's what
about
no till tomorrow is the military.
no. That's what I'm saying though, Bond. They use that as a loophole to receive mail-in ballots all the way up
Well,
until
you
tomorrow.
wasn't
That's
mad at
not right.
loopholes when your president he
Yes,
didn't pay taxes, you wasn't worried about no loopholes. You said he was
that was
smart. That's what he
that
said.
was a filing fee. He's paid more than that in taxes. He prepaid
That,
taxes.
no,
He
that's
paid
a
more than
nigga. You believe
$700.
that shit? Now you really see. Now you got me calling you
Have you
names.
seen
Even though I
the
don't mean it in a
taxes for
bad way.
yourself?
I,
Have you seen the
you
taxes
fucking
for
serious
yourself?
right now? This nigga claimed that he
That's not
prepaid taxes,
uncommon.
and that is uncommon. This man, you need to stop. You need to stop while you ahead. You listen. So this nigga prepaid some taxes, and you believe that shit. He don't even know what he gotta pay. They proven way before that he hadn't paid taxes in 10 years. He paid
10
more
years.
taxes in other countries than he paid. You gonna talk about he prepaid his taxes because that's
Who
the shit
paid?
that came
All right.
out of his mouth.
Who said
Are you fucking
who said he didn't pay tax? I don't know why we're going down this rabbit hole, but who said he didn't pay taxes in 10
kidding?
years? I'll go with you. I'll play with you.
When
Go
you
ahead. Let's
said
play.
that shit right there.
Let's play. Who said he didn't pay taxes in 10 years? What's the source?
They had what you mean? What's the source? They
Because he
okay.
hasn't released his tax information. So this $700, that didn't come from him. And you know it's
But
illegal
yes,
to
it
release
did.
somebody. Hold on.
That's a
No, it
fact.
did not. No, it did
He
not.
listen.
He did not release his taxes because
You see,
gets audited
he didn't
every year.
disagree. He didn't disagree, did he? He
Who did?
absolutely agreed to it. See, you
But the
playing.
point,
He'll
listen to
see
what I'm
what's going
saying.
on.
Listen to
No,
what
no.
I'm
Now
saying.
you talking
Listen
about
to what
the
I'm
point.
saying.
The point is he
The
agreed that
point
he paid
is
that
the
small
fact of
amount.
the matter is it's illegal to release somebody else's tax return. You know
Okay.
that's illegal.
So
I can go
somebody
snatch
broke
your
the law.
I can
That
go
don't still don't mean
I
that it
can
ain't
go
fact.
hack into your computer, snatch a piece of your
Mm-hmm.
tax return, and then post it to
Oh,
any
wait a
news
minute.
source. I
Didn't they
can't do
just get
that.
Joe Biden's son computer? Huh?
Oh, you want to talk about the
So that
computer?
was a lie.
You want hold on. Let's talk about the computer. We got it's a very solid chain of custody. So Hunter took his computer to the computer shop. He
A
signed
blind
for it.
man.
Hold
A
on,
blind
hold
man,
on.
right?
Who's blind? Hunter not blind. What the heck? What you talking
No,
about?
dude, the story goes that the guy who was repairing the computer was blind.
That girl, you need to stop listening to Rick. That shit, no, that's not the truth. That man is
None
long.
of it's the truth. They ain't never
All
showed
right.
his computer. They ain't never
Yes, they.
proved that fact. Dude,
Okay.
DOD, what's going on, baby?
Hey, what's going on, Blom? What's going on, Flex? Hey, let me clear a couple of things up here, man.
Go ahead, sir.
First of all, with Biden's computer, Trump's own Justice Department said that was a bullshit story.
Right.
I mean, Trump's own Justice Department said that.
The Justice
Now
Department
let's get back to the ballots. Let's get back to the ballots.
No, let's not zoom through that. Because we're gonna make up facts because actually the leader of the National Intelligence, the DNI, the Director of National Intelligence, he came on and said this is not Russian propaganda. This has nothing to do with Russia. This is perfectly valid. That was the DNI. So who in the DOJ said something different? I'd like to know.
Dude.
What's the name?
Dude, oh my God.
Trump's own Department of Justice.
You say Department of Justice. Give me a name. I gave you a person
said that the Biden computer. Saying okay, Trump's own Justice Department, brother, said that Biden computer story is conspiracy theory. It's BS.
He did. That's
not only that, but Hunter Biden ain't running for president.
I didn't bring up. Mom did. John Ratcliffe, the director of National Intelligence, said that it wasn't the laptop was valid. It's not part of Russian propaganda. The chain of custody is iron solid. The FBI.
Okay, see, man, all this is distraction. This is distraction. Hunter Biden is not running for president.
But that's fine. But Bob brought it up, so I'm going down the rabbit hole.
Dude,
so hold on.
Okay, hold up. Let's say it's true. Let's say it's true.
No.
We go. No, I know it's not true because you're not. Wait, you. First of all, you bring your computer to the computer store to get it fixed because you got so much shit on it you need. And some shit happens where you forgot that it's there. And let's say it is true. When you say chain of custody, my property is my property, right? Just because it's still there. When you say chain of custody, who now can take hold of that computer just because it's still there? He can't sell
I
it.
can answer that. I can answer the question for you. I can answer
Go
that
ahead.
for you.
Just answer
All
that
right.
little question. Don't go into a
I'll
long
tell you.
spiel.
I'm not gonna go to a long spill. But
Okay.
if you, just like if you go to a pawn shop and you don't come and pay your
Pawn shop.
loan, hold
Wait a
on,
minute. This
listen.
not no pawn
God,
shop. He ain't get no money
Lord
for that.
Jesus, you won't let me finish the
No,
sentence.
you can't. No, you going I
You
need you
said
to
who
just
own? I'm answering that. I'm telling you that it
okay.
works exactly like a pawn shop. When you go
Wait,
to
how?
and you
How?
let me finish the sentence, you gonna know how. Lord,
Okay, but okay.
so listen.
No,
All right,
you
look.
want to
I'm gonna say,
continue on
listen,
that
Bob.
lie. I need you to
I'm
say,
not.
how is it like a pawn shop? A pawn shop gives me money, right? And I give them my computer. But if I take
All
my
right.
computer and be repaired, they didn't pay me for that goddamn computer. So there's nothing like a goddamn pawn shop.
Okay.
Nothing.
Well, let's say an auto repair shop. If you do
Okay,
not
all of
pay the same
it. Go
thing,
ahead.
if you go get your car repaired and you don't pay for it, they put a lien on your car or they keep your car until you pay for it, right? And if they
Mm-hmm,
keep your car for a certain amount of time, it becomes theirs. And they can
mm-hmm.
do it,
Uh-huh.
they can file for a new title for it and it's their vehicle. Same thing with
Right.
the computer repair. When you sign that little sheet say you agree to this stuff being paid and how much it's gonna cost, they can
Uh-huh.
go to the computer and after you don't pay for it or don't come back to
Uh-huh.
retrieve it in a certain amount of time, you
Uh-huh.
forfeit the item and it's not
That's
the
not
property.
that's not
Hey, bomb, but
That's the
check this out.
truth.
Didn't
That's
that's
the
they?
not
truth.
But bomb,
I'm
check
not
this out.
making that
Check
up.
this out. Now
you're
tell me
making
if
it up.
this makes sense. You know this is conspiracy theory because check this out. Didn't they say that this whoever Biden Hunter Biden was working for was paying him millions of dollars. He couldn't pay to get his computer fixed.
Right.
I mean, come on, man. That's what I'm saying. Come on, you got to use some critical thinking here, brother. He got
Okay.
millions of
So
dollars supposedly
critical
being
thinking.
paid by this country that he's working for, this company, and he can't pay to get his computer out.
And on top of that, it's false about that's how companies work. So,
So
I'm a
that's not
computer
how it works.
engineer. Yeah, that's not how it works. I'm a computer engineer, right?
Really?
So anything that let me tell you, so just because even let's say that my computer is worth a lot of money. Computer's not even worth a lot of money these days. The data that's on it don't transfer to no one. So even if my computer though, like let's say I took it to Best Buy, the Geek Squad, and the Geek Squad decided they're gonna keep it because I didn't pay, like you claim. They would pull the hard drives out and they would dispose of them. They don't look through content. How would they even know? They don't know anything about that laptop except they're gonna keep the actual laptop, but the data that's in it is gonna be destroyed. Okay, they're gonna pull that hard drive out and they're gonna dispose of it. They don't even know who the hard drive belonged to. They don't know what's on it. So somebody illegally, based on what you're saying, went through and saw that it was his computer and they figured, oh, let's go see what he got on here. Are you serious? And you
So,
believe that?
all right. The first of all, the money goes out the window. It doesn't matter how much money you have. The point of contention that you have is that you say that the service agreement does not give the computer shop access to that hard drive if their hard drive is not retrieved. What I am telling you is go to the terms and conditions of any computer repair services across the country. If you do not come
Mhm.
back and retrieve your product, it is not a property of theirs. They're gonna go through and see what's on it. They'll probably
No,
make a copy of it, throw it to the
no,
side. They'll wipe it clean and they'll sell it. That's what they
no.
normally do.
So
Hold
I
on,
worked
sir.
at
Let me
Best Buy. Wait
finish.
a minute.
Let me
Wait,
finish.
wait,
Hold on. Let me.
no, 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 no,
All
no, no,
right.
no, no, no.
Go
Wait,
ahead.
we can't let you finish because let's say Best Buy, right? Where I worked. I worked at Best Buy and a couple other little small companies. Best Buy, even when they transfer of your data, you do know they don't know what's on there. They hook it up to a computer that transfer data from one to the other. They never ever have time to go through anybody's computer about nothing. Even when they repair it, they don't look at it. They hook it up and there's something that goes through to tell them what's wrong with the computer. It does a post. When it does a post, it'll say what's wrong with the computer. And whatever's wrong with the computer, they tell you what's wrong with it and then they repair it. They never, ever, ever Look, that's why they don't need your password. They don't even need your password
That's
to
not true.
repair your fucking computer. Dude,
That's
they
not
don't
true.
need your password. That's
That's
some
not
shit
true.
they used to need to get in Windows, but now they don't even need to get in Windows to repair a fucking computer. What they need your password for?
I have okay. I'll tell you a story. Personal story.
Mm-hmm.
I have my computer repaired. I had
Uh-huh.
to I
How
had to
long ago?
give them like literally a few months ago, and I had to give them
Okay.
sign the same terms and conditions. Had to
Mm-hmm.
sign a little agreement. Had to give them my password,
Uh-huh.
and they ended up having to wipe my hard drive and then put
Uh-huh.
everything back on my computer. So you
Well, I can
cannot
tell
tell
you
me
this.
that there's never hold on.
I
You
can
can't
tell.
say that there's
Nope.
not situations where
Okay.
data is taken off because if you had and let's say if you got to re-image a machine, right? Let's just say
Uh-huh.
that it's so the files are so corrupted you can't repair them externally. That means externally what that means without actually going into the C drive, then that means you will have to what? Wipe it, clear it, and then put it back on there. And hopefully once you
What
reinstall
you
it,
mean? The
re-image it.
white is the C drive. What are you talking about?
I just said, listen. So first try, just like you said, first try they're gonna try to repair the errors externally. But if they actually have to end up wiping that computer, they will copy that data that's on your C drive and they'll put it back on there. So there
Mm-hmm.
are plenty of cases where people go into your hard drive when you take your computer to the computer shop. That's common.
No, no. I
Come on,
just
man.
told you a computer does it. They hook it up to a computer, and there's nobody sitting there
So
to
why do
look
you
for
have? Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So if you have an error, let's say you running Windows 7, right?
it.
So
Mm-hmm.
you have an error in your Windows 7. How are you
Mm-hmm.
going to repair that Windows 7 without uninstalling Windows 7 and reinstalling it? And once you uninstall it, you lose all the data on the C drive, correct? What you're gonna have to do
No.
before you do that? You're gonna have to copy all. You're gonna have to copy all of the files on a
Okay.
separate hard drive, on an external hard drive, so that you can, when you reinstall Windows 7, you're gonna have to add it back to it. That is
Okay, that's why.
common.
Okay, so wait. So you did say something that changes it, right? You talking about Windows 7. So yes, if it's Windows 7, an old computer, then they may require your password. Okay, these new computers doesn't do that. Okay, but even when they get your password, it's just to get in. Nobody who's working on computers should be looking at your data. I hope, listen, you'd be scaring everybody today if you telling somebody that when they go to get their computer repaired, they're gonna be somebody looking through their files. People expect that nobody's gonna be looking through your files. So
Okay.
anything you talking about Windows 7, so I'm gonna give you that. Let's say it's somebody with some old ass shit. I don't know, because I haven't worked on Windows 7 in a long time. Windows
That's why
7,
I use the old
that's old as
operating.
fuck.
That's why I use the old operating system as an example.
So
With
you
newer
saying
ones, you'll have more. You'll
This
have
wealthy
no.
man had an old ass
I'm not
Windows 7
saying.
computer.
Listen. I'm not saying that that directly applies. I'm not telling you that directly applies to this case. But what I'm telling you is, I'm dispelling the notion that there's never an
That's my
instance
husband, dude.
where contents of a hard drive will never be viewed, copied, and reinstalled. That's the point that I'm making. That happens on a
Okay.
regular basis. If your operating system is corrupt, it don't matter if it's new or old. They got to take it off in order to re-image it.
Right.
So
That's if the operating system is
they have
corrupt.
to do that, right?
Right.
So
Right.
that's my point is like this. Let's not say that it's impossible for you to take your computer to a shop and then somebody end up seeing what's on your hard drive. Now,
Uh-huh.
with that point being made, with this
That would be
particular
illegal.
case, that's not illegal.
You said that.
You're giving them
No,
access to your machine. Now this is the
dude.
point. Listen, viewing it and then giving it out is totally different. You have to have ownership of that property, that data, in order to give it out, right? So
Uh-huh.
once you don't come back and retrieve your hard drive or your machine, then
Mhm.
that computer is no longer your property; is the property of the computer shop.
But the
Now,
data doesn't transfer. And that says it,
the
I can
data is a part of the
guarantee you.
machine.
No, the data is, first of all, dude, you could go and read that paperwork you signed. Go and read it. The data is non-transferable. Just because they have your computer doesn't mean they can then start taking shit from it.
Whatever.
So you're not being.
It can happen. Legally, it's fine. The guy had the computer. He didn't come back. That was now his computer. The content thereof, because you have to look at the agreement. So once he owned the content, he saw the stuff that was on there. He contacted the FBI. The FBI came and viewed it and made their own copy of it. But this was during during the impeachment investigation. They had this information. They didn't do nothing about it. So that's how.
So you believe it? So the FBI, who's under Trump's control, you mean to tell me they had this piece of information?
You know why? This is why, because that is very valuable. Let's just say things don't work out. It's valuable too, because now they have something to hold over Biden's head, and now they can have leverage.
So our system under Trump is let's hold some shit over your head instead of really
Trump. These are bureaucrats. These are unelected bureaucrats in the.
Hey, Bob, man, you got a whole lot more patience than I do, Bob. I mean, this shit is crazy. I mean, come on.
What's crazy about it?
Aries up here too. Aries, what you
come on.
I'm listening, and I didn't know anything about the computer software and ownership rights after. So that's the reason why I was just listening. But the only thing I will say was before my computer went out, the voting process needs to be uniformed across the nation. And I think that this is the first time ever that small states and large states had to deal with this influx of early voting due to the virus. So all that being said, this is going to have to be a learning opportunity for the country so that we won't have this problem again, because this robs the credibility of the voting process.
But this not even, do y'all know that this is not abnormal? This long,
it is very much so abnormal.
No, let me tell you, the only thing that's abnormal is the number of votes through the mail. But
exactly.
Yeah, that's right. But be very clear that when a president is announced, it's not actual every vote that get counted. They know based on the percentages of what is going on, based on how many people voting in that area, how many people vote. So when they give us the winner that same night, it's not even factual. That's why you hear where they still count days after. That's why he's not going to really become the president until next year.
So not only that, the reason why we're having so many issues this year with the mail-in vote is because that idiot Trump was messing with the postal service, taking out.
Prove it.
Huh?
It's been proven.
It's already been proven. He said it himself.
Yes, he.
What are you talking about?
I had to give dates. Don't worry about it. I'm listening. Go ahead, sir.
He was saying in his
I did remember hearing about workers for the post office is not being approved for overtime. And all these, so you remember those reports, and that all stemmed from them not wanting votes to be counted.
Exactly.
So
that's a theory, but that is not true. People are saying it as a matter of fact.
Okay.
That is a theory. People are not necessarily connected.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Okay. On August 21st, right? The Postmaster General, he actually testified before Congress. There was no proof that any issues with overtime, that bullshit about taking machines out, bullshit about taking out boxes, none of that shit was proven, and he had to testify under oath in front of the Senate. So we got to stop repeating lies.
Dude, you are lying. You are saying what he testified to, but it was already proven. They was telling him. The Congress. Why was he in front of Congress?
So with the penalty of perjury, he stood in front of the goddamn on Congress. He lied and nobody called him out on it, right? And
wait a minute. Y'all had stuff on jail for perjury. Don't make it seem like these
first of all, perjury is different. Okay, so first of all, perjury is nothing for anybody that Trump appoints. Let's establish that first.
Come on, yo.
That's number one. Number two, you said that you told the first thing you stated was prove it. It's hard to prove, but you did say it was a theory.
That's the point. That's
You did say it was a theory.
Stated as a theory, don't state it as a fact. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but also in the same breath, you also said that was a lie. So you can't say it's a lie.
That is, okay, I'm saying it's a lie that, the part that I'm saying specifically that's a lie is that number one, the overtime and stuff like that stuff is negotiated under the union contract. That's why I'm saying factually that's inaccurate. Number two, the second thing that I'm saying that's a lie, I'm talking about the mailboxes being removed. They proved that those mailboxes were actually being taken to be painted, and then one of those photos that they posted was mailboxes that were removed under the Obama administration. So if you don't believe me, hold up, don't worry about it, because that's just bullshit. I'm gonna tell you the name of the company that was repairing the mailboxes. Give me a second.
Boy, I tell you, man. I tell you.
He make it seem like it was one mailbox in one little area.
But the thing is Bentley, you are the master at making things seem so coincidental. I will say that.
Well,
the delivery of it, man. I will give you that. It's just a coincidence. I understand.
Not only that, isn't it a coincidence that while the mail wasn't being messed with, our president was talking about how the mail wasn't fair. Mail-in ballots wasn't fair. And he never agreed to it, although that's how he been voting most of his goddamn adult life.
Facts.
So when you say, Bentley, that it's not fair that mail-in votes are counted unless you agree. Do you agree that an American who vote based on the laws that are in place in their area, that their vote should be counted or not?
They should be counted. Every legal vote should be counted.
Every legal. I caught that, but every legal
That's
vote.
that Trump.
Every legal vote should be counted.
Yeah, I get it. But no, he's right. Legal vote.
To prove the point. To prove the point about the mailboxes. I use this source again. Go to PolitiFact. And they have the very picture that everybody's talking about with a bunch of mailboxes stacked up on each other, and it's in Hartford, Connecticut, and it's at a company that refurbishes the mailbox. That is not an example of voter suppression. So we have to stop using that. That was proven to be false.
I ain't said nothing about Hartford, Connecticut.
You said that they was taking out equipment, and people just
I didn't say Hartford. I didn't say Hartford, Connecticut.
Come on, y'all. It's the same photo. That's the source of that.
I'm not even talking about no photo. It happened here in Delaware.
What equipment was taken out?
It was happening in Philadelphia.
What equipment was taken?
Dude, they was taking mailboxes out of certain areas in communities.
All right.
Okay. So
some areas only had one mailbox for miles and miles. Only had one mailbox to go to.
The point of that is that's the I'm all right. I've indulged this whole post office crap long enough. Let's get back to the meat and potatoes. So I'm gonna ask you, Deacon. I'm gonna ask you, Aries, and Senator Bomb. Today is the candidate I support, coincidentally. So at 4 a.m., 5 states of Trump was leading in with majority of the reporting already done, 85 to 90 something %, right? Tell me why. In between,
it wasn't at 85%.
I'm giving you.
It was not at 85%, brother.
It was varied. It was varied. In Georgia and North Carolina, it was almost 90%. But
what?
So in between 4 a.m. and 7 a.m., mysteriously, all these votes came in 100% for Biden and changed the whole tide of the election. Are you okay with that today? Because you then will have to be okay with that tomorrow if it's your candidate that happens to.
So first of all, who told you that 100% of the votes were for him? Just because Biden is closing in on the gap, that doesn't mean that he's getting.
Is that not proof?
That is not proof. Just because he's closing the gap,
the numbers say one thing at 4 o'clock, and they say something totally different at 7 o'clock, and the only numbers that went up were the Biden numbers. Does that not say that all the votes that came in between 4 and 7 a.m. were 100% Biden votes? And
you talking
Bomb, you said it correct, Bomb, earlier. You said that some of these states, and I think Pennsylvania is one of them, is that they couldn't vote, they couldn't count the votes until the day of the election.
Exactly.
So once you start counting these mail-in ballots, I mean, yeah, of course you're gonna start getting a whole lot more Biden votes, because Democrats were doing the mail-in ballots while the Republicans were going to the polls. So yeah, Trump is going to be up because the poll, when you voted at the polls, that's going to be counted faster than these mail-in ballots. So that's where the difference came in.
Let me
I think that
put in one real
sorry.
quick before you get started, Aries. My
Go
bad, stepping on you. You say blue wave. If it was a blue wave, answer this question. Why did all the numbers go up for Biden alone? Only at the top of the ticket. None of the Republican senators or House of Representatives lost their seats or their races.
Because maybe they didn't vote for them. Maybe people didn't vote for them. Maybe they didn't vote down ballot.
So you mean to tell me 400,000 people?
I'm just saying, maybe they didn't vote down ballot. That's your answer. You asked me a question. That's your answer.
Is that believable though? Is that likely? Would a rational person of prudent judgment actually believe that?
Yeah, it could, because remember, y'all said he already was telling people that they need to vote in person. So his people, Republicans, were like, yeah, so we're going to go vote in person.
Go ahead, bro. I'm listening, man.
Bentley, I will listen, and I know I might get ran off this panel for this, but you do have a point. It is kind of suspicious for us not to pick up any leads on us in the Senate while having this influx of votes for Biden. I did think about that heavily, okay? But I will say this. Republicans are known for voter suppression, just like Democrats are known for creating votes. I think I said it in the chat. I think a cow might have voted in Philadelphia. A bat, you're going to find many votes. So yeah, I think that there's crookedness on both sides, in my opinion. But that's always been.
And that's the point. Because right now, it just like you said, it's been crooked shit going on both sides, right? But now it's to the extent to where they actually stopping the count. They have never stopped counting before. That's new.
Billy, Billy did this in Florida in 2000. This is a repeat of Florida. This is a repeat of Florida.
No, I remember Florida distinctly because that was like my second presidential election.
Okay, yeah, I know it's my first. So yeah, I get
first one. So Florida, they counted before the count was over. Fox prematurely projected it for one candidate. Then once they got closer to that, all the votes coming in, they had to flip it, and that's when the shit started happening. They never stopped counting. They recounted 3 times though.
They never stopped counting.
But the recount.
That's the point I'm making, Bob. They never stopped in Florida though.
But on the recount,
stopping is new.
But on the recount, they stopped. The Supreme Court stopped the recount.
They stopped the recount. But I'm talking about the initial count. I've never seen the initial count halted.
You're right.
But your president getting halted now. What are you talking about?
It has been.
And to be honest, Jeb Bush was the governor of Florida at the time. And and Gore was winning Florida, and Bush and Jeb Bush said, "Hold on, let me go check this shit out." And the next thing you knew, Bush Jr. was winning Florida.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we know that he stole that shit over there.
And I remember
that's proven.
I think I overheard somebody complain about how the Secretary of State for Pennsylvania stated that if all the votes were counted, there's no way Biden would lose.
Last week.
He's not going to lose.
Okay, no, and I understand
last week he said if all the votes are counted, there's no way that he's telling you what's gonna happen. So and he was the first person to say stop voting. The moment Biden came out there and say we looking good, y'all. Talk to y'all tomorrow. Good night. Everybody stopped counting, including Pennsylvania, including Wisconsin.
When they stopped counting, what are you talking about?
Including Arizona. I was watching
wait a minute.
And they stopped. That's what I'm
telling you. What do you mean stop? They're counting right now. What are you talking? I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, the night of the election, in between about 2 to 3 o'clock to about 4 o'clock, they absolutely halted all counting. The moment Biden.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, fact. Okay, hold on. Even if they stop counting, what does that mean?
Yeah, what does it mean?
They just stopped counting. Okay, so what does that
They
mean?
stopped
There
counting
was
and then began counting again.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's the problem with that?
that is okay.
I'm not
Think
sure
about
what you're
this.
talking
Think about this timeline. Biden say good night. Everybody stop counting. 3 hours
Okay.
later, a big like a data dump of numbers come in, all for Biden. Nobody down ticket got any more votes. That don't seem
So
suspicious.
they didn't
to me.
stop counting then. Is that what you're saying? They didn't stop
They-
counting then, right?
Apparently, because they didn't.
They
I
did.
left
There's
you in the Philadelphia
How did you
area.
get a big
and I
dump of?
looked
How did
all
you get a
night.
big dump of? Yeah. How do you get a big dump of
there were
votes for
videos. There
Biden
were
if you're not
videos.
still counting?
There were videos in Wisconsin and Michigan where they showed trucks showing up to the counting places with ballots.
Right, mail-in ballots, right? Because there was because they came in because it was mailed in. So yeah, I can understand why they would show with ballots.
Okay, if my question was, are you guys okay with it? If you guys are okay with it, that's cool.
Wait a minute. Okay,
I
wait.
have a problem with the integrity
Let's
of the
clear this up.
election being questioned.
Wait a
That's
minute,
what I'm
Bitsy.
saying.
Are you saying that when people vote, even though we know people voting in their districts at different places,
Mhm.
you're saying when it's time for the voting to stop, that nobody should be transporting the votes to where where they're getting counted? Like I'm confused at what you're saying. If they're showing up,
giving you,
doesn't mean
I'm
people
just
can
giving
vote.
you I'm giving you the instances of irregularities that makes the integrity of the election come into question. It's not about
Okay.
my candidate. You feel me?
Right.
I'm taking my
Yeah.
candidate out of it. I'm
Right,
looking at
okay.
it as if, like, if this was Biden that this was happening to, I would be just as upset. You feel me?
But my
Because
question is,
I
what
want
are you
people
what are
to.
you saying?
I am
Because
saying that in between 2 and 4 o'clock, nobody counted shit. 4 o'clock, numbers started moving again. And when the numbers started moving again, all the numbers moved in one direction from one candidate. Nobody down ballot got any more votes. That seems very odd to me.
no, so you said Trump didn't get no more votes?
No, you're talking about
and
you're talking
nobody
about
down
the other
ballot did.
Democrats. The other Democrats.
Okay,
And the
but
other Democrats on the ticket didn't get
On the
any more
ticket.
votes.
There's no other
okay,
senators.
check this out. Okay, check this out, you guys. Check this out, you guys. Then okay, if if they were cheating for Biden with these 4 in the morning ballots you said that came in, why wouldn't they do the same thing for down for the Senate and whatever else they were voting for?
That's my
Why
point.
didn't cheat for those people as well?
That's my point. Nobody else received any more votes. Biden was the
But
only
But I'm
person
saying, why,
that received
if they're
more votes.
cheating,
And
why wouldn't they give them more votes?
Because they don't give a damn
To make
about
sure that
nobody
they
but
won
the
as well.
candidate ticket.
But Bentley, my question is this: in every state, what state are we questioning? Because did Pennsylvania have a Senate seat up? I don't think so.
No,
Did it?
no.
Okay, so you
Okay,
wouldn't expect Michigan
because
did.
that's a good point, because like we have some people, like, let's think about it. Kentucky and South Carolina, a lot of money, like 200 something million was pumped into those two because they wanted to get Mitch out, they wanted to get Graham out, right?
Right.
Both of those failed. All
Right.
of the major Senate races, everybody retained their seats. We actually gained was that Tupperville, the dude from used to be Auburn coach.
Yeah,
So-
exactly in Alabama.
Right. So we gained seats in other places. It's just odd that every Republican down ballot, in these major contingent
That
areas,
might not be true though.
It's not
How's it
true.
not true,
You make
though?
it up.
Of course
Georgia,
it's not.
Purdue,
Georgia didn't have one.
Georgia
Okay,
did.
let's say-
Georgia has both their seats open,
But-
and Purdue started off with a 50%, which 50% of the vote, and I think that his margin was starting to diminish because I know that Ashcroft was trying to force runoff with Purdue, and I think that because they was counting that vote in Fulton County in Georgia, so I
Yeah.
think that that's going on in Georgia. So I mean, I think that to push back on your point, that is going on in Georgia for those 2 Senate seats. In Michigan, I remember I think the Republican was John James, a black guy.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that
it was two black guys going against each other.
right. So we held on to that seat in Michigan because I think that we gain votes the same way that Trump. I mean, the same way Biden gained votes. So I mean, I
Right.
got to push back on that point.
I get that. But my point is, if both candidates outperform the polling projections, Trump outperformed in many of these battleground states in these counties in which he actually won last time, how is he so far behind this time? It does not mathematically add up.
Because the polling is not accurate, right?
I'm talking about final results. He outperformed
because Biden flipped Wisconsin, he flipped Michigan, and he flipped
states have been
Wisconsin.
You got Republicans claiming that they're not gonna vote for him this time. The real Republicans, they're saying they can't.
No, those are not real Republicans. We talked about Michael Steele and his funky ass Lincoln Project. Fuck him in the
No.
We ain't talking about him. I'm talking about real Republicans. People they're older than me and said they've been voting Republican all their lives, and they just cannot deal with the lies that the president and put up.
Who lies more than Biden? Please let's not say lies and not include Biden.
You talking about?
What about why did Biden have to lead the U.S. Presidential race the first time he ran in the 80s?
What does it? Why you going back to the 80s?
Because he plagiarized the whole.
You talking about the 80s? What the fuck you did in the 80s? What I did in the 80s?
I'm giving you a pattern of lies. I know what I'm saying. Like people always want to say Trump lied. X was that. Biden lied more than any motherfucking body. Come on, y'all.
That's a lie.
No, that's not true.
That's not true.
So Biden lies in school. I bet. That's what we doing.
Trump lied and said he went to school. He made a school that wasn't really a fucking school in 2 minutes.
Biden retarded and said he graduated at the top of his law class when he graduated like third to the fucking bottom. He said
Trump didn't either.
Graduated.
Trump didn't either.
Lied. But see what you see, I'm making excuses for his lies. But Trump lies is fucking,
But nobody
No.
Lies are lies.
Nobody mentioned no lies from no goddamn 80s, dude. We talking about now. Just letting people say, well, Biden said some racist things.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about
Biden said racist shit way back when. We talking about now.
I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna step out on this one.
First slide, he said, I don't support the Green New Deal, but he got the whole Biden compact on his website that is basically the Green New Deal 2.0. Second lie, he said that I would have. He said he support fracking. He lied. He said on multiple occasions that he don't support fracking. He said I am going to totally eliminate it. Phase it out. So he fucking lied. He lied.
He said on protected ground. He won't. He's not down for fracking.
That's a quote. He said, will you end fracking? Yes, I'm going to totally phase it out. We're going to get rid of it. We're going to eliminate it. We're going to replace it with renewable energy. That's a quote.
Yeah, they're looking for renewable energy. What's wrong with that?
He lied. He said he lied. He said he wasn't getting rid of fracking, but he fucking said a bunch of times he was getting rid of fracking.
When people say that, see, now you playing games because when people say that Trump is a liar, they're not talking about
wait.
things like that. They're not talking.
I'm sorry. I gotta put one before I go. Let's talk about the biggest lie.
What up?
The coronavirus is a hoax. Later on, we find out that he knew how deadly it was. What about that lie? I need to that lie.
I'm not gonna sit here and defend every word that came out of Trump's mouth. I'm just making a comparison that both of them lie. That's a point that I'm making.
But wait. You said that Biden lies worse, and I don't know if anybody that might have been the biggest lie that any of them said, because that lie contributed to thousands of deaths.
230,000 plus.
I'm sorry.
No. Let's not do that because it don't matter who the president. That nobody was going to be able to stop people from perishing from coronavirus.
200,000 stop that, dude.
I will say this
right now is
how can you stop a communicable disease? How can you stop that?
The way we close it down.
You close everything down. You social distance. You wear your mask.
Listen
Billy.
to what I'm saying specifically, right?
Okay.
You
Now
guys are
you play
saying
games. Okay, go
that
ahead.
because he did not say exactly what you wanted him to say at the date you want him to say it, that people perish
What do you
as a
mean?
result of that
Yes.
lie. Hold on.
Yes.
What I'm
Haven't said
telling you
it.
is that, hold on. What I'm
Okay.
telling you is that no matter what he said or did not say, people were going to perish from the coronavirus no matter what.
I said,
Yeah, but the
okay.
numbers didn't have to. It didn't have to be 230,000+ though, brother.
And I'll tell you
How
this though.
could how could his words stop that?
You don't
His
tell me.
words stopped
You
it
telling me
because
that,
he didn't.
telling me that the president of the United States don't have the influence. His words don't carry weight with the American
I
people.
didn't say his word didn't carry weight.
He's
But
not
what
even
I'm
waiting for
saying
that.
is
That's
how
why.
oh,
Dude, Bentley is
we
playing
get into
games.
the
You
we
know that
get
he's
into the semantics of
tell you an
wearing masks,
intelligent
not wearing
man
masks, social
playing
distancing,
games.
not social distancing. What I'm telling you is that if you want to attribute every single death to the
We didn't say
inadequacy or
every single
error,
death.
that's what you just did. That's what he just
No, I
No,
said.
didn't. No,
He
no, no. I
said it
said
nobody
resulted in
said
hundreds.
200,000.
I didn't look. I mean, the numbers could have been 50. Okay,
Exactly.
it didn't have to be this high. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. The hundreds of thousands. Herman Cain's supposed to be still here.
Come on, man. Nobody knows for sure if Herman Cain
That
died from
idiot Trump said
coronavirus.
it was a Democratic hoax to bring down his presidency, the
Herman, exactly.
coronavirus. That's
Herman
what he
Cain
said.
was one of the brightest minds.
I love Herman Cain. I agree
Okay.
100,000%.
So with
But
that
I'm
being
not going
said,
to tell you that he died as a result of being in Tulsa. I'm not saying that. That's not been
come
proven. That is a
yeah,
theory.
well, they linked it.
Okay.
They linked it. He
It's
was
a
out
theory.
It
out
is
there with no
Because you
mask
also got to
on.
keep
that's
in
like
mind,
circumstantial evidence.
huh?
That's like circumstantial. That's like
It
circumstantial
is.
evidence.
It
I
is.
mean, of course. I mean, but the thing is still circumstantial evidence has put people away because it's called common sense. You connect the dots.
Connecting the dots does not automatically make it a truth. It makes it plausible. It does not make it a fact. That's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
but the thing is, you say plausible. No, not probable versus possible. It was probable, not
Okay,
possible.
say probable. Say that
But
because of
probable means
what
that's
Trump
over.
said or
That's
didn't say, probably contribute to death. But
okay.
let's not say it contribute to all deaths.
Not
So
all
That's what
deaths.
I'm saying.
answer this
Not all deaths.
question. I have a question. So he knew that the coronavirus was something serious, even though he claimed it wasn't. He told people close to him so they can go and invest in certain medical supplies and
Who
businesses
did it?
while telling the American motherfucking
Who did
people.
it? Nope. Who did it? Who did he tell? And what companies
Y'all
they
hear this
invest
shit?
in? Let's tell. Don't say no stuff that ain't been verified. I
Oh my.
need corroborated
You
evidence. I
saying a
don't
lot of
want
things
something
that's not
that's. I don't
verified.
want no anonymous source
I
type of
know.
stuff.
Anyway,
I won't hear
listen.
that. We're gonna
You,
deal with everything that has a
did he
source.
not tell people that this virus wasn't real?
He made a series of statements to
Mm-hmm.
garner peace and calmness in the country.
Oh,
Boy, I love boy. You should
Lord
have
have
been. Boy, you should have boy.
So there's a
Been that
snake
way.
up the
I
street.
Been
had
that
to put
fucking
my
way.
political strategist hat
I
on
know.
real quick.
Been, boy, you
You didn't want nobody to panic, huh?
your last name is Conway right now. That's how funny you are.
Hi, Sin.
Hey sis, how are
What's
you?
that?
I'm
What's
fine.
that?
How you doing?
I'm good, girl.
How you doing,
And
Miss Sarah?
hello to everybody on the panel. I just want to say
Hey,
this.
Sam.
Hey babe, listen, Herman Cain died from COVID. His people said it, his team said it. Yes, he did suffer with colon cancer back in 2000, I think in 9 or whatever, but he died from COVID.
What did he
So
catch
that's a
COVID?
fact. That's not a
What did he
that's
And it
catch?
not
was
a
what
What
a week or
what did he
two
catch COVID?
after going to that Trump
after
rally.
going to that super spreader event
In
with
Tulsa.
with Trump.
So
And
was the Biden
yes.
rally super spreader? So was that the only? So COVID didn't exist at Biden Harris rally? Is that what you're saying?
Am I
Have you heard
saying
of any?
that
Have you heard of any?
Biden and Harris, they didn't have super spreaders? What do you mean?
Okay. All right. Cool.
Have you heard
Those
of any?
people
We
when
got to get in
Biden and
trash can.
Yeah.
We
When
threw a lot
Harris
to
was
get in trash
campaigning,
can.
they were in
If
their
you,
cars. Did you not
I
hear
will
the
concede
horn?
that if I will give you that point if you admit that if people die for going to Trump rallies, people also die for going to Biden rallies. It got to
Why?
be fair across the
Bentley,
Wait,
board.
wait,
Bentley,
Master,
no,
what
Bentley,
are you talking
no,
about? Have
Bentley,
you heard of anybody?
Bentley. I need facts. Can you prove it?
I can't prove either
No,
one.
can't.
That's
All right
why I
then.
didn't
So
make the statement.
exactly.
That's why I
All right
didn't
then.
No,
make
he
it.
can't.
No, when
Yeah, he
Biden,
hasn't even heard of it.
Not even
Oh
heard of it.
God.
That's correct.
right,
But
Biden's campaign, they were in their cars.
Bentley, I
because
just had to
nobody
use your
wanted
words
to
against you.
come listen to Biden ramble. Have you ever listened to a Biden rally?
It don't matter.
Anybody?
Have you
That don't
listened
matter.
to
No,
Trump?
I
Have you
have.
heard Trump
I've listened to
ramble?
multiple rallies. I listened to Obama sing that same tired song for the last 2 weeks. He
What's
say,
the biggest word Trump
I,
ever used? What's the
Obama come with the same little song and dance.
What's
I
the
was the
biggest
greatest
word Trump
president.
has ever
Trump is the
used?
worst
Has
president.
he
I tell
Biden
you,
would be the
Bomb,
better
what it
president.
is.
What is
Trump,
it?
Yosemite.
I think when he said that, what's the medicine that somebody put in the room? When he said that,
Like
that was the
chloroquine.
biggest word he probably ever said in his life.
Look, he called Yosemite Yosemite. Okay.
he didn't know that Puerto Rico was a part of the United States.
Oh
Like,
Lord.
oh man, listen.
Come on now.
Number 45
This
is
man
still
thinks
up.
that they trying to steal election from him, but the states that
Really?
he won, that's good. But the ones
Okay.
he's not,
That's
trying
bad.
to, yeah. But the thing is, but the senators, the Republican senators, are winning. So if
That
the
proves the point,
Democrats
though.
had some conspiracy to get rid of the
Exactly.
Republicans, why the Republican senators winning? The
Exactly,
incumbents.
Sam. That's what I said.
That don't
They
make
would
no
cheat all the way
sense.
down. All the way
Okay.
down ballot.
Trump is just a fool. That's what
Okay.
he
I
is.
like how everybody's so understanding and
You
everything
already knew he wasn't
so
going to concede.
understanding
He
right now. But
admitted it.
hold on, y'all. I want y'all to keep the same energy because I hope and pray it never happens. But when somebody with a D next to their name, when stuff like this all happen to them, I want y'all to have the same sentiments, all right?
Hey, look,
Because
Right.
what I'm telling you
But it's
is
Trump
happening
this
though.
supporters
is
just
not
gonna have
the
to
case.
hold that L. That's all.
Wait,
Not
wait,
the
Trump
wait.
case.
supporters have to hold that L. You guys
But
lost.
Bentley,
That's it.
Bentley,
Okay.
That's
Bentley,
that.
Bentley.
That's it.
Bentley. This has happened before.
Yes, it happened before. You make it seem like it's new. In fact, when he won, they found out that there's other people who was helping him.
Whoa.
What about all them
Please don't say
emails that
Russia.
people were
Please
getting
don't tell me
threatening
about
them?
goddamn Russia with them $10,000 worth of Facebook ads that went to both Hillary and Trump. Come on,
Bentley,
y'all.
I
I
was
got
just
a couple
speaking about
better
Florida.
arguments than that.
I was just talking about Florida.
Florida
Gore v. Bush.
2000, I don't even I lost all respect for Fox News at that point. Fox News they actually projected Arizona very fucking early. They projected Virginia very early. They projected Minnesota very ugly. Fuck Fox News. They were bullshit as well. I don't trust none of their legacy media because all of them have been compromised. So
And that's Trump
I give
Network.
you.
Fox.
Can I give
It's
you?
not
Trump
Trump
Network.
Network. That's what I'm telling y'all.
No, they've been
Under the
compromised.
impression that just because somebody, number one, somebody got an R next to the name, that they automatically support Trump. Number two, you are assuming that Fox News support Trump. Both of those things are not necessarily correct. Both of them are actually the staunchest pushback. They have the whole Lincoln Project with Michael Seal full of fucking Republican defectors that are never Trumpers that go against him because they are part
Has
of the
nothing to do with Fox
establishment
News,
in
though.
Washington. There are a
Yeah,
lot of people
Nothing
in
to do with
Washington that
Fox
have been
News.
ingrained in Washington for decades and do not want to see their seats upheld. So
they
that's
should
one of
be
the reasons
respected,
why.
right?
That's
The
one
people
reason
you don't
why
like,
some of those
so you a
Republicans can keep
Trumpster. You're
their
not
seats.
really a Republican. That's why I
I
asked you
said
that
I
in
didn't
the
say I was a conservative. I never said I was a Trumpster at all. I said I was a conservative.
beginning. But you admit
I
it
support
now.
people that support the Constitution.
No,
What am I admitting?
you against the Republicans who
Who
are
said I'm
against
against the
Trump. You just
Republicans?
said they aren't real Republicans.
Oh Lord. Okay.
So
So you hear what you want
they're
to hear.
against Trump. They're Republicans. They're against Trump. And you said they weren't real Republicans. Why? Because they're against Trump.
I'll tell you why they aren't Republicans. Because Michael Steele, when he was in charge of the RNC, he wanted to do some things along the exact same lines that Trump's doing right now. The same thing that he's doing, he wanted push reform. He wanted a tax cut, all those things. But just because he's not at the helm, he wants to start a fucking Lincoln Project and go against Trump and all of the people that are supporting him. That's bullshit to me. That lets me know you were never sincere.
Because you
just
are
wanted
for
to retain
Trump
that power.
and it's not Republicans.
All right.
You keep saying it. You just don't hear yourself saying it.
Okay.
You could be a Republican and not be for Trump. You could be a Republican with who believe in certain things, and you most definitely got to be against Trump if you are a real Republican. So that's how you know you're not a real Republican. You are a
So I'm not
Trumpster.
a real Republican, but let me tell you this:
Yes.
if you go back, I'll give you a perfect example. If you go back to Herbert Walker Bush policy platform and look at what Trump's enacted in 2020 and tell me how closely aligned they are, and then tell me why somebody that claimed to be a Republican, a longtime Republican, can go against that when he's actually doing the things that Republicans have hadn't been trying to do for over 2 fucking decades.
What you mean?
So
And
the
we spoke
same
about
people,
this.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that wanted to do certain things years and years and years
Like
ago,
what?
right? I'll give you a perfect example: police reform. They wanted to do that years and years ago. This ain't the first time people started reading.
They did police reform. That's why we are where we at now.
Oh Lord, who did police reform?
Republicans, Democrats, they've all gotten together. That's how these things get passed. That's why what you're talking about right now doesn't equate what we're talking about.
It does. I'm proving the point that you said that you can't support Trump if you're a real Republican. And what I'm telling you is that the policy that was set forth 20 years ago are the same exact things that Trump is doing now. So tell me
Trump
how
ain't put a policy in place, boy. What the hell are you talking about right now?
Oh my God! So okay, there's no policy. I guess we're not gonna not deal in freaking reality. We're just dealing make believe fairy tales. All right, that's what we doing.
We ain't talking about Trump. Trump has taken. He don't believe in science. He don't believe in reality. He is a liar. He has gotten a lot of people killed
just like
for a
Don
virus
Lemon.
that he claimed was fake. This is what we talking about. See, I don't care about
You sound
any
just
of
like
the
Don Lemon.
but it's the facts though. That's why I sound like him.
That's
I don't
an
just
opinion.
sound like Don Lemon, but there's a whole lot of people saying the same shit.
That's an opinion.
You just are a Trumpster, and that's why you can overlook him doing
How am I a Trumpster when I just acknowledge? I conceded so many points about Trump wrongdoings. I'm not going to defend wrong.
You just saying that they do it too. You said that somebody lied. Who lied more than Joe? Like, come on, we politicians not necessarily telling the truth, especially when it comes to policy, because it's just because Trump says he want to do something right doesn't mean he's gonna get it done.
It's done
because he got syndicate. He got people.
Tax cut was done. Prison reform was done.
Tax cut was done for who?
Everybody.
We said prison reform was done.
What about healthcare?
Yeah, so the first step wasn't done.
What about that wall? What about healthcare?
They actually added to the wall. They repealed.
They added 5 miles. They added 5 miles to the wall, and it's already crumbling. So what now?
That just means it's bad products. Go ahead.
What about
and Mexico was supposed to pay for it.
And Mexico was supposed to pay for it. Yeah.
I was naming.
And they stole money.
They had no policy.
The fact that Trump says till this day that the Central Park 5 should be in jail. No, they were proven innocent. What kind of police reform are you talking about?
Thank you, Sam.
And second of all,
go ahead,
we
Cynthia.
all know that we as Black people, we are basically conservative. We are a conservative group of people.
Don't vote like
but that doesn't mean we're Republicans.
Only 12%
no,
we're
not Republicans. Most of us aren't Republicans because the Republican doesn't have our best interests at heart. What do you mean? How do you say that? How do you say that? What did Trump do? Okay, so when
you mentioned Kamala, you see how that's what the white people do. Then we got Black people doing that shit.
When the HBCU presidents,
he called that
when the HBCU presidents met with Trump, and Trump.
Hold on. Let's send speed.
What did he do? I'm just asking a question. When the HBCU presidents and that whole black photo op happened, and Kelly Conway was sitting there with her legs all cocked open on the couch, being disrespectful. Whatever happened with that? Nothing.
You want to know what happened to that?
That was a photo op. That was a photo op.
Cedric Richmond roasted her ass. That's exactly what happened.
Man, you know what? Cedric is actually my state rep, and I was very pissed off when he did that whole ass shit.
And I love the fact that Cedric is a good nigga. He ran him. No, he got it together.
Cedric, man, that nigga acting like a hoe right now.
Or
But
Cedric got it together. But go ahead.
so
And it's about having some kind of class and decorum. Okay, this is not the first time that an election has gone on. We all remember the hanging Chad, right, with Jeb Bush back in the day when the election with Al Gore
Yeah.
and his brother Bush, and the Democrats felt like they stole the election, but they weren't inciting for people to be out here bullying and inciting violence on people. So it's about how you gotta lose with grace.
okay,
You don't act a fool and get on TV and talking about you going to the Supreme Court
that's legal.
because
That's
you
his
want
right to do
to.
so.
This is not a dictatorship. We live in a democracy.
Okay.
So I'm not
Can I
understanding.
address the HBCU president that you call the
You
visit
can
that you call
address
a
it.
photo op? Oh, I'd be
It was.
I'd be
Go
happy.
ahead. It
So
was a
this is
photo
what
op.
happened as a result of that visit to the White House. They came, they was like, hey, what y'all coming up here for? We had to come get our actually yearly endowment. Yearly endowment. You know, what the fuck y'all got to come up here every year? It's like, yeah. So I mean, you know what? That's bullshit. Right now, they had to get that money through the Department of Education. Say, you know what? Bring it to the Department of the White House, right? So it comes straight from the White House budget. And when I do that, I'm able to give you guys more of the money that you asked for, and then I'm going to give you a 10-year long-term deal. So now HBCUs are funded at higher rate, long-term, and that was never done under any president prior to them. That was not a photo op. That was getting shit done.
Okay.
He did that.
Okay.
He did that in the first 30 days. So tell me how again that was a photo op.
Okay. Well, that's not
what
my research
That's a
says.
fact. That's a
They
fact.
haven't
Under the
seen
Obama
any. They
administration,
haven't seen
multiple
that money.
HBCUs went under because they did not have enough money. That's a fact.
No,
But it's
that's
a
not a
photo op,
fact.
though, right? How's it?
Yeah, that was a photo op all day.
Okay, but they got funding 2 years, and that's a but it's a photo op. That fact
Okay, where you do that research? Where's the research you did that from? From where? Where you get that from?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm posting it right now.
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah. I think did we not see this happen with the Georgia governor race where Stacey Abrams was screwed over by the now governor, who was also the Secretary of State at the time. I mean, so when you say we've seen this before, I mean, I think we've seen this before, where the Democrat got screwed over.
Right. Exactly.
It's wrong no matter who it happens to.
Okay, so yeah, so I mean, what I'm saying is that this happens. So it's now time for the Republicans to grab their ankles. It's okay.
Right. But there is no cheating going on. That's the thing.
No cheating.
Right.
I posted a link to the article about the funding.
Trump
it's in the room.
Right. Trump told his people to vote early. And that's what they did. They followed what he said.
So you saying that no Trump voters voted early? I can name
I
about
didn't say
5
that.
of them.
I said the majority of Trump voters voted on November the 3rd. Okay. Because traditionally that's what Republicans do. Secondly, a lot of them did vote early. A lot of Democrats did ballots. They did mail-in ballots. Trump has done mail-in ballots. Trump knows that. Trump has done mail-in ballots. It's absentee ballots or whatever you want to call it. He's done them. He knows that it's not fraudulent.
Okay.
He's doing it because
he knows it's going to take a while to count as well. And he knows it's going to take a few days to count.
How can it be fraudulent when he's won certain states, but because he's because it's so close in Georgia and Philly, it's somehow fraudulent, and you want to stop counting the votes of black people.
Excellent point, Sam.
Of black people.
Excellent point.
So
how you know they black votes? How you know it's
they
black
are
votes?
Black votes?
Because Philadelphia is predominantly black.
That's a
No, it's not.
large gap. That's a large assumption that it's all black votes, right?
No, that's
I
not a
just
large
wait,
I
assumption
wait,
said
when
wait,
it's
most of
predominantly
Philadelphia is black.
Bentley,
Yeah, I
Bentley.
said it's
I said
predominantly black.
predominantly
Bentley
and all
knew.
two different words.
That doesn't
It's
mean
predominantly
that
black.
does not mean that the votes that are coming in, because some of those are provisional votes that should not be counted. Also, y'all haven't addressed that either.
Address what?
The provisional votes that are being counted and they shouldn't be,
Why shouldn't they be?
because they're provisional for a reason. Because there's some sort of discrepancy, some reason why that vote should not be counted. That's why they were given
No,
provisional
it
ballots.
just means, okay, so for
Okay.
instance,
Okay.
let me tell you what it
See,
means.
there ain't no
If
rules when it
I,
comes to the
no,
Democrats. You're right.
if
There ain't
I
no rules.
sent
Fuck all rules.
in,
Fuck
if
all
no,
rules.
you see, you trying to lie. So if I sent in my vote, right, but I had a little crease in my paper to where it won't feed into the machine, then those get put to the side so they could correct whatever those little small issues are to get those votes counted. That's what those provisional votes are.
What about
So
the
you're not being honest.
what about the ballots in Arizona where the people at the poll gave folks Sharpies, knowing that the Sharpies would make those ballots inaccurate and not being able to be voted?
That's not true. The reason
Oh
why they
God.
use the sharp, no.
And
The
nothing
reason
is
why
true. Come on,
it's
y'all.
Because you
not
making
because
shit up.
the
How am I
reason
making
why
it
they
up? And they got
use
multiple accounts on
Whoa,
multiple
whoa,
folks
whoa!
saying
Come
that
on now,
they're
let
black.
him speak. Let
Come
him
on,
no.
speak.
y'all.
The reason why they use the Sharpie is because if you get a Sharpie and you do a circle on it, okay? Then you take your finger and you swipe it. There isn't a smear. If you take an ink pen that could be leaking or it could be something going on with the ink pen, and rub your finger through it, it will smear. They're using the Sharpies because it's more effective when they feed it through the machine. Okay,
So
a
Sharpies,
damn
so
Sharpie
the
doesn't have
Sharpies
anything
read
to
the system
do.
better.
That has nothing to do with a fraudulent vote. Why is it
Gotcha.
fraudulent to do a mail-in
Why
ballot
would
all of a sudden?
a person at the poll tell you to do something that makes your ballot invalid?
How is the
Why
ballot
would they give you
invalid if it's a Sharpie?
Hold on a second. Listen to what I'm telling you. According to the rules in Arizona, if you use a pen, you have to use a ink pen, a ballpoint pen that does not smear in order for your ballot to be valid. If you use a marker or any type of ink pen that bleeds, your ballot is invalid. So why were people at the polls giving out Sharpies and telling people to use Sharpies? Please answer that question.
I just told you.
Okay.
Yeah, and you
Come on, man.
yeah, Sharpies are these new style Sharpies are they do not
They don't
smear and
smear.
they do not leak.
Right.
Y'all adding to the
So
y'all
you
adding to the
thinking of a
question.
marker like a
You
regular
adding
black
to the
marker.
question. That's not what was done. They gave people traditional black Sharpie markers when they weren't supposed to. Why was that done? And they work in the polls and they know what the rules are.
Who said it wasn't supposed to be done?
There are multiple voters that are on the record and they are doing lawsuits and stuff like that. And right now, because their votes were not counted because they were given markers.
How you know their votes wasn't counted? How do they
Their
know?
votes were
They have
counted. Oh Lord, this
They
is
have
Trump.
retained
You hear this
counsel
shit?
and
This
they
is
are
Trump talk right here.
Yeah, this is all
it's the
bullshit.
fact. That's what I'm
How
saying.
would they
Nobody
know?
wants to, it's all
Wait,
bullshit when it don't
how
go
would they know their vote didn't count? See, that's how you're not
because
making
after
sense.
they voted, they went after they voted, that's when people started saying, like, hey, like if y'all voted, did they give y'all markers? They weren't supposed to give you markers. If they give you a marker, then shit gonna be invalid. So that's when they
That's
start asking
somebody telling
questions.
them that. That don't mean that's
Holy
factual, though, does
freaking all right, you're right. What
Dude,
there's no voting irregularities. This cool. That's fine.
no.
I'm good. I'm
You
cool
are
with it.
assuming that their vote didn't count. They don't know that their vote didn't count. If so, they
You
went.
know you can go online and see if you voted, right? If your
Yes.
vote count, you can go. Okay, so that's how these people are knowing that they stuff did not count. They went back in, and then the same in Nevada, they got a whole list of 10,000 people that are dead that also voted because they put their
Y'all
name
hear this
in the
shit?
same
Oh my
Secretary of State
Lord.
They be
system, and
lying.
so
Where
they
do
voted.
you lying?
I'm
First of
lying.
all, it's
I'm
too
lying.
soon to
I'm making
know
shit up.
because
You right.
everything not done. That's right. Everything's not counted, so they wouldn't know if they voted or not. Right?
Well,
If
You
see,
you
well,
go,
said
see,
mail in.
if I go to the
But
Secretary
not
of
only
State right
that,
now for the state of
he's
Louisiana,
saying that he knows for a fact dead people have voted. Well, if he knows it, they know
there's a
it, those
whole
votes
list.
won't count.
There you
They've
go.
already counted them because when
How
you go
No,
into the
how did they know?
when you go
Come
into
on, come
Nevada,
on,
how
you
you
go
bro.
know
into
they were
Nevada.
dead, but they didn't know they were
They got
dead?
multiple sources and people are actually
Dude,
videotaping
this
Okay,
is
themselves
not
going into
true.
these
so
roads,
let me ask you
going
this
to the
question: Were
going
those
to
voters
Nevada's
that are dead?
website.
So the voters that are dead, the ones that are dead, were they Republicans?
It don't
And did
matter
they
who they
walk
Because
voted
if
again?
they
for
were
shouldn't be voted.
Republicans,
I
then
don't give
that
a fuck who
benefits
they
Trump,
voted for.
doesn't it?
I don't
But
care
if they
who
were
they voted for.
Republicans,
If they dead, they should not count.
But
okay,
how did
I don't
they?
care
so
who they
How
voted
did they
for.
count? Okay, who
Cause
did?
they
Who
was
filled out the
cheap. That's the
form?
point. Niggas is cheap. Y'all acting like this stuff is
So,
it's just
so
So
niggas is cheap. So wait, the
it's just
cheaters is
wait,
on
outside
the
the
wait.
Democrat
it's
side.
outside the
It's
realm of
so the
possibility.
black people who don't even normally vote for themselves, they now going in, stand in line again to vote for somebody's dead.
Hey Bentley, what
now
about?
you
Hey Bentley, let me just I throw this little possibility out. What if they voted and then died of that same coronavirus that they didn't
Oh man,
think? It's
so
a
they died on the
possibility.
way home. They died on the way home,
I'm just saying,
Yep.
no, I'm just saying,
and they.
like
I'm gonna tell you, I got an answer
you can
for you.
early
They
vote, you
vote
can
don't
early vote.
count either. If you die before the fucking, if you die on your way home from voting, your shit shouldn't count either.
Wait,
How
Okay,
you
about
but
said
that?
check,
so that's your
but see,
opinion.
this
That
is
is
where
your
you're
opinion.
getting
That is
messed
your
up, though,
opinion.
brother.
That is your
This is
opinion,
where you're
right?
getting messed up. Let's say, okay, let's say what you're saying is true, and they find out afterwards these people are dead. They can take their votes away.
Mhm.
But
I'm
the
quite
reason
sure
why
he's
I'm
not
bringing
gonna win by one
hold on a
vote.
second.
One vote.
Hold on a second. The reason why I'm bringing that up is because you guys are saying that these things are like outside the possibility of actually happening. I'm telling you what's being reported,
No,
right?
what I'm saying is it's not gonna be enough of them to make a difference.
That's possible, and
And
I'm
what
cool
I'm
with the
saying,
results. I'm cool with the results, however they turn out. All I'm
Okay.
saying is that I want it to be fair and every legal vote to be counted. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, I mean the duck. That's a utopian.
It,
That's
Trump
utopian. I
don't
wish
want
that's
even
it.
legal. I'm sorry,
yeah,
go ahead.
I wish that was the case. I wish the electoral college was disbanded
no,
me
no,
too.
Yeah,
no,
me too.
no, no,
Get rid of
no,
that shit right
because
there.
if we're
I
gonna
Yeah,
do
agree.
that, let's cut to the chase. Let's do
no,
that.
no.
Why not?
I'm gonna tell you why. If we get
Yeah,
rid
because
of
Trump would
the
have been lost.
now, I'm gonna tell you why. Because you're not gonna like it, but it's the truth. If they get rid of the electoral college, the top four major cities will pick every election. Nobody else will have any say so. So therefore, the politicians will have no reason to pay attention to the thoughts, concerns, and issues in any other place in America.
That's not true.
That would be false.
Okay,
That's false.
that's not
how is
true.
how is it not true? Add up the population in the top four cities, and they will slant the election. You got to keep in mind,
Are they
only
They,
all gonna vote
30%
for
of
the same
people.
person? Is you saying that in California, everybody in the state of California gonna vote for one politician? So that's
No,
why it's not gonna
add
be
up.
true
Bentley,
unless they
Bentley.
all got together.
The
No, no,
reason
no.
why now, what I will say is this: if the electoral college was disbanded, the presidency would never be Republican because Democrats would own the presidency, but the Senate, those small states would still have power because they would have sent two senators per state.
Hmm.
Okay,
Okay, I'll tell you how it is. Everybody's talking about the black vote and black voting counting. If we are only 12% of the population,
hmm
if you go to a strict nation to nation, nationwide, C to C, popular vote, our 12% will be a drop in the bucket in every election. That means our voices will be the last on the list of concerns.
that's a
It,
different argument than what you were talking about before.
it's a lot of layers to this. If they get rid
Okay,
of the electoral college, then a lot of places they won't get any kind of consideration. Wyoming,
so
Montana, nobody gives a fuck about them
Yeah,
because
but
they
there's
only
no
have one
black
or
people
two
in
electoral
Wyoming
college
or
votes.
Montana.
my question is
I
this:
get that, but I'm just saying people in general will
how
go
does
ahead.
how does the electoral college benefit African Americans?
How?
It
The
doesn't.
electoral college benefits black people because it balances out for the majority the political power.
But we
Unfortunately,
understand why there was an electoral college that was even started, though, right? And that had nothing to do with black people.
Right.
Because
It was
black people
about,
couldn't vote then.
Because we couldn't
right.
even vote then.
It was to give the power to
Right.
to balance the
Right.
power among
Right. So
southern
when it balances the power, it
slavery
balances
states.
it
It
for us
was
too.
for
It's
rich. It
nothing
was
that was
for the
specifically for us in mind. So it's not going to be something that I can say it's going to be specifically an advantage for black people, but we are included with that balance of power.
no.
Unfortunately, we die and abort at a rate to where we are still 12% of the population, and it's been that way for decades. And so we don't have much more political power than we did in 1980.
You
But
say we
that's
die and
our fault.
abort.
Yes. That means
Abort
our
what?
population.
Are you saying we abort children?
Yes.
Oh Lord. Okay.
I'm telling you that the point of the
Yeah, that's the
matter
reason why
is
that's why I was trying to glance over that. Go ahead, Ben.
our population is not growing at the same rate as other demographics. So therefore, we are not gaining more political power. We have let the Hispanic community come into this country, and they used to be at like what 20 something. Now they're like 30, and then in the next 10 years they'll be at 40, and then they say in the next 20 years they're gonna actually be the majority in the country.
I believe you
Why is
because
that?
they're
Because they
Catholic,
have more
they're
kids.
Catholic, and they don't
Yeah,
believe in abortion.
they don't believe in abortions, and they have more kids. That's
Yeah.
just a fact.
Okay, but isn't America a nation of immigrants?
No, it's not a nation of freaking immigrants. That's the lie.
What are you talking
It's a
about?
nation of settlers that once they formed this country, they became American citizens. That's a difference. There's a big difference.
Okay.
And it's a big difference between
Settlers.
legal and
People came.
illegal and
Okay, so they came here and
immigration
settled
is totally
here.
different.
But they were not the original people in America. We know that, right?
Yes.
Okay, then. So whether they
So what
settled,
point did that prove?
my point is that America is a nation of immigrants. So what's the issue about
How
the
do you settle?
Hispanic
What's the
people
difference between
being here?
settle and
Legal.
Yeah, I'm about to say because
And they aren't the
Legal.
only immigrants that are here. You have Haitians, you got
Legal.
people from Haiti, you have people of color like us that are here.
I mean, what
That
do
are
immigrants do?
immigrants.
What do immigrants do when they get here? They settle. So I mean, I don't understand
Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
with that.
They immigrate.
So if you guys want illegal immigrants across the border, put downward pressure on our wages and put downward pressure actually add to the entitlement rolls and take them away money that could be going to Medicaid, it could be going to other things for American citizens. Go right ahead. You run your own death ticket. You run your own disenfranchisement by doing so. You're more than welcome to support that.
Bentley, I will say this. You and I are both from New Orleans. After Katrina, I don't think that the city would have been able to successfully rebound without illegal immigrants.
But at the same token, New Orleans East will never be the same because of those same immigrants. It's full of Mexicans right now.
In New Orleans East?
Yes.
Yeah.
You go down the backside and kept going back toward the coffee plant, and never Mexicans back there now.
What were they? Who lived back there before them?
Us, because all the kids that went to Reed, they stayed back there.
Oh, trust me, I got folks back there. They still back there.
Still back there. Black
But
people
yeah,
just
they
living
have a
with the
bunch of
Mexicans.
Mexicans back there too, though.
But nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with that?
No, I'm making the point that it's changing. The demographic of New Orleans East is changing.
But what I'm saying, but the thing is, if they helped rebuild this city,
they did.
They deserve. I honestly feel that they deserve to write their name in the rebuilding of the city. That means they had to settle here. They had to settle somewhere, right?
I'm cool with that, but they also need to be citizens. I don't have a problem with people coming here from other countries as long as they do it legally.
Okay.
I agree with that. Now that I agree with. I believe if you here, you should be here legal.
Correct.
But they here and the process is what's stopping them from being legal.
Right.
The process needs to be streamlined.
Right. But I think it's
when I hear about the bad hombres, those aren't the people that helped build fucking houses in my city.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So when I hear
that, they will talk about MS-13.
I don't think it's right for young people who were born here in America that know nothing about Mexico or wherever to be sent back there just because um, their parents aren't legal and you know they want to
That's
send them someplace that they don't know anything. They don't know anything about. That's
mm,
not right.
it's not.
No, I don't think
And
that's right.
isn't it law that if you're born in America, then you're an American?
Yes.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
some of them got here when they was kids. You know, the parents was dragging them
Mm-hmm.
over when they were like 3,
Right.
4, 5,
I'm
so
gonna
they
be honest
wasn't
with
born.
y'all. It might not be popular, but I don't agree in anchor babies. I believe that's a policy that needs to change because us as Americans, if we have a child in another country, that child is still American.
No, that
Just
child
Yeah,
because
is
it's
dual
born
dual
here.
citizenship.
citizenship.
Dual
Dual.
citizenship.
Exactly.
That's right. They get citizenship wherever they're born. Even if you're in the military. If my kids were born when I was in Germany, they would be German and American.
And also, if it is on the water, I ought to believe that it is the closest coast that the ship is next to, or the flag that that ship is
Flying, huh?
flying. So I mean, there's some discrepancies with that, though. You know what I'm saying? So
If we keep that policy in place, we have to lock down the border. If you want it to be anchor babies, that's fine, but we can't have it both ways. We can't have anchor babies and have open borders. If we
okay,
do that, America will cease to exist as we know it.
so fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you that point. I'll give you that
I
point.
agree with that.
I'll give you that point. But the thing is, you see how we
No, but
have two
when you
different.
say America was right, but when you say America will cease to exist as we know it, what is that?
That's what
I'll give
American
you
is.
one good example is now most of the time when you go somewhere, they have instructions and things in English and Spanish because a lot of people with Spanish speaking countries have come to this country. That's changing the way America is as we know it.
But
That
they also
shouldn't
have it
be.
in Chinese as well, Chinese
Not as
and
often.
whatever other language.
Not
So
as
Billy,
often.
Billy, you want a more streamlined voting process. You want clear immigration. So
Yes.
just by those two facts alone, wouldn't that be changing America?
Mm-mm. That
Yes,
would be
Yeah.
that would be.
fortifying the American values.
But the thing is, it would change the way the United States is now. Correct?
No, no. I understand what you're saying. It
Okay.
would be a fundamental change. It would be a procedural change to fortify the way that we do things here. Because everybody that comes here doesn't have our same value system.
But our value system is a mixture. That's why it's called a melting pot. That's why you really trying to change America as a whole.
No,
Yes.
because people that come here always have to assimilate. People always talk about Ellis Island. They say bring us your downtrodden and everything else. But when they come to this country, what did they do? They assimilated.
That's
There's
not
some.
true.
They know it was a
That's not
mixture.
true at all.
There
That's
was
not true at all.
so they
Okay.
assimilated. They assimilated. They assimilated to our customs while bringing their customs to our country to reshape
To
reshape
reshape
the
it. That's
fabric.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not like we just became immigrants don't come to this country and just strip their own identity.
The only
They,
people that happened to is blacks.
I mean, even with that,
We don't have a
hell,
country of origin.
That that's because
I
it's
mean,
stripped from us when we got here. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right.
so theoretically, from what you're saying, that means that any kind of values or traditions or anything coming from Africa aren't shown in the United States because the Africans just assimilated into American customs.
Okay.
Chinese did the same thing.
When I say assimilated,
What do you
I'm
mean?
not saying it in the sense of they lose their identity from the country where they came from.
Okay.
I'm just saying that it should be an assimilation to the point to where there's not a fundamental change to America. America will still be America. You add to America, you don't change America. It'll be a difference where somebody can hop in the car with you, but then they riding with you. But when they turn the radio, Now they changing shit. They going too far. You're like, hold up, don't fuck with my radio. This is our car. You can ride with us. You can go, we going. You can listen to what we listening to, but just don't change the radio. That's all I'm saying.
I think that your idea of what America is supposed to be is based on the Constitution, and I get that. But what other people with their racist views might view that in a whole different way. Does that make sense?
Hey, that's possible.
It's not possible. It's
Well,
probable.
it is.
Yeah.
It is. I'll give you that.
You know, and that's the problem. You know,
Yeah, because I'm okay with
But
people coming over.
that problem, I believe the source of that problem is the education system. The education system has been taken over by liberals who want to reshape the Constitution or get rid of it altogether. They used to say reshape, now they talk about get rid of it and rewrite it. And so now, for the last 15 years, we have children that have been taught the worst ills of America. We're not speaking about, without balancing that out, we're talking about the positive things that America has done. So it's putting a bad taste of this country in the eyes and the mouths of our youth. And I feel like that's why more people don't hold the Constitution in a high enough regard. You don't have to value it as much as I do, but I feel like it's a problem when people don't value it at all.
okay, so I feel that the Constitution was probably one of the greatest ideas written by imperfect people.
Greatly, that's good. Well put.
Okay, but even with that Constitution valued me as 3/5 of a person. Okay, so I mean,
Finish the statement though. When it comes to representation in Congress,
but when it comes to representation, I mean, they got it close to it's close to perfection as any other civilization has done it.
Thank you.
Okay, now with that being said, the people who actually put the Constitution in motion put their racist bias into it. Like the practices aren't always practiced with fidelity. I mean, and I don't know. And this is my opinion.
What's going on? I am who I am. What's up, brother?
Yeah, I am.
Hey, I am.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Just sitting back listening. How's it going?
What's up? I'll tell you this though, Aries.
What's up?
I understand. I'm not gonna tell any black person that they should be okay with the Bill of Rights. 100% hook, line, and sinker, right? Cool. I'll give you that. I can see that point all day long. But there was 27 amendments, 27 revisions and changes to the Constitution.
Okay.
If you can't find yourself in those 27 amendments, that's when I have a problem.
I mean, when it's
Because
not about
we got
us finding ourselves, it's about others finding ourselves.
Fuck others. I thought we was all about black folk.
Yeah, but if they held the power, then it don't matter what we about, what I'm about. It's about what they are doing.
But there's things that benefit you in those 27 amendments, though.
Okay, I'm listening.
So wouldn't that at least balance out your outlook on the document? If you feel like it was bad at first, but then
No. That's almost saying, hey, you're going on death row, right? That's bad, but they're not gonna kill you for 10 years. And that might be considered good.
Okay, let's say you turn it, let's say you got a term paper, you turn it in, right? The beginning, your thesis statement might be trash, but then the rest of your paper is fire. Do you want to get an F or you want to get that C?
Well, I would rather just throw it out and work
Get a
on
zero?
a better
You
one.
want a zero? You
No,
want a
and
fail?
work on a better one. See, you think it's either or, like
That's
you
a
do it
failure.
or you don't. And my thing is, hey, we can take it and revise it, like you say, right? We can revise and make it better.
Nobody's talking about making an amendment to the Constitution. I support that all day
That's-
long. People are talking about getting rid of it. My
I
question to
haven't
you would
heard
be is,
anybody getting
yes,
rid of it. I haven't heard.
AOC, Bernie, Kamala.
No, oh my
just,
God,
Elizabeth
dude.
You don't
Warren.
call the woman Kamala. You don't call your vice president.
What I said?
Kamala? No.
Oh,
Kamala.
my bad. The hoe.
Yo,
Sorry,
Joe, yeah,
I was
boy,
I was
boy, I knew you was
mistaken.
gonna say it, boy.
I don't know how you
You,
could
you
call
petty as
her a
fuck.
whore. The one who
Come,
the
Oh my
whore is
Boy,
the
goodness.
you
one who
petty as
on the
fuck.
way out the
Kamala.
door.
Kamala. I
That's
said
the
it
one who was
correctly.
out the
Kamala,
door. The
Kamala.
whore was the one out the door.
Are
I
we
heard
talking?
Judge Joe Brown say that. That was funny. He
That
said
was funny. I
Kamala.
mean, it sucks. I mean, if we're talking about we're talking about our first lady right now, right?
Hey man, she was a model. She probably sucked her way
No,
to the
no, she was
top
a
too.
hoe. She was a hoe.
Hey,
Called it
that's
They
why
use the
she's not a
same
role
thing to
model.
call that girl.
That's why she's
call
not a
that
role
girl
model.
whore.
Just because she sucked the dick of somebody that's the president, that don't make you a powerful
No,
person. My
Okay, and
thing
Trump
is,
was talking
she
about
ain't.
grabbing
my
pussy.
thing is, I'm
So
talking about
Grabbing pussy
Melania
and
right
messing
now.
with kids.
So what I'm
right.
saying
Messing with his
is,
own
we the
daughter.
only
Daughter, you already know.
we the only ones
Fucking
that
his
want to
daughter.
make Michelle Obama a daggone Sister Teresa just because she married to Barack. She ain't did a goddamn thing but fuck up school lunch. That's all she ever did.
So
Oh,
trying
she
to
fucked
get
up school
wait
lunch,
a
trying to
minute,
get
hold
That
healthy
up.
food
lunches.
nasty as hell.
Wait a minute, hold
That
up. So
food nasty as hell.
you saying that Michelle Obama,
Ain't
when
did
you
shit.
know for a fact that our black children are overweight, we have the highest number of childhood diabetes, okay? Because some of these they eat McDonald's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, flaming hots for breakfast, juicy juices with all that damn sugar in it. And so you're saying that because she tried to put nutrition in the schools to help children
Mm-hmm.
eat better,
Mm-hmm.
she fucked it up.
And she
She
put
did.
Well, now
exercise
you
in it.
can't blame that on
Wait,
school
She
lunches.
did.
Everybody
She.
eats school lunches. Even white kids eat
I
school
got
lunches.
Thank
They ain't
you.
overweight.
I got one
And
more
What are
point
you talking
before
about? I mean,
I
why
got
would
one
you
more
say
point.
that?
And Bentley, I
Say
got one more
what?
point
I
before I
don't
go, Bentley.
understand that. I don't
Bentley,
understand.
and I'm gonna try to get
Mm-hmm.
you in trouble right quick before I leave. And don't hate me for this.
Oh, that's cool.
How you gonna drag for two AKAs?
Say, bro, hold on. First of all, since you won't go there, just because her colors are the same as somebody else's, it don't mean that they
Somebody
hold
else.
the
Okay.
same value.
Right.
Because my
Okay.
baby's a whole different kind of AKA. You heard me?
I got you.
Let that be
Yeah.
known. She ain't
Uh-huh.
paper. She was made. You heard me? That's a big difference. I don't
Come
know
on
none of
now.
Kamala line sisters.
You
I don't
know
know
that
none of
all the
them.
AKAs are the same.
Oh no,
Stop
they
that
not. Oh
bullshit.
no, they not.
Stop
Some
that.
there's
They
a
I ain't gonna go that
difference.
far.
professional women.
There's
They
a difference. There's a huge difference.
professional women
I'm
doing great things. However they
Okay.
I
do it.
am not
Okay.
gonna go
There's
that
a
far.
total difference.
My mother, yeah, is a true and blue. True. No, not blue. No, she is true and true. 1908. Yeah, so I
It's
understand. But
it's
nah,
different.
don't drag for the K's.
Nah.
All right. But nah, I'm gonna leave on out. I gotta go grade papers, but it was a pleasure talking to everybody. Thank y'all so
Nice,
much.
All right, man, for
nice
sure, bro.
conversation. I'll talk to you
Yeah.
later.
Bye.
Y'all have a good one.
All
You
right.
too.
Okay.
Peace, Aries. Peace, brother. Peace.
Oh my
Let's
goodness.
get back on Michelle since she came to the topic of conversation. So you said about the kids, you want kids to eat better so they can lose weight. What about the kids that
No, I didn't say. I said so that they can learn how to eat healthy
that's
and
fine.
have healthy nutrition. What's wrong with that?
I'll tell you what's wrong with that. Some kids in these lower income areas that get these free and reduced lunch, that's the majority of food that they receive on a daily basis comes from school. So if you say you feeding those same kids tofu pancakes and all kind of bull crap like that, the kids not gonna
She didn't
eat
go
it.
to no tofu.
Okay,
That was a choice,
okay,
dude. Come
all
on
right.
now,
Check the school lunch, and if you
dude.
find anything that they got that impossible meat, the tofu pancakes, and all that other bullshit, I'll give you $1. It ain't there. So when you're doing that,
Wait, say it
you
again.
taking
Wait.
away. What I'm saying is, we're putting all these things in place. You taking away the meals because those kids are not going to eat that stuff. So you taking away. That's the reason why the food for kids are marketed in a certain way that is palatable for their young taste buds. They don't want tofu food and goddamn impossible burgers and bullshit like that.
Hey,
So when you
behind the
do
bar.
that, them kids are going now. Those kids are going hungry because they're not eating at school like they used to.
Lord have mercy.
Where
Y'all hear this shit?
because first of all, children, if you start with a child will eat what you give
Put in
it
front of it.
when they're young. If that's what you give them. When my son was little, I didn't give him candy. Okay, he ate like crackers and little snacks like that. He didn't have a lot of candy. So that was normal for him. So if you start these little babies in kindergarten and preschool, starting them out eating healthy and nutritious foods, that will become what they know.
That would be their norm.
that'll be
What
that'll be their norm.
What about the children that receive McDonald's at home? They've been eating McDonald's since they got their 2 front teeth. And now you go to school and they got the tofu bull crap, but on the way home, mama
That's
gets
what
them
they
some
need.
McDonald's. Hold
That's
on.
what they need. They need
So
that
how
tofu.
is that helping that kid?
Well, it's giving it some kind of balance because
They're
then
not eating that
when they're at
food.
school,
That's
they're
the
not eating
point. That
flaming
stuff is
hots out
going to
the vending
waste.
machine.
They didn't prove
They
that
get
nothing was
something
getting thrown
healthy.
away.
Man, them kids ain't eating that bull crap.
Dude, they eating that shit.
But how you
And
know? Are you in the school to see
I
it?
know they eating that shit.
I'm connected to my community.
When you
That's how I
hungry,
know.
you'll eat. You'll eat what's
And
there.
are you sure it's tofu? I never
No,
heard
it
of
wasn't no
tofu.
tofu.
Well,
They
it
do
wasn't
have
no
tofu pancakes.
Yeah, they do if for those who are vegetarian.
No, they don't. They
should.
don't have the other options no more. Like
No, they do have the options,
them little square
dude.
pieces that we used to get in school. That shit gone. That shit gone. It's over with.
Okay, but that don't mean it's tofu. You done
They
took it
giving
away
them
from
bullshit.
No, they're giving them food. They need the vegetables. They need the meat. They need that.
Okay. That's why the
My
kids
kids-
breaking bones and they can't Tootsie Roll without breaking an ankle because they fucking brittle bones.
I thought
and
milk
shit,
make
and they
their
ain't worth the
bones
fuck.
strong. What are you talking
Man,
about?
milk ain't worth the fuck.
Tootsie Roll.
Milk ain't worth
She
the
made
shit.
the milk. She made the
Tootsie
milk
Roll.
weaker, huh?
Let me go to bed.
Milk ain't worth the shit. I never heard no kids breaking hips and shit till Michelle took all the real food out of schools. I'm blaming her for everything. That's why high school football ain't worth the fuck no more. All
They
'cause of
breaking their
Michelle.
hips because they eating McDonald's and flaming
Yeah,
hot
that's at
breakfast.
McDonald's. That's right.
They're
Okay.
not getting no fruits and vegetables.
Hot pockets. Crap like that.
Oh gosh.
Give the kids a hot pocket, man. Leave the kids alone. Give them a hot pocket and a Pop-Tart, man.
Business says I ain't never seen no kids break a hip.
Bentley is too funny.
That's true. You know it's the truth.
Oh Lord, Bentley, you crazy, baby.
I'm sorry.
Really hard on that woman. That woman ain't do nothing wrong. She came in just being graceful as she could be.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't never do nothing to disrespect the black community or her husband at all.
Right.
And she tried to do something positive, but you would call her a name. And
Right.
what her name? Camilla or whatever her name is.
Kamala.
Kamala, whatever her name is.
You call her whore.
Yeah, you call her a whore. But you ain't called that whore of a wife
Melania?
who posed with her pussy all out there. And by the way, it's an ugly pussy at that.
She's one too. She's one too. I'm a equal opportunity offender. She one too.
Yeah, but you ain't never mentioning it. And that is a whore right there. And she a hoe who don't even want her husband. She a hoe. He bought her and she trying to negate, renege on the relationship. She won't even hold his hand in public.
Right. And she didn't even build a platform as being the first lady.
She don't need to. That ain't her job. Ain't nobody elect her. Sit down. She need to sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. That's what she's
the job
supposed
of
to
the
do.
first lady.
Man,
She
I don't
didn't
care
even do
about
that.
Let me tell y'all. When those presidents leave office, nobody give a shit about what Nancy Reagan did, what Barbara Bush did, what Michelle Obama did.
That's
Who
not
gives a
true.
flying fuck?
That's not true, dude.
Nobody voted for them.
political
They need to
works.
sit down and shut up.
The Betty Ford Center is helping a lot of them rich white folks, them rich white women with drug and alcohol problems. So she did something. They did the Betty Ford Center for her in her name.
In her name. In her name only. She ain't out there doing no work.
Let me see if these numbers went up.
Is Betty Ford even living? Is she still alive?
I don't know. I would even know. She better not be. Her quality of life ain't gonna be too well at this age.
Oh shit. Bentley, you are so funny. Oh, that's funny.
Oh Lord. Maybe I can start back watching.
Y'all hear these poll watchers? They got one poll watcher talking about, I was in the room the whole time, but they wouldn't let me come closer. They was like, you gotta sit back so we could work. And he was like, no, but I want to be all under them, and I want to read every single every single vote. Come on.
Do you have a problem
shit.
with that? Do you have a problem with that?
Hell yeah, because they got cameras all in there.
They gotta work, dumbass. They got to work.
You can go online and stream the shit. You can watch it.
No, you
That's
can't.
right.
No,
Yes,
you
you
cannot.
can.
Yes, you
They do
can.
not
What
have
you talking about?
videos in all of those states that they doing recounts right now. They got
He
video
talking about
cameras in
all of
each
them.
one.
Oh
Come
my
on, y'all.
God.
Here we
No,
go.
they're
Now
not
you
doing
gonna play.
recounts.
If I
They're not
was a
doing recounts.
if
Well,
I was
counts.
a judge
Excuse me,
counting
counts.
ballots, I wouldn't want nobody breathing the fuck all over me with coronavirus.
Okay.
Yeah, he doing that.
Shit.
They decided not to do a appeal. They just said no, and so they're gonna appeal. They gotta appeal some shit that the courts already put forth. Y'all
Okay.
know he gonna lose.
I listen. I don't know
I ain't
what's gonna happen, and I'm just not okay with how it's happening. Him losing is not my concern. If he lose, he lose. I just don't want it to be no funny business.
It's
That
not.
okay.
There isn't
I
any.
guarantee you, everybody I'm talking to right now would have a different opinion if they were doing this to Barry. If Barry was on the ballot right now and there would have been all this kind of stuff going on, black folks would be in the street cutting the hell up.
Who
But just
is
because
Barry?
it's
No, who is Barry?
Obama.
Oh God.
And you can't say they wouldn't.
They keep
No,
pivoting back to Obama. Why you gotta
right.
keep
I'm
Obama
giving
pivoting
not
back to Obama?
president.
Obama's out. He's
I'm
gone.
Okay.
giving an example that if it was a candidate that you liked, if that you supported,
Then
that
why don't
this
you
was
say
Okay,
happening
so
Biden
to.
I
then why don't
supported
you say
Al.
Biden?
Okay, if it
Yeah.
was Biden, people would have a problem with it.
No, they might have a problem, but they wouldn't be acting a fool the way these Republicans are. No, not Republicans. These Trumpsters are. Okay, like I said, I supported Al Gore. Okay, do you think the Democrats weren't happy about those hanging chads? But Jeb Bush was the governor.
That was a different political climate though.
It
It
doesn't
was.
matter whether it was a
It was
different
not
political
it was not
climate.
polarized like it is now.
I'm not talking about it being polarized. I'm talking about cheating. Cheating is
Right.
cheating, whether it's 1919 or 2020. If you cheating, you're cheating.
Right.
And so Democrats felt like they were robbed back then because Jeb Bush, okay, who was the governor of Florida, and they had the hanging chads and all that shit, and the election went to Bush. But you didn't
So
see people out here in the streets with guns and shit.
so
And
does that give the Democrats carte blanche to do what they're doing today?
what are
To
they
cheat today?
doing?
Cheating.
It's a
They are
freaking mail-in
cheating.
ballot.
They are cheating.
How are they cheating? Tell me how, because
I'll tell you how they
I
cheat.
did a mail-in ballot.
I'll tell you
did
how
my
they cheat.
ballot and I turned it in. How is that cheating?
I'll tell you how it's cheating.
How?
I'm not mail-in votes. That's one thing. What about the unrequested mail-in votes that people received, that people turned in? Then they also went to the polls and also voted. How is that not
Okay,
cheating?
so if you requested a mail-in ballot,
Talking about
and then
I'm
you
talking about
decide
the ones that
no,
were unrequested. Because some
okay,
states did do a mass mail out.
yes, they did.
All right.
Okay, so then if they decided they were going to go in and vote in person, don't you know that they have a system? Have you ever been a judge?
There's not judges that's counting it. Number one. Number two, every state does not have the same rules. Some states, they do not start at opening the mail-in ballots until the polls open. So therefore, you can go and vote in person and have a mail-in vote, and both of those count. It's been done in multiple states. There's multiple accounts for it. If you look, this is not the first time it's been done.
That's
It's
not
been
true.
done in the past.
That's not true,
That's not how
Benji.
that works. Thank
Okay.
you.
That's not true, man.
So y'all mean to tell me? Hold on, let me ask y'all this, because every time I give y'all a scenario where people can cheat, y'all say it's not true. So what y'all saying is there's never any cheating on elections.
No, I'm not saying there's never any cheat. I'm saying it's not widespread enough to where it's going to change an election, a presidential election.
Exactly.
One cheat.
It's not like it's millions of people doing millions of people doing that.
I'm not gonna be hyperbolic and say it's millions, but it's too much of it. I'll tell you that. And
but it's not enough to change an election.
Exactly.
It's not enough to change an election.
Mm-mm.
How do we know if they're doing everything behind closed doors and they don't want to let anybody watch them count? How do we know?
Say the same thing about Republicans.
Watching them count.
Right, and I will say that if the Republicans were doing the same thing, I would say the same thing.
Oh my God!
Listen to what's going on. Okay, so Brittany, you're not being honest, and that's because you're listening to them as they lie. So the people are able to see what is going on, but they're complaining that
why do they have the windows
they're in
covered if they can see?
the room.
Why did they not allow the poll watchers to come
Oh,
in Pennsylvania in the convention center?
the poll watchers were there. They just wasn't. They wanted to get closer and closer. So even he was claiming that, well, you could see they was about 6 feet away, and they wouldn't let me closer. Then he said, well, in one room it was 100 feet away. They able to be in that room. What they think gonna happen? And they thinking that people are there sitting as they push through all these goddamn votes. That somebody's sitting there, what, erasing and putting new. Like, what do you really think you're gonna see? But that you have to be right there up on the person who's putting it through. And then there's a whole room full of people putting it in. So
So
which one he wanted to get by?
let me ask you a
See,
question. If
uh-huh.
there's no cheating going on, what's the problem with letting people get as close within the 6 feet social distance to watch? What's wrong with that? If there's
First of
no
all, that
cheating
don't make
going
some
on.
goddamn sense, because
I'm
when I'm
asking
saying,
that's not what I asked.
because
What's
you're not
wrong with
listening.
it? Why are they fighting
Listen,
it? If there's nothing to hide, why are they fighting it?
listen, if the guy, let's say he comes by me with my stack of votes as a processor, right? Let's say he does get 6 feet to me. But then there's other people putting them in who's 6 feet from me, and then there's another person 6 feet from that person, which means it gets farther and farther and farther. He could be close to me, but this nigga is claiming, well, they wouldn't let me get closer because. So what I'm saying is they lying. They're lying. They're
Now
making
they
this
lying.
like
Come on,
they
Mom.
they are lying.
They
They
are.
are lying.
Go
They're
ahead.
lying, claiming they in the room when the shit is going on. They just angry because maybe there was some group that was farther up and they wasn't watching,
If we are in a convention center, and we're in a large room,
which is huge.
it's very large.
There
So
you go.
if you
You could be
have
close to me and be far away from another process.
exactly,
And
so the
so he
point
could be close enough to see mine, but now he's complaining because he wasn't close enough to see yours, because yours was 100
is
feet
that
away.
is that what was reported? What was reported?
That's basically what they're reporting.
No,
They're saying, well,
basically
they
is
wouldn't let
your
me get
basically
close
it's
to.
up to subjection. What was reported? The report said that they made those people stand far away. Some people said 50, some people said 30 feet, 20 feet. They were
Right.
not at a distance where they can actually see what was actually
But
going
did you
on.
not hear what I
So
just said? I can say that and be telling the truth per se because I was close enough to this person. But they had people across like you said, way on the other side, and I'm too far away from seeing them. I can legally say, well, they wouldn't let me get close enough to see the ballots. But I'm
how
close
is that
enough
a
to see
lie?
this. Well, but you're not being truthful because
How?
you was
If you
right
can't see, you
there where
can't
you could
see.
see these people ballots. You just wasn't close enough to see those people ballots.
Did they say they can see any ballots?
Yes, they not saying they couldn't see any ballots. They just said they're making a broad statement of
You add
they
to the
wouldn't let
reports,
me
Mom.
get close.
Do you
I'm listening.
do you see
I was just
do you see
listening
how
to
you
it.
add to the report?
So what is it that they want to see? They want to stand over the person and
Yes.
and do what?
I'm gonna tell you why. This is what they want to do.
Oh no, I'm asking you a specific question. What is
Yeah,
it that they want to
specific-
stand over the person during COVID and watch them do what? Take the ballot out the envelope and then do what?
Because what happens is they take the ballot out the envelope, they read it, and they have to input it into the electronic system.
They don't
No,
read it.
that's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
You have a section that takes the envelope and they take it out and they check it for the signature and they put it in a pile. And then once they've done that, it is taken over to another section and then they check it and then they double check it and then it's taken to the machine and then it's fed through the machine. So what is it that they check?
So
that's right.
So
what?
If these people are taking a physical paper and input it into into electronic system, they want to see
what?
That process to make sure that all of the votes are being counted, that when they put a paper in the machine, that the number is changing for somebody. So what is wrong with that if nothing bad is going on? If there's no cheating going on, why are they doing it? Why are they fighting it?
So now what you're saying make it sense. So you're saying that they're gonna be a guy, which they are people, and they allow people to be at these things, but he gonna be there, and as they put through 6 69,000 or 69 million, let's say 69 million things through, they're gonna sit there and they're gonna say one,
Yes.
two,
Yes.
three, dude,
Yes.
get the whole fuck out of here. And then they not gonna go to lunch while people doing this.
They have more.
And
That's
you
why they have. That's why they have more than more than one person out there doing the poll
not at,
watching.
but not at each one. They only have one at the ones that they do.
That's the problem. That is the single problem.
So how
Because
many
then
should
Don't
they
make no
have?
fucking sense. So they supposed to have 100 people sitting in there
it don't
getting
have to be
their
100.
doing their
It don't
job.
have to be 100, but it needs to be
Okay,
more than one.
why?
It needs
Look,
to be comparable.
They usually say
It needs to be
one poll
comparable to the
watcher.
amount of people that are
let me
processing the ballots.
let me tell
Y'all,
you
That would be
something.
fair.
I
Wouldn't that be fair?
I was an
yo,
election
let's go.
judge, and Billy, you're wrong, because I was an election judge. All right, and there's a Republican judge and there's a Democrat judge. There's an independent judge, okay? And we all watch what everybody else is doing. There are poll watchers there. There are people from the campaign that are there. There are people from the election board that are there, okay? So ain't no Republican
Okay, so this is
judge
the point.
is gonna
This is
sit there
you
and watch
proving
a
my point.
Democrat judge
This is
do
my
And
some
guess
point.
what?
fraudulent
The
shit.
You
Republicans,
proving my point.
no,
They
in
are not
Philadelphia,
letting all of the people that you named. They not letting all them people in like they did
yes,
in
they
previous.
are.
Let me.
Yeah.
Philadelphia,
Yes, they are. What are you talking
All right.
about?
That's cool. That's cool. Just
and the
we'll
guy
see how it turn out.
Republican in Philadelphia,
Shit.
right here in Philly,
We'll let
right?
it. We'll see how it turn out.
Philadelphia is local news for me, right? That mean I get to see more than you get to see. The Republican in there, he said there is no issues. Everything is going as smooth as it could be. But now we got Trump people, a Trump person who's like hooked to him, claiming that yes, he was in the room, but they wouldn't just let him stand over so they could count a fucking number.
Okay.
Come on.
We'll see what happens, y'all. You
So
know,
that's what they said,
that's
in
fine.
Philly, that the Republican guy said there was nothing
Yeah.
going on. Okay.
When he
Okay.
was trying to stop the vote, they were like, nah, we're gonna everything's going right. See what Trump doing right now is trying to make it seem like our elections
Yep.
is not fair.
It's
If
not.
that's true, that means none of them have been fair. And if you was okay when when other people lost or won, if you was okay with the shit that happened when we found out that a whole nother country was in support of Trump, you was okay with that shit.
What country was
Let me
supporting?
tell you how
What
crazy
country
Trump
was
is.
in support of
No,
Trump?
let me
Please
tell you
tell
how
me that.
crazy
Let's
Trump
let's
is.
dispel that lie real quick.
No,
Russia, that's
we're
who.
gonna dispel this one.
Russia had. I'll
When
tell you Russia real quick, and we'll shut that shit down for life. Russia had $10,000 of Facebook ads. Half went to Hillary, and half went to Trump. Try again.
Y'all
okay,
see this shit?
That's
I'm listening
fact.
to it, but how
That's a
about
part.
this?
You
How
talking
That's a
about
about
part of the
this
this?
ad?
investigation. There was a
In
whole committee.
2016, Trump won the election, right? He won. His ass gets bent out of shape because Hillary got the popular vote.
Nobody got upset about that.
Yes,
Yes,
he
he did.
did, because he formed a commission to find out about the 300,000 or $300,000. I mean, 300,000 people or whatever. He wanted to find out where those people were because he said he got the popular vote. The man is a narcissist, okay? And they couldn't
What
find
commission did he
anything. There was
form to
nobody
find out
there.
where? That's
Dude,
not
you
true.
know,
What commission? What's the name
Lord
of the
have
commission?
He did.
What's the name of the commission? Cite your source. I put my
It was
source in there.
it was a voter fraud commission
Thank you.
that
But
he
that was
that
not
he.
specifically
I mean,
to say that.
yeah, no. Hold on, brother. It was a voter fraud commission because, like, just like Sin said, because Hillary Clinton won the popular vote, and Trump formed a commission to see if there was any fraud, any fraudulent votes out there that gave her those numbers.
And did they find
Thank
any?
you. No.
And they
So
not
the
gonna find
voter
any?
fraud
And he said there was no. They said there was no widespread voter fraud.
Thank you.
So you guys are telling me
His
that
own commission.
he actually could made a commission
Yep.
for the express purpose
Yep.
of making sure that he did not lose the
Popular
change
vote.
Popular vote.
Come
Yes.
on, y'all.
Yes, that's a fact.
And right now, he mad because Biden has gotten 73 million votes, and he only has gotten 69 million votes.
Right.
He pissed off about that. You know, goddamn.
Because he
Well,
didn't get the popular vote. He's a narcissist.
Okay, so the result of that same commission on election integrity disbanded in 2016 because Democrat states refused to turn over their voting rolls. So it wasn't that they made a report that there was no voter fraud. They disbanded
Yes, they
because the
did.
states did not
Yes, they did.
did not comply.
No. They said there was no widespread voter fraud. Period.
Thank you.
And Bentley know it. He knows it.
Bentley is a Trumpster. Bentley,
I'm
you
not
a
a
Trump.
Trumpster.
Yeah,
I'm a truth
you
teller.
are pure
I
Trump.
want you to tell me the results of the commission because the commission did not report that. I do not see any accounts of that report
Where are
from
you
this
looking?
commission.
Where are you looking?
Everywhere.
He can Google that.
At first, you didn't believe that one was.
I'll tell you, okay, the New York Times says the same thing I just told y'all, that it was disbanded because some states did not comply. That's what happened. It was disbanded. So I don't know who
It was
said that
because
they
there
came
was
to a
no
conclusion.
fraud.
No.
No fraud.
That's a different conclusion. There was no conclusion met because the
The
commission
point
did not
is the
have a
fact that
finding.
he the
That's a
fact that he
huge point.
even got a commission because he wanted to make sure he got the
So,
popular vote
Let
is
me ask you
stupid.
this. Let me ask you this.
Mhm.
So you don't want the president to investigate voter fraud. You cool. You don't want that to happen.
If
There has
there's
never been any widespread voter fraud.
Well, y'all just said that with the Bush Gore, it was voter fraud. But you,
No, I
don't
did
wanna-
not say that. I said
Nobody said
no.
that.
I did not say that. I said that you were talking about the Democrats being pissed off and being mad and acting a fool like these Trump supporters are doing. And I said the same thing happened back when Al Gore was running against Bush and Jeb Bush was the governor, and they made this big deal about the hanging Chad, and Bush ended up winning the election, and the Democrats felt like they had been cheated. Okay, but they were not acting a fool like these Trumpsters are. That's what I said. I said we were talking about integrity and losing with grace.
But you also followed this statement up by saying that there was a commission with the express purpose of turning over the popular vote that came to the conclusion that there was no voter fraud, when in actuality
that was in
In 2016.
That was
in
2016 with
actuality,
Trump.
I understand, but that
Okay.
that commission was disbanded before
It
they
don't matter.
came
He
to
put
a
it
finding.
together. You knew why she was saying.
Disbanded. They
Okay.
did not come to a finding.
Okay, they got to a finding. He still put it together, and
So
that's
what?
what he was telling you.
So what?
He put it together just because of his ego.
Because he wanted to be the popular vote.
That's your opinion. That's not the fact.
No, that's a fact.
That's a fact.
The
Why would he
fact-
put the
He
commission
was
together?
there.
That's a
What would be
fact.
the other reason for him to put the
fact
commission
is
there?
that it was a commission on voter integrity.
But he had already
Right.
won the election.
So what?
That's
So
dumb as hell.
what?
So
He
spend
wants to
all
make
that
sure
money.
that it was.
So when you
So
say
hold on.
that,
So don't you think it's a good thing?
Our
Hold on.
country,
Let me
that's
ask
how
you
we
this.
know you're a
Let me ask you this.
Trumpster.
Let me ask you this.
You
Let me
know
ask you
when
this.
you a Trumpster.
Let me ask you this though.
And
So
you know when they
don't you
come
think it's a
after
good
us, they
thing?
coming after you too.
Let me tell you, even though the guy won, he still wanted to make sure everything was done the right way. Is it a sign of a person?
No, he didn't.
You're
He wanted to
lying.
make
You
sure that
know you don't
he
believe
didn't
it.
believe that Hillary had the popular
Oh,
vote.
okay.
He didn't
All
believe that
right.
Hillary had the
Like
popular
he was
vote.
mad that Obama had a larger
The crowd.
crowd and shit like
Who
that.
cares about crowd size?
Trump
Who cares
did.
about crowd
Trump cared.
size?
Trump cared about it.
That's who.
Trump cared enough. He cared enough to lie about it.
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
Over and over and over again.
Whatever. His policies supersede that.
Yeah, he ain't
that
got no
shortcoming.
that
Our
changing the
policies are
subject
great.
now.
His
Okay.
policies
Yeah.
are great. I'm not going. I told you I'm not going to defend his bullshit.
Where
He's already
okay.
wrong.
you've been defending it, but where is
But I'll
that health care? Where's
Huh?
that health care? And did you hear him
Where's
close?
what? Where's
Where's
what?
health care?
What health care?
His the
The
one
plan.
that was
He
supposed to
wants
be
to
here
The
for
plan?
2 weeks.
Right.
2 weeks, long time, 3 years
Hold
ago.
on.
Yeah.
The
Where's his
plan.
plan?
The plan is supposed to come from the president or come from Congress?
He the one who
Supposed
said
to come
they
from
were taking one
supposed to
down.
come from
He got one ready.
Who's it come from?
right.
Who's
It's
it
supposed
come
to come
from?
from Trump.
It
It's supposed to come from
No,
Trump.
it's not.
Congress is supposed to approve it.
No, that's not the order of events. It comes from
Trump.
Congress. He signs it into law.
He said it was already ready.
Let me tell
He
you.
said it out of his mouth. It's
Let me tell
already
you.
ready.
Let me
He
tell you.
even gave one of the reporters a big book. She said when she looked through it, reporters when they said they went through it, had nothing to do with nothing that he was
All right.
claiming.
A bomb. It's gonna come out when he shows his tax. That's when
Yeah, that's
Oh Lord.
$750 he did in taxes.
that's when it's
That
gonna come
that
out.
was
Now
He only did that because he just became president. They said 10 years before that, there's no record of him
so
paying
let me
taxes.
let me
That's why you can't show his tax records. Isn't that
because
right?
he's been
Finley?
audited.
Because
He's
he
been
haven't been
audited. He's
filing
under
taxes.
he's currently under audit.
He had no. That's what he tell. How long
Okay.
you in audit? You ain't nobody
Okay.
in audit.
So
That
let me
guy
tell you
too
this.
long.
So let me dispel one lie at a time. Let's go back to the first lie, right? The first lie was Trump was supposed to have a plan to replace Obamacare.
Mm-hmm.
That's wrong. He said he had the plan because Mitch McConnell told them that he had a plan. But in actualities, that is a failure that I will lay squarely on the feet of the Republicans in the Senate.
Okay, so
Because
stop
the
right there.
Republicans
So
in the
stop right there. So if the Senate failed and Mitch McConnell didn't do what he said he was going to do, why in the hell are they trying to abolish the health care
not
for millions of
abolish,
people in the
repeal.
middle of a fucking pandemic?
I'll answer that question. All right. So for 2 years, 2 terms, the Republicans in the Senate said that first of all, when Obama had the majority, said you give us the Senate,
We ain't talking about Obama.
Hold on a second. I'm
Mm-mm.
trying to tell you.
No, you ain't got to go
I
that
don't
far.
want to hear
This
about
nigga been in
Obama.
4
I
years.
don't
Why
want to
you
hear
gotta
about
go back?
Obama.
Look,
I don't want to hear nothing about Obama.
Look, y'all.
I want to
You
know.
I know
keep
that
doing that.
Obama.
No,
I know
I'm
Obama
asking you a
is the
specific.
Lord and Savior, Obama.
Yeah.
But
Ain't
you
nobody
can say
talking about.
Obama.
You sound just like Trump because
You can
every
say the
time we
dude
ask a
name
specific
Same
without it
question,
being a
you go to
problem.
Obama.
Uh-huh.
I
I'm
said,
telling you why there was no replacement for Obamacare. Because when
why?
the Senate did not have the majority, they ran on if you put us in majority in the Senate, we'll repeal and replace Obamacare. They
Okay.
got the Senate. Then
Yep.
then during the presidential election, they said if you give us the White House and the House of Representatives, we'll repeal Obamacare. We gave it to them.
Okay.
And when they came in there, they said that they had a plan ready to put on his desk day one, and they did not. That is the Congress that failed, not the president.
Okay.
He does not write the laws; he signed them into law.
And I said to you, after everything that you just said, we're gonna go with your narrative that they didn't do what they were supposed to do. So because they didn't do what they were supposed to do, why in the hell would Trump go and take that to the Supreme Court to get it turned over where now there is no health care? So you're going to replace it with nothing. And you have people out here with pre-existing condition, and we are in the middle of a pandemic. So why would you do that?
First of all, there's already been an executive order that makes a provision for pre-existing conditions. Number one.
It's already pre-existing conditions.
Hold on a second.
Lying.
Y'all want to answer? Y'all want to answer?
Go ahead. Okay, pre-existing conditions. What else?
There's an executive order. If you don't believe me, go to whitehouse.gov. It's right there. I don't have to
Go
lie.
ahead, finish.
Number two. Part of this latest relief bill that Nancy Pelosi refused to push through the Congress also has a provision to sign into law the pre-existing conditions.
It's already there. What are you talking about?
You're still not getting the point.
Pre-existing condition is already there. So what you going? So you're gonna replace pre-existing conditions with pre-existing conditions?
Exactly. You just said, why would you get rid of a provision and not replace it with something else?
It's already there.
It's
already there.
You're not getting what I'm saying. The mandate has been struck down. It's coming up on November 10th to go to the Supreme Court to strike down the rest of it. So before that passes, they're trying to push it through with the Relief Act to cover pre-existing conditions because that's directly related to COVID. You said, why would they get rid of pre-existing conditions during COVID? While COVID is going on, they're doing another relief bill. Hold on.
Why would they get rid of health care?
That's the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is, she said, why would they get rid of the pre-existing conditions during COVID? Part of the relief bill part of the relief bill
See how
covers.
you playing?
How am I playing? Y'all don't want to hear the daggone
You keep
facts.
mixing up that she said, why would you get rid of pre-existing? She said, why would you get rid of
The health care.
You the one to keep talking about this existing conditions.
So
It's already included in the health care. The reason why
the health care is on its way out.
Get rid of the health care.
That's the point. The point
hopefully
is,
it's not on its way out.
but
my
because
point
it is on its way out.
Okay, so it's on its way out, and then what?
And then what? Yeah.
They're going to replace it with a much better plan.
What's that?
What plan is that?
It has not been released yet.
Yeah,
hold on.
Because there isn't one.
Hold
Bentley, I'm gonna need you to go take a nap.
Just like, hold on. No, hold on. Let me take y'all back down memory lane.
I don't need to go down memory lane. I don't want to go down memory lane. I'm talking about the here and now.
Let me ask you one question. Did we read the Affordable Care Act before it was passed?
I will say this. No, wait a minute. Let me say this.
Nancy Pelosi say we have to pass the bill before you can read it.
Okay, let me say this. No,
that throw that out the water.
I
don't want to hear that. I want to see the plan before the plan passed.
Okay, let me say
because y'all didn't say that about the ACA.
Because there was a plan before it was passed. Now it
was not released.
Is everything in there perfect? Yep. No, it needs to be tweaked. I'll give you that.
It's been tweaked. That's the only reason why it's still standing on holding on by a thread.
It has not. It has not been tweaked.
Even the president himself has admitted. Let me tell you what he said during his and Biden's last what they call that thing when they was talking to each other about debate. This is what Trump said damn here verbatim. He said they asked him about Obamacare and replacing it.
Mm-hmm.
He said we're gonna take it away.
Right.
Put it right back.
Replace it with something better.
No, he said we're gonna put it right back and we're gonna call it Trump Care. He said
that's not what he said. Boy, you be hearing what you want to hear. I swear, Lord.
Right now, the only thing he said we already got rid of the mandate. So he said that's all they're gonna change.
It's the mandate.
The mandate's already been struck down.
That's right. So why is he trying to change it? Because he wanted it to be his name. He gonna take it away, put it right back the way it is. He said it's already been changed. He said because the mandate. So everybody want to know if you've already taken the mandate away, then what's the problem? If you're gonna put it right back the way it is, that's why they not working on shit.
The black man did.
Can I tell you? Man, fuck that black man.
That's right.
That nigga ain't do shit. Funk ass.
But he put healthcare in millions and millions of people.
Fuck that motherfucker.
And if you don't believe what he said, I can play it. Cause God.
Okay. First of all, Obama bitch ass did not write it. Let's just start at the beginning. He didn't write that shit.
Okay, so why are you talking about?
So now
we already know why it's fucked up because the Republicans got to it and
the Republicans
Lord. The Republican got to it, right? And gutted it out just so he could get something passed. Gutted it out. Because before when they put it forward, it was a great plan.
Right.
Then but they wouldn't pass it through. Remember when they was keeping everything from going through.
Mm-hmm.
But then they said, okay, look, we're going to put this committee together. Y'all get together and y'all make this work. And then they gutted that shit out and still and listen, why are you for the goddamn insurance companies anyway?
My bad, y'all. I got bumped off. What I was saying was, damn, I got an echo now. Is it bad?
It should go away because your other count just dropped off.
All right.
I don't hear you. I don't hear you echoing.
All right. So the Republicans had no input on the ACA. They had a majority in both chambers of the House, and they pushed it through with no Republican votes. So nothing about ACA is any Republican's fault.
Oh my God, y'all hear this shit?
That's a
fact. Okay, we'll give you that. So I'm gonna give you one even better. Why is it that when they did a study and they asked people, white people, what did they think about Obamacare? They hated it. They didn't want it. It was the worst thing ever. And then they asked them, well, what do you think about the Affordable Care Act?
That's right.
It was the best thing ever. They were so happy to have it.
That's right, Sam.
It was just great. It was everything. Okay, so you can't sit here and tell me, Bentley, that bullshit about the Affordable Care Act is about a black man that got it through. Now I don't give a damn who got it together, who put it through. It happened under his presidency. Okay. And the reason
Okay.
why Trump and Mitch McConnell, his old ass, they don't like it because it's a black man that did it. Now, come on. You
Okay.
cannot
Can I
like
respond to that?
Obama. You can call him all you want
I
to, but the
don't.
facts are facts. And they don't like
Facts.
your ass either because you
I'll
black.
give you facts. I'll give you some facts. All right.
Ain't no
Let's
facts you
start
can
at the
tell me.
Let's start at the beginning. You want to know why? Why do people want to get rid of the Affordable Care Act? That anecdotal
I didn't say they wanted
interview.
to get rid of it. They said they loved it. They said
You
they don't
asked me
like
earlier, why do
Obamacare.
they want to get rid of it? Right? I'm answering that question. Why they want to
Nope.
get rid of it? I'm not
Who
going to
want to
address
get rid of Trump?
some.
Not the
I'm
people.
not going to address some dumb people that didn't know the difference between Obamacare and Affordable Care Act.
Well,
That's
why is that?
bullcrap. That's not even worth my time. I'm gonna say with the substance. The substance of the matter is you want to know why do people want to get rid of the Affordable Care
No,
Act?
not people.
What's
Trump.
Not
Trump.
not people.
Trump is not the only one to want to get rid of it, but I want to get rid of it.
The white Tea Party
the insurance company.
That's
right.
All right. Do y'all want to know why people want to get rid of it or not?
It's not people.
Whoever you want to say. Whoever you want to say. Whoever you want to say.
Trump. Say Trump.
That make you feel better?
Yeah,
that would be
all right.
We're gonna say the white Tea Party Republicans and Trump.
The Tea Party got a raw deal. That was actually a great movement. But anyway.
Oh God.
So,
go ahead, Whitman. Say what you gotta say.
All right. The reason why Trump and others want to get rid of the Affordable Care Act is number one, the Affordable Care Act rose the price of health coverage about $5,000 per family. The reason why that happened is because the Obamacare put a requirement that each and every policy in the exchange had to cover a list of things, all of which does not apply to every person that it insures. So therefore, the price went up. The only way the price was going to end up going down is if everybody joined the exchange. In order to force people to join the exchange, they put a penalty and they called it was a tax, but they put a penalty and called it a tax. And that's how they slipped it through the Supreme Court and put that mandate where people had to pay a penalty if they didn't have health care. So that is the reason why people want to get rid of it, because on its face, it's impossible to fix the program because the program has a requirement. The requirement is what is the error. That's the fatal flaw in that plan.
Okay, and so let me say this to you. When you talk about the exchange, that ain't nothing but the freaking stock market. That's like a system of a stock market. So the exchange is going to benefit the insurance companies.
The exchange is Medicaid.
Oh, God.
It is Medicaid. It is the expansion of Medicaid. That's why states wanted to get out of the exchange, because when they figured out that the initial money that they got to set up the exchange was a one-time only payment, and after that exchange is set up and an expansion of Medicaid is done, the states would have to come up with that money for every year thereafter. That's why states pulled out of the exchange. Therefore, insurance companies pulled out of those states. Therefore, the Affordable Care Act tanked like a rock because it is a piece of shit-ass legislation.
Let's listen to your
horrible.
Let's listen to Trump. Wait a minute, everybody. I need everybody mute. We're going to listen to what Trump had to say about health care and
American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated it. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better healthcare, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful healthcare. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time. And I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better healthcare, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private healthcare. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families. Under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine, he won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care. And we're going to do even better.
Okay, Vice President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your healthcare plan calls for building on Obamacare.
Okay. So what he said, so he's all over the place.
No, he ain't not. Boom. You can't twist his words when you listen to him.
He said Biden want to end healthcare when he's the one who's in court.
Do you want to know? Do you know? Can I explain that statement?
No, so, we know what it means, but it's still the same. He's trying to end healthcare for people who can't get it. He's claiming that Biden is trying to end healthcare when he can't, because that has something to do with your job. Okay. So he's lying about Biden.
Okay, let me tell you what's going on with what's Biden's healthcare plan. Biden wants to.
Biden don't even have a healthcare plan.
Yes, he does. Look at his website. Come on, you got to do research. They want to expand Medicaid.
And that's a good thing.
Hold on. If you expand Medicaid and push everybody to a Medicaid plan, people that have private plans will lose their plans because you are forcing everyone to get on Medicaid. That's the Medicaid for all.
He's not. That's not what he's trying to do, though.
Go to his website. Go to his freaking plan. Go to his website and see his healthcare plan. I'm not making this up.
Force everybody on anything.
Medicaid for all. That is his plan.
It's not. For all means is available to all.
No. He is forcing. That's what I'm telling you.
No, he's not.
All right.
Bentley, stop it.
Bentley know better.
Obama was everybody be on Obamacare. That was a lie.
Right. And what about
he tried
what about young adults what about young adults like my son who is still on his father's insurance? Okay. So what, they gonna get rid of that? Because my son currently is 23 years old. But he's still on his father's insurance and can stay there till he's 26.
Right. My son got to get off this year. Next year, he got to get off.
Yeah, when he's 26. So what happens to my son, who has an underlying condition? He has asthma. So what's he supposed to do under Trump?
My son's born with asthma also. I think everybody here in Delaware who's born in Delaware got asthma. Born with it.
Okay, I don't hear nothing, Bentley.
I don't hear nothing either.
I guess we're gonna have to sit around and wait for that imaginary healthcare plan that Trump is coming up with.
And then Trump got the nerve to talk about socialism with Medicare, with healthcare. His ass got COVID. He got top-notch care. He got the best medicines in the world. Who you think paid for it? Who paid for that?
And only the people in Congress and the president and only those people get that type of coverage.
Exactly. I bet you
that's universal. That's universal Medicaid right there.
Right.
That's socialism right there.
Thank you. We wouldn't have been able to get the care that he got and got those drugs that he got. So miss me with that bullshit.
If y'all don't want to listen to the facts,
Nah,
I
I'm listening to the
encourage you
facts. I
guys
saw the
to
facts.
go to his website and
I don't give a
see.
damn
I will
about his
quote from
website.
his policy. He
I don't
said
give a shit
he
about
would
his
like to
policies
give
because his
people
ass
a
is
new
out. I
choice
hope he
like
lose. I
Medicare.
want him to lose.
That's
He
right.
would like to
Choice.
he would like to expand
Mhm.
Medicaid.
Okay, what's wrong with expanding
What's wrong with
Medicaid
that?
to people
Oh
who
my
can't
God. Who
afford
pays for it?
insurance?
Who pays for it? Who pays for it?
Who paying for it now? Who paid for Trump?
That's
Who?
right.
No,
Uh,
Bentley. Who paid for Trump's his situation when he had
Taxpayers.
COVID?
Dang, that's not what we're talking about.
No, that's what we're talking
We're
about.
talking about expanding Medicare.
Okay, but you said who's gonna pay for it? Who paid for Trump with his medical situation? Who paid for that?
Taxpayers.
That's
Okay,
right.
there you
You
go.
want, so do you
So
want
it's
the, you want
okay
the
for the
tax
taxpayers to pay for
pay for
Trump.
one person versus to get?
No, that's more than
Oh
just
my
one
God.
person. Come on,
Jesus
Bentley.
Christ, y'all.
Come
Like
on,
y'all,
brother. It's
it's
more than
like
just
it's
one
so
person.
okay. Let me ask you this: would you fight as hard for this Affordable Care Act if it wasn't connected to Obama?
I don't give a shit who it was
Come
connected
on,
to.
man.
I think that
It's a
everybody
bullshit ass plan, and
everybody
everybody
in
knows.
America
The only reason
deserves
people
health
support it
care.
is because
Everybody
that
in
half
America
white dick
deserves
sucking
health
ass Barry
care.
Obama put his name on it.
I
That's
don't
the reason
care
why
if
people support
Obama's
that
name is
bullshit.
on it or Trump's name on it. I don't care.
That's
People don't
bull
like
crap.
Everybody in America deserves good health care.
It's not good. Okay, let me give you a perfect example. How
It's
is it
not
good?
good to who?
It's not good to anyone.
It's
Because
good for me.
all right,
Good for me too.
all right. So both of y'all on Obamacare? No, you're not. You got your own private health care. I'll rest my case.
No,
Get the hell out of here.
I don't.
Get
How
the
you
hell
know
out
what
of
kind of
here.
insurance I got? You don't know what
Get
kind
the
of
hell
insurance
out of
I got.
here.
They got a lot of people on Obamacare, especially if they own their own little businesses. Them the people who really need it. But they don't like my husband worked for a company, so he got insurance through his job. But suppose my husband was owned his own business. You know how much
Okay, do you know
insurance
that
for your family?
Affordable Care Act, it affects people's jobs as well? It was actually a job killer because with the new requirements for every policy to cover all these things that everybody does not need, there was no more tailoring your plan for you.
You lying.
That's
You
the freaking ACA.
all insurance was like that.
Come on, yeah, y'all tripping, man.
There was no life insurance that said, I'm sorry, no medical insurance that said,
Yes,
well,
it
we
is.
just gonna cover this, that, and third. If you have
That's literally the whole basis of the Affordable Care Act. It put requirements. One of the requirements is they must cover all the pre-existing conditions. Second requirement is that it must cover a list of items on every policy.
right
That is
because the insurance company was trying to piece things out.
okay.
Thank you,
That's my
Bomb.
point. When you piece it out, you lower the cost for each individual person.
Who gives a shit about cost when it comes to a person's health?
Because it has to be paid for the health care to be worth
there are other countries that have health
we
care
are
for
we are
everybody.
10 times the side of every country that got socialized medicine.
There
So
are other
that don't
countries
prove
that
shit.
have universal health care. Are you kidding me?
Go well. If you think their health care is so good, go have an elective surgeon, one of those countries, and see
I
how
ain't
well they
going
take
nowhere.
care of it.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
be
then.
right here.
All right, then. I thought you wouldn't.
But
you
I'm
would
saying
not.
I shouldn't have to.
I
I should
would
be able
not.
to have it here.
Coming over here, that was a lie.
What was a lie?
That people from other countries was coming here to get surgeries.
We have the best medicine in the globe. Come on now.
Insurance company. Did you know that our insurance companies here will send you over to another country to get surgery because it's cheap over there?
Name one American country that was sent. Name one example, please. Name one example of somebody that was sent to a foreign country by the insurance to get an elective surgery.
Not elective.
Come on now.
Now you added elective in there.
Now. Any surgery. Any doggone surgery.
That shit up.
I ain't looking shit up. That's make believe. You just pulled it out your ass.
So it's cheaper in other countries, right? Because you know what makes it cheaper? The Medicare, the medical, they put restrictions on the motherfucking insurance companies on how much money they can make. See, that's all. Instead of being,
and that's why those same countries have. That's why the same countries are at the back of the bus when it comes to new research and new drugs and new procedures.
That's a lie.
That's why we are the innovation capital of the whole globe when it comes to medicine. That's the USA.
You can't even get a vaccine for COVID. Get out of here.
I know that's right.
We get a vaccine at a record rate.
You right now, you sound like you in like 5th grade,
where
America has taught
America is the best.
The largest and the best.
We are.
And we are really behind.
Who we behind? Who we behind? Who we? Who has? Name a country. Name one. Name a country.
You just said
name
that
one.
We were behind in education.
You just said that. I didn't say we was behind education.
You did.
I didn't say that.
Oh gosh.
Sorry, that wasn't me. Somebody.
But we definitely are, though.
We are, though. I didn't say it, but we are. I'll say it now. We are.
Okay, then. So we're not the best.
We behind in everything except our
That's
ego.
primary education. Now, I'm not.
We believe we're the best.
Okay. Name a country that has better. Name a country that has better healthcare than we do. Just name one. Just name one country that has better healthcare than us. Name one.
Shit, it's a lot of them.
Name one.
Ireland.
Bullshit.
Canada.
You can go to Canada. Europe. All of them.
Oh, fucking Ireland! Are you kidding me?
The only people who
Canada does.
Canada don't have no better.
Yes, they do.
You go to Niagara Falls, slip and fall, break your ankle, see how long it takes for them to put a cast on your damn
It'll take
foot.
forever because we got insurance here in the U.S.
I bet it would take forever.
Yeah, that's right, because our insurance here, I would have to go through all kinds of paperwork just to qualify to get the service. But see, in Canada,
so you can't walk in the emergency room in America and get a cast for a damn broken limb. Come on now.
What?
So you can't walk into an emergency room anywhere in the country and get a cast for a foot.
And they're gonna feel the hell out of you.
Okay, but is that you still got treatment though, right?
You told me to pay for it. What if you don't? What if you can't afford to pay for it?
Well, we're talking about insurance, brother.
You
we're talking about
said
insurance.
better coverage. The people in Canada pay people in Canada pay a crazy amount of taxes for their subpar ass healthcare service.
They're not getting no subpar. Who told you it's subpar?
All the Canadians that come to America to get
they
treated.
can't even believe how much we pay for an ambulance. And on top of that, listen to this, y'all. Most of us don't know this. But, you could call the ambulance today, go to the hospital. They're gonna send your bill in like $600, $700. Even though the fucking hospital is less than 3 miles from me. Then if I call them the next day, the price is going to be different than it was last night. And it's going to still be several hundred.
But I thought the Affordable Care Act made healthcare affordable. That don't sound too affordable to me. So then tell me, how good is it again?
Wait, what? Wait, affordable healthcare day, what?
You said that affordable care.
I don't have
an ambulance ride is different, brother. Come on, man.
I don't have to.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. You know better than that, man.
Y'all sit here talking out of both sides of your mouth. First, you say affordable care healthcare was so great, and so good, and so great, but now you're telling us all the problems with our healthcare coverage. But
I'm telling you,
if that little half white nigga did what he said he was gonna do, that wouldn't be a problem.
You listen, never mind. Y'all making conversation with Bittner when he lying outright and trying to play games is ridiculous. You never heard me say I have affordable health care. So what was
I didn't say you did.
I didn't say you did. So when I say the price, what would that have to do with the affordable health care if I'm not on it?
Do you know why the cost of that ride has gone up?
Well, first of all, the price that I'm talking was well before the affordable health care existed.
It rose. And it increased because Obama fucked up healthcare with his bullshit plan, putting requirements on all of these health services. That's the part that y'all don't want to accept.
So you don't
fucked it up.
See what he's trying to do.
There is no autonomy in healthcare anymore because Obama wanted to take over the industry. a fucking third of the
What?
Trying to take care of the industry.
Yes, he did.
Oh God.
So when you come in and tell people that they have, tell insurance companies that they have to cover this, and you tell these healthcare services that they have to do this, and that you think those companies going to operate at a loss? Fuck no, they're going to raise the price to cover their losses. That's why everything went up. That's why the normal American pays $5,000 to $8,000 more each year for their healthcare services after Obamacare, prior to Obamacare. That's why most companies had to lay off workers or either make their workers part-time. And that's why most people that's why people start doing that, because the companies could not afford to offer healthcare at those high rates.
Some money.
That is
Norway, Iceland, Switzerland. There's a lot of
man. Those companies, Switzerland and Iceland are the size of Georgia. Try again. Those countries are not even close to our size. We cannot compare them to us. Come on now.
We're not too much bigger than a lot of these countries.
So you mean we're not too much bigger than Switzerland? Are you kidding me?
What about Canada?
Canada is mostly uninhabited. We're way larger than Canada in population too, by a long shot.
No, we're not.
Yes,
no,
we are. All right. All right. That's cool. Don't worry about it.
It's funny. Canada is over us. The whole
Canada. Hold on. You're looking at square footage. Canada has 38 million people.
We're talking not square footage, but we're talking about population.
Population 38 million people in Canada. We have 400 million. Please tell me how the hell does Canada compare to us?
We have 400 million.
400. They have 38. Thank you. You cannot compare Canada to us.
I was looking at, but we can compare the medical care though, and the price.
Think about it. Think about it like this, Deacon. Think about it like this. Is it a fair comparison if we compare a high school to a college? There is a lot more people at a college than at a high school. So the services offered at a high school and a college cannot be compared because they're on two different scales. The scale on the U.S. for a government-run healthcare system is multiple times larger than Canada because they have 38 million people and we have 400 million people.
So how did they get free healthcare then?
Because they get taxed at a high rate.
You could do, huh? Okay, we can get taxed. Since we got 400 million to their 30, we can get taxed at a lower rate then, right? Because we have more people to pay for it.
There you go.
I'm gonna tell you the tax rate.
Boom.
The tax rate.
Especially when most people don't go to the hospital. You make it seem like everybody go to the hospital every year. Young people rarely ever go. That's why they don't.
The tax rate in Canada is 20%.
Okay, 20%, and they get a lot for it, right? They can get the dental, eyewear, babies. They don't pay for ambulance. They don't pay for nothing. In fact, when they go to the hospital, so I go to the hospital every single month. I'm one of them people who own certain drugs every single month. I bet you by the time I tell you how much I've spent just in co-pays, medical, my medicines, right?
Oh shit! Hold on. I'm wrong. Their tax rate is 58%.
Okay, so listen.
It's damn 60%.
I tell you what, my mom, I wouldn't worry about my mom dying because we didn't have insurance, or my child not being able to live because there's a surgery and the insurance company saying they're not gonna cover it. We got a lot of people who could just have surgery, and instead they go on and get what they call that when they get their blood transferred instead of getting kidneys.
Blood transfusion.
Yeah, the insurance company say it's cheaper for them to make them people go and get that shit done every month, or sometimes every day, depends. Instead of going to have an actual surgery. So we got insurance companies telling even our medical doctors how to cure us, how to help us.
Yep, that's right.
Instead of getting a liver transplant, a heart transplant, they say, well, it's cheaper for you to do this. Put them on these pills and let them take that every day.
Yeah.
And good luck.
Until they die.
Mm-hmm. because in the long run it's cheaper than the surgery, because they may die before, a certain time.
Yeah, 'cause it's about money.
Read the chat. Read the
Uh,
chat. That's a example of Canadian healthcare not being as good as theirs. Their doctors have to outsource and get information from American doctors. They're covered. They not messing with us at all. Their lowest tax rate is like 19, 20 something percent. Our
Okay,
lowest
well,
tax rate is 0. They don't
I
have the
don't care
exemptions
about
that
no
we have.
Canada. I'm talking about America. I'm talking
Okay,
about
well, y'all
here.
compared us to Canada, and it's not we're not on the same playing field.
because I have family members not only in Europe but in Canada. So let me compare. So yes, when they don't have to pay for their ambulance, when they don't have to pay, in fact, doctors go to them.
No, they don't. Doctors come to the U.S. Come
What?
on now.
The
Doctors
doctor?
come in. They got doctors from all over the globe that come and get their studies here in the U.S.
Okay, I'm not talking about that. I said if let's say you have a cold, right? You have a cold. You'll have a doctor come to your home instead of you having to go out and infecting other mofos. How about this? You might just have a checkup. Why would you go to a doctor's office where there's sick people, like literally sick people, but all you just need is a checkup? You walk into a place with group of 6 people who might have the flu, so you could possibly get flu. But in Canada, they come, they do house calls. Why they don't do that shit here? We can't even get, even if we had doctors who would do house calls, insurance companies wouldn't pay for that shit.
They got.
We
What
got
about all the people that get home? What about people that get the home nurse that come to their houses?
That's a nurse. That's not a doctor.
and
And
even
the doctor only
nurses,
comes once a month,
So,
or not even once a month.
okay,
Doctor only comes.
patients in Canada have to wait an average of 19.8 weeks to receive treatment, regardless of where they have to see a specialist or not.
okay, that's not true neither. Let me see.
Okay.
It depends. First of all, that is not true, and
All
they
right.
said that. Let me look it up, though. Okay, because we had
Mhm.
these conversations. See, I know what the Republicans and what people were saying because they didn't want some shit to go through. Of course, they were looking for these
So I
special.
guess the people in
Yay!
Vancouver.
Biden takes the lead in Georgia. Yes. Good morning. Good morning.
I knew it was
Did
gonna
he? Right on. That's good
Yes,
news,
indeed.
Sam.
Y'all
That's good news.
happy about cheating. That's
we knew it was
beautiful.
gonna happen, and
Ah,
now that he winning, huh?
Happy about
ah.
cheating.
We would have stopped that count. It would have been okay.
Some supporters got to hold that L. Got to
Yeah.
hold it.
Democrats doing Attorney General. What is it? Delaware. What is this?
We'll see when the recount happens.
PA
That's some
General
bullshit.
Democrat.
There ain't gonna be no damn recount.
If it's within 1%, there will be a recount.
Oh wait, we
But
know
it's
it's not
not
gonna
gonna
be
be
one.
within
Yeah, we already know
1%.
that. It's not gonna be that, baby. They know his numbers. They knew he was gonna win. Because they know
Boy, I swear.
the way they do it every year, the way you claim
That's cool.
they've been
We're
doing
gonna see. We're gonna see when they start cheating for the Democrats and the black
it.
folks
Listen,
to get their ass out of office. I want y'all to have the same
Come
type of
on,
energy.
Philly.
I want y'all to have the same energy.
Listen, I'll take Biden over Trump any day.
any day.
You
Any
get what you're
day.
looking for,
Shit, I'll take Bentley over Trump any
Mr.
day.
Super Predator.
Anytime
Mr.
you got
Super Predator.
a man talking about
Yeah,
he's a God and he's a
That man ain't
Christian.
never say he was no God.
I
Come
didn't
on
say.
now.
I said. I'm okay. I'm not saying he said he was God. He said he's a Christian man, and all this kind of crap, and the Catholic Church, and got up there and said 2 Corinthians. It's like, dude,
Oh, come on, man. Like that
okay,
stuff ain't all right. We
yeah, because he's
nitpicking
an
at this point.
idiot. He's an idiot.
So Biden can't even put a sentence together. Come on now. He don't know
Right.
what
He
he
can't
don't know
even
what
say.
city
He
he
gonna
in.
tweet. He
He
gonna
don't know
tweet
what
talking
city he
about.
in.
He gonna
He
tweet
fucking
talking about
retarded,
the
man. Come on,
no.
man. Y'all
and-
tripping.
No, he did a tweet the other night, talking about the polls. They're cheating. The polls. POLES.
Hey, Miss Chantel.
He talking about the stripper pole.
All right,
He
that's
can't
fine.
even spell pole. He don't know the difference.
I'm gonna sit back and watch the paint dry. I want y'all when y'all see how fucked up Biden in the hole. I want y'all. I don't want to hear
You
y'all
should stop
complaining at
calling that
all.
woman a
She
hoe.
a hoe. She ain't shit.
Who she fucked that
Fuck
you
her.
know?
Willie Brown,
Who is Willie Brown?
the man that made her who she is. Google it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes her a hoe?
Yeah, she's a hoe. She's fucked everything from sea to shining sea. That's how she got her job.
Who else she fucked besides Willie Brown?
She fucked a lot of other people.
Who?
That's the one. That's the dick that counted. That's the dick that put her in charge.
Well,
That's the
I
dick
would
that
say
gave
that's a
her the
bad
job.
bitch. She fucked a dick that could get her in charge.
The married
That don't
make
make her no hoe.
The married dude.
That don't
The
make
one
her
that came
a
out and
hoe.
said nobody should vote for her because she's not ready for that type of position. Oh, okay.
Who
Keep on
says
making
that?
excuses for Willie Brown, the one
So
that
who
gave
is
her
Willie
political
Brown?
start.
So
That's her sugar daddy. What is you? I'm telling you who
okay,
she
but what does that have to do with him saying that? What does that have to do with anything?
That
That's
means
his opinion. That don't make it a fact.
okay. All right, that's cool. So
Okay.
her record as a district attorney in California don't mean that too. When she was locking up black people at a disproportionate
And read
rate
the rest of what she
for
did. And read the rest of
marijuana.
what she did.
Oh, okay.
No
We gonna just
politician is
gloss over
perfect.
that.
No
Oh,
politician
nobody's
is
perfect.
perfect.
Okay.
No
But
politician is
she's
perfect.
flip
But what
flopped
else
on
did she
every.
do? But
She
what
didn't
else
do
did she
shit else
do?
but suck dick. That's
Yes,
what
she
she did.
Oh, please, Billy. Go. Oh,
She
God.
didn't have much time to do nothing else in between
Okay.
penis appointments. You feel me? That's all she was
Lord
doing.
have mercy. That's a shame. You talking about that woman like
Man,
that.
fuck Kamala.
Mhm.
And fuck Obama too.
Right, but Trump is the man, right?
I ain't gonna say that.
Yeah, you saying it. You
I ain't
saying it
saying that.
subliminally. Yeah, you are.
He said, all
Trumpsters.
right, shit.
Mhm.
Yeah. So he said it. All right, how leaky? Leaky. I heard him up that tongue. And the hey, huh? The hey, Miss Cynthia. Is Miss Cynthia?
Hey, Leaky Leak. What you doing up this early? What you doing up?
This my normal time of getting up.
You get up before you up already? Hey, Leaky Leak. How you doing?
Little man fussing?
No, he talking.
He talking. Oh.
That's him.
Hey, Bomb, can I play something right quick for you?
I'm a mute. Let me turn this because I don't have no cool. And on what you playing something for everybody here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Check this out, Bentley.
Go ahead. I'm listening, bro.
We'll talk about healthcare in America. There's one country that seems to get a good amount of attention. It's a single-payer healthcare system, kind of like the Medicare for All plans that some well-known Democrats have been promoting. In fact, the system's unofficial name is also Medicare. It has universal coverage, it has relatively cheaper drug prices than the United States, and it also has reports of long waiting times and endless reams of red tape. You've probably guessed which country we're talking about. Canada. Canada's healthcare system is playing a larger role in America's political discourse as the 2020 presidential elections heat up. Progressives on the left love pointing to Canada as an equitable and efficient healthcare system. Conservatives, on the other hand, use Canada as an example when warning about the dangers of socialized medicine and unchecked bureaucracy. So, how different really is Canada's healthcare system from what's going on in the United States? In 2017, it's estimated that Canada spent around 10.4% of its GDP on healthcare. By comparison, the United States is estimated to have spent about 17.2% of its GDP that year. The OECD estimates that Canada spent around $4,500 USD per person in 2017. In the United States, though, the figure is expected to be at least double that at $10,000 per person. Out-of-pocket spending is also lower in Canada. On average, Canadians spent around $650 USD per person in 2016. The average for Americans was around $1,100 that year. Canada still spends more than the average of all 36 OECD countries, which comes in around $3,800 per person and 8.8% of GDP. Despite spending less than the United States, Canada's Medicare system ensures citizens have universal coverage for medical needs that are deemed essential, something the US hasn't accomplished. Canada also has comparable or better health outcomes than the US, even though it spends less money. But compared to other countries, Canada's healthcare system has room for improvement. Researchers looked at the rate of deaths that could have been prevented with proper access to care across 11 countries. Canada ranked 7th on the list, while America was last. We can see the same trends in infant mortality rates. Canada outperforms the US, but other countries like Sweden and Australia have much lower infant mortality rates than Canada. Canadians
This is
also live
laughable.
longer than Americans. Canada's average life expectancy is among the highest of all the countries and is nearly 4 years higher than the US. Additionally, Canada's maternal mortality rate is almost 4 times lower than that of the United States, and more Americans die of heart disease and stroke than Canadians. So how does Canada manage to spend less money than the United States while having a more effective healthcare system? Canadian Medicare is a publicly funded model with private delivery. The system was established in order to ensure equity among citizens regardless of people's ability to pay. It was also created in order to keep administrative costs low.
There's no private plan can take cognizance of the family's ability to pay. Only a government can levy taxes on that basis.
All Canadians receive their health coverage through Medicare, which is run at the local level by each province under federal supervision.
So basically, the health ministry in the capital
There you go.
determines what procedures are going to be covered, what we're going to pay for it, what pills we're going to convert.
Oh, okay.
These are decisions that are made separately by insurance companies, basically in the United States.
That's T.R. Reid, author of the book The Healing of America. He traveled the world exploring different healthcare systems and how well they work.
In Canada, everybody has the same treatment. It would drive them nuts if George got better health care than Sam did. That's not acceptable in Canada.
There's some variation on what is covered based on province, but most medically necessary care is covered with no out-of-pocket costs. There are some universal exceptions. Prescription drugs are not considered essential under Medicare. Dental, mental health, and optometry are also not covered unless they are considered medically necessary. Because Medicare does not cover everything, most Canadians also buy private health insurance through their employers to supplement out-of-pocket expenses. They cannot, however, use that private insurance to purchase care that is covered under the government plan.
If there's any treatment or procedure or surgery that the system covers under its rules, then you can't buy it private. This is because, you know how in America we hate this notion of socialized medicine? That's really bad. In Canada, the bad thing is what they call two-tier medicine. That is, they don't want rich people getting better care than poor people. That would be terrible. That would violate their basic egalitarian values. In America, we kind of take it for granted that a rich kid is going to get better treatment than a poor kid. That's kind of standard. In Canada, that would be taboo. That's a sin.
In 2015, private funding such as household out-of-pocket costs and private insurance spending accounted for about 30% of healthcare spending in Canada. Despite the majority of healthcare being publicly funded, most hospitals and doctors' offices are privately owned and operated. Doctors who own their own private practices are considered contractors who bill the government insurance fund for their services. The government is not their boss.
The doctors are not allowed to practice outside of the system. They can either practice completely in the government Medicare system or completely out of it. And there are very few places in Canada where a doctor can make a living without taking the Medicare patients. And therefore, for most people, it's the only choice.
Despite having universal coverage, the system still has some problems. Wait times are longer in Canada than the United States. In a 2016 survey, 53% of Canadians said they were not able to get an appointment on the same or next day when they were sick or needed attention. The United States performed slightly better at 42%. Out of all of the 11 countries surveyed, Canada performed the worst in that category. 30% of Canadians said they waited 2 months or longer to see a specialist, compared to 6% in the United States. Nearly 1 in 5 Canadians waited 4 months or more for elective surgery, while only 4% of American respondents said the same. About 60% of Canadians find it difficult to access medical care in the evenings, on weekends, or during holidays without going to a hospital. These long wait times can lead to the overuse of the emergency room, where half of Canadians said they've waited 2 hours or more to be seen.
It's a good system, but it doesn't work that well in Canada, interestingly. In its own home country, There are long waiting lines. You know, there are constant stories about care being denied, or people just had to wait months just to see the doctor. And I believe that's because the Canadians are too cheap about it. They just don't spend enough on healthcare to have a lively system. Some provinces, like Saskatchewan, where this started, have shorter waiting times for both acute and elective treatment than most of the United States. So there are parts of Canada where it works.
Not all medical care is covered in Canada, which leads people to have significant out-of-pocket costs. Medicare does not classify prescription drugs as essential, which means they are not covered for many patients. There are some social programs to help Canadians pay for drugs, but the benefits vary by province. For example, Ontario provides prescription drug coverage for anyone under 24 years old who does not have private insurance. The province also has a drug program for people 65 and older. Canadian pharmaceutical costs are also not as controlled as other countries. Canada spends approximately the same amount as the UK on pharmaceuticals, despite having only half the population. There are also no out-of-pocket caps on spending. In 2015, Canadians spent around $670 per capita on retail prescription drugs, compared to the United States per capita costs of roughly $1,000. In 2016, 1 in 10 Canadians did not fill a prescription or chose to skip a dose due to cost. This is still significantly better than the United States, where nearly 1 in 5 people chose not to buy medication because of cost. Despite the problems, Canadians are proud of their healthcare system, but they do recognize it needs reform. 94% of Canadians surveyed said it was an important source of both personal and collective pride, but nearly 1 in 4 Canadians were concerned about whether they would be able to pay for all of the care they might need if they ever became seriously ill. Despite that concern, 45% of Canadians rated the overall quality of medical care in Canada as excellent or very good, and nearly 3/4 said the same of their personal care in the past year.
The citizens are crazy about it. It's egalitarian. It treats everybody the same. That's the most important societal value in Canada, is treating everybody equally. And the other thing they like about it is they know it's better than the U.S. system. They have better outcomes, they have better recovery rates from disease, they have longer life expectancy, and they pay less. And man, they love being better than the U.S. That matters to Canadians.
That's it.
That sounded like good news to y'all, didn't it?
Sounded like bad news to you, Bentley.
Okay, let me break down that malarkey we just was tortured to listen to. First thing they said there was no private coverage in Canada. The only medical coverage that's available in Canada is the state-run coverage, and it doesn't cover things like optometry, dental. All of those are out of pocket. Some surgeries and some things are out of pocket as well. And there's no cap on it. So that means no matter how expensive it is, you have to come out of pocket. So if you get some certain forms of cancers and shit like that gets really expensive, you have to come out of pocket for that. Now, the next
What else did it say though? It said, but most Canadians do what? They get other what?
Exactly.
They get other insurance.
Exactly. They can't. There's no private.
It did say that. They buy.
He said there was no private. He said there was no private care there. They said was no private.
Say that.
Bentley.
That's what she just said, bro. I'm not making that up though. Did she not say that there was no private coverage there?
No, that's not what she said.
That's exactly all right.
That's not what she said. It said
that
they would buy if there was any out of pocket. There's other insurance that you can buy to cover those out of pocket, out of pocket expenses.
All right, let's continue on. The next thing she said that they have a lower infant mortality rate. The reason why they have a lower infant mortality rate is because they have 38 million people. We have 400 million people. Let's not play the numbers games. They are going to fall on the shorter end of the spectrum because they have less people. Therefore, they're going to have a lower rate of infant mortality because they have less people. Let's continue. The next thing she said was that a lot of doctors, they said the doctors cannot opt out of covering accepting that state-run health care.
No, they could. But it wouldn't make sense for them because they wouldn't get paid.
Because that's all they got, right? So that's why in the U.S. there's a lot of doctors that no longer take Medicare and Medicaid. for those same reasons.
No,
Now,
every
no,
doctors
every
in
doctor does
America
not
take
take Medicare.
Medicare.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Yes,
My
they
girlfriend's
do.
a
They
doctor.
might
I'm
not take
telling you, they
Medicaid.
don't.
They
They
do take
don't.
Medicare.
They don't take Medicaid, whatever.
I
They
said
don't take it.
Medicaid.
Okay.
That they take Medicare.
Okay, so they don't take it all. So the next thing she said, there was a 20-week wait time. Can't gloss over that. And she said,
I agree with the wait time. The wait time there is terrible. I'll give you that.
all right. She also said Saskatchewan had actually had lower wait times than the U.S. Do you know why?
Because they started the system over in Canada. It's what she
They
said.
only have 1 million. They only have 1 million people in there, in that Providence. They have a lower amount of people to cover, so that's why it's easier for them to have a lower wait time. When you get into these larger cities, it's not going to be the same.
Well, that makes sense. Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I understand that there's some benefits to it, but we can't make it seem like it's a dream come true, because Canada's system is far from perfect. And if they try to implement that same system in the US, it would be a tragedy to the greatest extent.
Why do you think it would be a tragedy?
Because we have so many more people, we have a lower tax rate, and the money to cover that type of care would literally cause our tax rates to shoot up through the roof. And then people are going to be mad because their paychecks are going to be smaller.
We have what? We have 400 million people that have what, 30, you said?
They have 38.
So 38. So wouldn't our taxes be lower?
But we have more people to cover too.
Exactly, but we have more people to pay for it as well.
It doesn't matter, because you think about it like this. They have 38. Okay, if they have 38,000, right, and they paying at like 50-something% tax rate at the highest and like 20 at the lowest. Ours, the highest is like 30-something, the lowest is 0. So I think our highest is like 40 or 50-something. I think before the tax cuts, I think the highest is like 40-something now, and then the lowest is 0 with the deductions and stuff. So with that being the case, all those deductions and stuff for people, for low income folks, that's going to have to be eliminated, because everybody's going to have to pay more to cover the cost for this.
Well, no. Well, hold on. The lower income people are already on Medicare.
Right, but that means they're going to have to pay taxes. Right now, lower income people don't pay taxes.
Exactly.
So if we add okay, when they did the Medicare for all numbers, right? Conservatively, they said, what's it called? The CBO said it was going to be somewhere like 300 trillion or some crap like that. It's literally what like triple our national debt in order to pay for something like that.
Through taxing.
Through taxes.
Because we're paying through the taxes.
Right, and we can't. And literally, if we took we taxed everybody at 100%, we still wouldn't take in enough money to cover the cost per year for that kind of state-run healthcare. It's just impossible. The numbers aren't there.
I would have to look into it. To be honest, I don't know much about it. I would have to do some research on it to see what the numbers look like.
It's not good because people say, well, we just tax the rich. If you taxed 100% of the top 50% income earners in the U.S., it still wouldn't cover that amount. That is a lot of money to go to one issue, one thing.
Let me Google, right? I'm gonna Google this shit,
go ahead.
Right? Figure this shit out. We gonna.
It's not being heartless. That's why their healthcare coverage is not as good as it can be, because it comes to a numbers game. Because another thing you got to take into account that now healthcare is now a line item on a budget. So if the budget is low, they're gonna have to cut. So that means they're gonna have to cut healthcare here, cut healthcare there. It's not gonna be as good as people think it will be.
Now it'll be better than it is, dude.
How, Bomb?
So
how is it be better if we can't afford it?
Okay, so first of all, we already pay for those who are on Medicaid, Medicare,
and they're barely making it.
What you mean barely making? What you mean?
We're barely covered. Like
Who's
we're going
barely
into
making
debt each year to cover the cost of Medicare and Medicaid every year. You do know that, right?
But we still doing it, right? Still doing it, and they put money in places where, instead of putting it where it should go, we got money being put in the military. All kinds of shit.
You would rather take money out of defense spending to go to Medicare for all. I will not be
You
okay
must
with
be
that.
okay with it because Trump just did it. He took money out of
Build the wall.
the
That's a part
government
of
and did
national
what with it?
defense. That's a part of national defense.
Okay, he built
I'm not, and
5 miles
I'll be
of a
clear.
wall
I
that's
don't
already
support
falling.
that, but it's totally different than taking that money to pay for health
Okay.
care.
And I agree, but then again, I'm saying we
But we
paying for
don't
shit that
have
don't make no
enough
goddamn
money to
sense.
pay for
Find out
that. Like,
Yes, we do.
where we're gonna find? Okay,
what
yeah,
we do,
I'm gonna give you the exact numbers.
do.
There's no reason
We
why
give
everybody in America shouldn't have equal health care. Just like somebody that's rich should have, we should all have the same health care. Why shouldn't we?
See, that's how I'm starting to realize who the people who, not just the Trumpsters, but the Republicans. You know, is a group of people who don't care
Yeah,
about others. I guess that's the difference
Republicans
between
they don't like
we would
Social
call,
Security.
yeah,
They don't like Social
they don't
Security.
care
They
about
don't
Oh
like
Lord.
Yep.
Medicare.
So their asses get old and need it.
But they'll use that
You know what I mean?
insurance, okay?
Let me read what it says here to you guys. It says
Yeah.
Medicare for All is the most cost-effective health care plan. Even a study done by right-wing Mercatus Center is estimated that Medicare for All would save Americans more than $2 trillion over a decade, reducing the projected cost of healthcare between 2022 and 2031 from 59.7 trillion to 57.6 trillion.
You know what?
And you know why it is? Because we got the people who don't have insurance, they still go to the doctor.
Exactly.
Okay,
They
let me
just
tell y'all
don't pay the
this.
bill.
And
It sounds good, right? It sounds great. A conservative estimate of what it would cost to do Medicare for all is $32.6 trillion. Keep the number in mind, 32.6. The current national debt, that means the amount of debt this country has incurred total for all these years, is 23.3 trillion. So how are we going to spend 32 when we're in debt 23 already?
Brother,
Where is that
everything I'm reading here, people are saying that Medicare for All would be best for the U.S.
right.
in every way.
But see,
There's another video here.
But see, the Republicans feel like healthcare is a privilege, whereas most people, the majority of people, feel like healthcare is a right, that we should
It's
all
not a
have the
right.
right to
It's
it.
not a right.
But Republicans feel like it's a privilege.
It's not
Yeah,
a privilege.
it should be a right.
But that's
It's
how
not
they
a right.
feel, though.
Listen, it's not okay. I understand how you can take it like people are being insensitive when they start talking about numbers, but it's when you have a great idea, you have to take it to the next step. Okay, I got a great idea. How am I going to fund this? How am I going to bring this to pass? How am I going to put the pen and the pad to the paper, make a policy, create a law, create legislation that's going to actually get this to pass?
Okay.
If this country is only taking in $3.5 trillion a year in taxes total, how are we going to pay 32 for one thing?
But Bentley, the same medicine. My point is this. I'm sorry. The same medicine that Trump got when he got COVID, that same medicine should be afforded to my friend who died from COVID. She should have been able to get the same medicine that he got.
Hey, check this out.
I'm sorry.
Privilege.
I'm sorry
Bentley,
that you're
Bentley.
feeling past.
But that's privilege,
It doesn't.
Bentley.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, check this out. This one's only 2 minutes long, but check this out.
Go ahead, bro.
That's how Medicare for All works.
Okay.
Ambitious policy, and there's a lot to debate about it. But the idea it would have a massive job-killing effect is a fake story.
That sounds like Vox.
It would mean lots of jobs moved out of private health insurance and billing administration. But here's the thing. As people get better health coverage, and about 25 million currently uninsured people get insurance, there's going to be a higher demand for healthcare, and new jobs will have to be added to meet that demand. And Medicare for All would boost disposable incomes for low and middle income families. And when they spend that money, it'll create demand for other new jobs. So the total number of jobs will be largely unaffected by Medicare for All. But there's another important part of the story here. With Medicare for All, just about every other aspect of the U.S. labor market would be better. There'd be more room for wages to rise because employers wouldn't be on the hook for health insurance anymore. You'd need policies to ensure that employers put these savings into higher paychecks, but the potential would be there. Today, 55% of workers get health care through their jobs. If you count their spouses and dependents, there's an even higher number who depend on their job for health care. If you unlink jobs from health care, workers could choose jobs based on work-life balance or passion for the work, not just the availability of insurance. People would be freer to go out and start small businesses. The U.S. has a really small share of people working in small businesses or self-employed compared with other countries that provide universal health care. Finally, unlinking means that a job in healthcare is less catastrophic for workers than it is today. With some major economic transitions on the horizon, like the move to a greener economy, hopefully, we're going to be asking a lot of workers to make changes. Fundamental health reform, like Medicare for All, will help make it so those transitions aren't so hard for them, on their economic well-being, and of course on their health. Medicare for All is not a jobs program, and that's not the point of it, but it's definitely not a job killer. And the jobs Americans will have, if it's implemented, will be changed for the better.
You notice he did not give not one stat or statistic in that account because it's all theory. It's theoretical. He said it'll be better. He used terms like it'll be better, it would improve, and it may increase. He never told you for a fact that it would have this cause and this effect. What I am giving you guys are hard, concrete numbers. This is the conservative estimate by the House Budgeting Agency that said it's $32 trillion in order to enact that. We only take in $3.5 trillion every year for taxes. How can we pay for something that we don't have the money for? And we're already 20.
How are we doing it now?
We're 26 trillion in debt. If we double our national debt, our dollar will be deflated, and therefore it will be worth less, and that means your dollar will go less. It will actually increase inflation. So therefore, a loaf of bread might be $10. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not going to be better for all. You got free healthcare, but you're paying $10 for a loaf of bread. Is that really a payoff you want to do?
No other country is doing this. So
That's not how it
Bob,
works.
you're not disputing what I'm asking. What I'm asking you, are you willing to trade $10, $15 for a loaf of bread for free healthcare? Because that's would be the result.
Cause that nowhere else. Why would it cause that?
I just told you why. Because we would have to devalue our dollar. That's
the same thing you just told.
Costs $32 million. It costs $32 trillion to implement this. $32 trillion. We only take in $3.5 trillion each year. How can we pay for something without going into more debt? The more debt we go into, the faster inflation goes. The faster inflation goes, the more our products that we pay for cost. So therefore, things will cost more.
That when it comes to Trump and his golf trip,
you don't want to answer that. That's a direct question.
Because
everybody that want that pie in the sky, free healthcare, they don't want to talk about the numbers. They want to.
Okay, I got the numbers. I got the numbers right here, Bentley. This is what it's saying. It's saying if everything stays the way it is now in healthcare, by 2026, we're going to be paying $45 trillion. If we get Medicare for all by 2026, it's only going to be costing $32 trillion.
32 trillion.
Republican.
Listen to what I'm listen. All right. So it's acknowledging that it'd be 32 trillion, right? That's the reason why we're trying to get rid of the ACA, so we won't end up incurring that additional cost to the 42 trillion. We're trying to implement that to actually save money, to not end up having to go into more debt to keep that horrible system up and running.
That makes no sense. What you
How does it not make sense?
Because what did you just read? What did he just say?
He says the current healthcare we have, that's Medicare and Medicaid, in the next 2 decades, it will cost us $42 trillion. If we
And then
implement
what?
Medicaid for all, it will cost
Uh-huh.
32 trillion, which is a net savings. However, either plan will cause us to go into a greater debt. That's my point. That's why Obamacare is bad. That's why Medicare for all is bad, because it incurs too much debt, y'all. It costs
so-
too much money.
Trump Medicare for every all, which he basically is, right? Watch. If he would have been president again, he just want to get rid of Obamacare so he can get a Trump care.
Thank you.
That's all. That's all.
all.
He would put people back in their health care, which he's already said. So he's not even against that. He said it's a good thing. It's a good thing, except, you know.
and check this out. It says here, universal health care leads to a healthier population. Studies show that preventative care lowers expensive emergency room usage. And Bentley, this is for you.
Yes, sir.
Just before Obamacare, 46% of emergency room patients were there because they had nowhere else to go. The emergency room became their private care physician.
Yes.
This type of healthcare inequality is a major factor in the rising cost of medical care.
Right.
I understand what you're saying, but Deacon, let me ask you this, bro.
Okay.
If we only just think about it, just regular household economics. If you taking in 3.2 trillion a year, how can you pay a bill for 32 without going into debt? It's impossible.
Okay, but are you factoring taxing?
Yes.
Okay, wait.
Can't be.
That's our
Exactly.
tax revenue. Our tax revenue is 3.5. That's what I'm quoting.
Right, but okay, but you're not. But we're talking about everybody being taxed for it.
Right, that's everybody's taxes at its current rate. Let's say we increase the taxes, right? We're able to shake the country down for another 2 trillion. Let's make it a round number, a good 5. We still 5 versus 32. How are we going to pay for it?
Okay, it says right here. I'm going to tell you how we're going to pay for it. It says in order to pay for the program, Sanders has suggested, like this is the guy
Bernie Sanders, that's his plan.
Right. He said, in order to pay for the program, Sanders has suggested redirecting current government spending of about $2 trillion per year into Medicare for all. To do that, he would raise taxes on incomes over $250,000, reaching a 52% marginal rate on incomes over $10 million. He also suggested a wealth tax on the top 1% of households.
And they don't want that. The Republicans, they don't want that.
Exactly. Paid for right there, Bentley.
Okay. All right, y'all.
It's paid. It's right there.
Listen.
Paid.
Okay. The U.S. government pays about $4 trillion each year, right? That's money that they spend. We take in 3.5 and we spend 4.4. That's why
I just read to you how can you pay.
I get what you're saying, but I'm painting a picture. So we already go into debt every single day. That's why that U.S. debt counter in Times Square is constantly running, because we take in 3.5 and we spend almost 4.5, right? So now, if you increase that debt rate, double, almost triple, when you come out to a yearly figure on how much it's going to cost to implement Medicare for all, that 4.4 will probably turn somewhere into about 7, 8, maybe even 10 per year. So now, instead of going into debt $1.5 trillion every year, we'll be going into debt multiple trillions every year, which will cause extreme upward pressure on our inflation. So now, every good that we pay for in the U.S. with our dollar will be valued less. So therefore, everyday items will cost more.
No.
Where you getting these figures? Where you getting these figures
Which
from?
figure? Which particular figure?
What you just said.
To you how it's going to be paid for, Ben. I just read to you how it's going to be paid for.
Right.
I get what you're saying, but I'm trying to add into it. Okay, that's how they.
There's nothing to add in. What are you talking about adding in?
This is what I'm adding in. I'm adding in the effect on inflation. It doesn't mention the effect on inflation. You see what I'm saying? We got to take that into account. You know, every time
they're going to be taxing the 1% of the people of the highest income of people here in the United States.
But I already gave you. I
Top
already gave you
1%.
that. I already gave you.
That's how it's
I
going to
gave
be
you.
paid for. What are you talking about?
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. It's impossible to tax $32 trillion from everybody, right? So if we're only taxing people, let's say you tax the 1% more and whoever else you want to tax, we tax more, right? We get to $5 trillion a year. This costs $32 trillion a year. And if we break, let's hold on.
32 is going to be covered.
How many years did they say? 10 years?
Over 10 years.
All right. All right. So that's 3.2 trillion a year.
Covered, right?
Right. So that means we have to come up with an additional 3.2 in taxes to keep our inflation at its current rate.
In order to pay for the program, Sanders has suggested redirecting current government spending of about $2 trillion. So current government spending. So let's say they take $1 trillion from the military.
I get that, but guess what?
Okay. So and then it says and then we would raise taxes on incomes over 250,000, reaching a 52% marginal rate on incomes over 10 million. He also suggests a wealth tax on the top 1%.
Right. Okay. So
covered. It's covered.
Covered. There's nothing else, brother. It's covered.
I get that, but listen. It's more to the story, right? So it's more to the story.
Oh, come on, Ben.
Listen.
I just read it to you. How are we gonna pay for it?
Listen. So if we spend $4.5 trillion a year, you say they're gonna take half of that, right, and go toward healthcare. Half of our total spending for the year will go toward healthcare, right? That's how they're gonna pay for it, right?
I didn't say that.
That's what you just said the plan was. You said they're gonna take $2 trillion. Is that not what they just said? He's gonna take $2 trillion
let me read it again. Let me say it again. In order to pay for the program, suggested redirecting current government spending of $2 trillion. Right. Okay, so that means taking $2 trillion from other programs.
Right.
Other government programs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And then you're gonna raise taxes on incomes over 250,000, reaching 52% marginal rate on incomes over 10 million. He also suggests a wealth tax on the top 1%.
Even with all of that additional funding, we're not gonna come up with that additional money to cover the difference. Like to think, okay, I'm gonna give you this example. If you think that we're gonna be able to find $2 trillion from increased taxes and adjustment in spending,
the $2 trillion is coming from current government spending.
Like the military.
Exactly.
Do you have any idea what this country would look like if they spent $2 trillion less on government agencies? Think about
no different than it is right now.
Hold on. Think about
that's right.
No measurable difference.
Think about Amtrak. Think about the post office. Think about the DMV.
Think
about the voter registration.
The private jet that the presidents fly around in, and
that's not $2 trillion.
That's
not $2 trillion.
You can find $2 trillion around there.
I don't think you're really grasping how much.
Let me look at one other thing. I want to find out how much they spend the military a year on military. We get the figures on that. See that $2 trillion.
If you think you can tell me anything that makes me agree with getting rid of decreasing military spending, I can tell you now you're wasting your time. I would never be for that.
Well, because Republicans, that's what Republicans they like to put money into war and military.
It's not a war; it's defense.
For military. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's war. It's war. Because they go and start a war somewhere just so they can make money.
No. We spend 3%. We spend. Thank you, League. I appreciate you, brother. So we pay $600 billion in defense spending. That's a spit in the bucket. You can take all defense budget
That's
and
a
it's
lot of
still a spit.
money.
That's a spit in the budget. We looking for $2 trillion here. Let's keep our idea with $2 trillion. Two of them. And then another 200 billion. So that's 600. That's just a kick in the bucket. Where you gonna get the rest from?
There's a lot of things. We got lots.
Okay, it says here that 849 billion is spent on military, and this was back in it says 2019. Okay, in 2019, so last year the United States spent around 718 billion.
That's a lot.
US dollars on its military.
Okay, let's give you 700. Where you gonna get the other 1.5? Where you gonna get the other 1.5 trillion from?
Well,
we're still a trillion short. We're still a trillion and a half short.
No, not a trillion and a half. A trillion 3 short.
Okay, $1.3 trillion. Where we gonna get that from? We only get
the government programs.
Listen, we only get 3.5 from tax. We only get 3.5 from taxes. So that's already been taken into account. That's how you get that money from the defense budget. So you can't count that tax. You can't count the tax revenue no more because we taking from it. Where we get it from? We got a total of 3.5, of which 700 billion goes to defense. You would have to literally take
that's a year. Okay, right? But that's a year.
I'm talking yearly as well. That's annually. You would have to take the whole U.S. tax revenue and then go into debt to cover one item on the whole government's budget. Do you really think that's going to actually happen? Come on, y'all. Let's be realistic here. That would literally mean shutting down every government agency, but keeping free healthcare.
No.
Where we gonna get the money from?
He just read it to you.
That's not, man. Y'all. I'm telling you, you gotta take these numbers and actually apply it to real life. You can't just say we're gonna take money from here, take money from there, increase taxes here, and everything gonna be fine. What about inflation?
Let me read something else here. Let me see if this makes sense here. Okay, it says here for the fiscal year 2020, the Department of Defense budget authority is approximately 721.5 billion. However, total U.S. military spending is estimated to be around 934 billion. So it has a breakdown. Approximately 712 billion is discretionary spending, with approximately 8.9 billion in mandatory spending.
Because some of that money is already
right.
debt. It's items that they already have signed contracts for and stuff like that.
Exactly.
That's where that money goes.
Yep.
It's food for thought. You know, I know I sound like an asshole, like I don't care about people. I care about healthcare. I care about people. I just don't care to tax our country out of existence in order to get there. And I don't see another solution. And I haven't heard anything that's plausible that makes sense without deflating the dollar to being worth a fucking penny. Sorry. I just can't get with that.
Well, I say we all should have health care.
Yeah, we should have health care. Go to work,
right.
get a job that have good health care benefits, and pay for it yourself.
Yeah, and those what? Well, everybody in a position that some people are disabled, some people can't work, some people are elderly. So
we'll take care of them. That's what we got Medicaid for.
Oh Lord. Okay. Yeah. Bentley, my friend Bentley. Where's Doctor? I don't know.
Both of us should be asleep.
Wake
But
up.
to Bentley's point, it does say here 65 and up. You know, you get the Medicaid and Medicare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna
I'll
take
give
care
him
of them.
that. I'll give him that. Yeah.
I
gonna
think
take care of them.
healthcare should be free for seniors.
Yeah,
My
I do.
grandmother
Yeah.
died when she was 95, and she had to pay $200 and something for eye drops. That's
I'm
ridiculous.
gonna tell you something else too. Anybody that's in the military comes back injured should never have to pay for medical expenses
Exactly.
either.
That's right.
I'm glad you said that. Trump actually has he's improved the VA system to now.
Well,
We
he
don't
won't
want it
be here,
improved.
so we don't talk
It
about
is
him because he
improved.
getting ready to
Why
go.
you want to? Why you
Lights
want to talk
out.
about him? Why you want to talk about? See, the man doing good stuff. You don't even want to
He
hear it.
ain't
We
doing
used to have
shit.
long wait times.
I like that.
All
So
he's
he's
doing
out the door anyway. I'm saying so. Hey,
all he doing is spewing rhetoric.
he's out the door. So
So
Well,
the,
how come he didn't
so
talk about any of
so the
that when he
guy
was doing his
so the
campaign? All he did was talk
so the
about
guy
rhetoric.
for
for 4 years
helped
he
the
talked
veterans.
about it.
He
Right.
helped the veterans, but nobody want to hear about their part. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
help the
cool.
veterans. If he did
He
that,
did
that's
it.
good. That's good.
He did.
Should
I
have.
say that's good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
I'm gonna tell you.
Anything he did was bad.
People that served in the military, I believe, should never have to pay for medical. They should never have to pay for housing.
Yeah, I agree too. Yeah.
And especially if you come back injured, missing a limb.
Right. We should take better care of our veterans. Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah. God damn it. Man. Don't be too happy, y'all. It's gonna be a long road to January 20th. So
Yeah, I think, man, if Trump loses this election, and that's obviously he's going to run amok for the next 3 months. Ain't no telling what Trump gonna do.
He gonna give Putin all the private all the information and shit. Yeah, it's gonna be a mess. Well, I hope it'll be over today.
it won't be.
I hope so. Well, he's leading in Georgia, so that's good.
That's not gonna change. That's not gonna change nothing. It has
What's
to
not
be.
gonna change?
All he really needs
It
needs now is Nevada. That's all he needs.
It has to be certified.
If he gets Pennsylvania, it's over.
As it has to be.
Oh,
Once
definitely.
it's certified,
If he
has
gets
to win.
Pennsylvania, it's over because
If
it's
he
20
doesn't-
electoral votes.
I understand, but if he
he'll
doesn't
be
make
at 273.
But if he doesn't make 50%, and if he does not, there's still a recount, all of that good stuff. So
It's not gonna be a recount.
Okay.
And even if it is, it's not going to change anything.
It's not gonna change. A couple of hundred votes will change.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
We'll see.
And at the most.
It's over. It's over now.
Trump supporters you guys got to carry that L. That's all. Just got to carry it. Live with it. Deal with it.
Yeah.
Just like the Democrats had to do back in 2016 when it was called snowflakes.
Come on, Deacon. So okay, do you believe?
Not the Republicans they got to deal with their laws.
Do you believe that Democrats accepted the results of the 2016 election?
They didn't have a choice.
No, come be honest.
And
they
definitely accepted it better than these Trump supporters are doing today.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yeah.
So when they investigated the Trump campaign and the Trump presidency, they tried to impeach him.
Who
They said
investigated? Who investigated?
The intelligence agencies, the CIA and FBI. It's
You mean Trump's or
Yes.
Obama's?
Trump.
Okay, go ahead.
Obama's. It started under Obama and continued on to the Trump presidency. That's why they had those people going and talk to him and recording shit during the transition team because they were already investigating him. So please tell me how they accepted the results of the elections.
Who was investigating
They've
him?
been saying this whole 4 years that he's an illegitimate president.
But brother, they was investigating Trump and some of his associates, but not Trump personally, but it's his associates way before he won the election.
That's my point. So how did
some of them people were being investigated back in 2015?
So how,
2020 2014, 2013. So what do you mean?
My point is, if people accepted the results, why are they still saying he's illegitimate? Why are they still saying he colluded with Russia? Why are they trying to say he cheated
Because he
when he
did.
won? He didn't. All that's
Because he
been
did. That's
disproven.
why.
All that's been disproven. Russia spent $10,000 on Facebook ads for both parties. So that was not collusion. There was no collusion. They did a whole Mueller investigation, and they spent all this money investigating for over 2 years, and they found no conclusions, no Russian
No
conclusions,
collusion. There's no
none
collusion.
at all.
That
So why are
Trump
people still
didn't.
saying that?
That
Go ahead.
Trump didn't collude.
His campaign, nobody did.
His
That's
whoa.
go ahead.
There's like 5 or 6 of his campaign.
What are they in jail for? What did they get charged with? Did anybody get charged with colluding with Russia?
Yeah. Well,
No.
one of the guys did.
No, they didn't. Nobody did.
Yes, he did. One of the guys. Well, it wasn't. Well, I tell you, let me research that too. I'm gonna research that one too. I'll get back with you on that one.
All right.
I think it was one of them. One of the guys. Not. You know.
I bet you he don't have to pay that 400. How much is it that he owed? Is it 400 billion? 400? How much is it? Yeah, they gonna be looking for him.
There was that one dude that Trump said he was a coffee boy that he never reached, that he didn't really know. That was in that picture. He was like, there wasn't like a round table. He took a picture and the guy was sitting there. He was a lower level dude. Yeah, he was a lower level dude.
The closest they came was they sent an agent at him and said, "Hey, I got some stuff on Hillary. You want it?" And he said no. Well, his campaign folks said no. That's the closest they got to him. Nothing else. There was a member of the campaign that
You sure?
Yes, the CIA came to him with I'm saying, we got this dirt on Hillary. You know, I'm a Russian guy. I got dirt on Hillary. You want it? And like, no, I don't want it. That was the closest they came to him. Nobody colluded with Russia. That's my point. You say that people accepted 2016 elections, but you still saying he cheated. That don't add up.
Okay, now are we talking about the government, or are we talking about the people? Or
right,
both?
because I didn't see any Democrats blocking off Republican people in trucks with guns, bullying people. I didn't see any Democrats
Right, I didn't either. Exactly.
with caravans, harassing people. I didn't see any of that. I didn't see any Democrats at the election place rioting, talking about count the vote, don't count the vote, count the vote, don't count the vote. I didn't see any of that. Where'd they do that?
Count the vote where we're losing. Don't count the vote where we're winning.
Right. Where did the Democrats do that? Hello, Bentley.
Billy dropped off. It might be StreamYard got him.
Oh, Bentley dropped off.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yay, I'm back.
There you go.
Okay, so
sorry, I stepped away.
Okay, so tell me, Bentley, where did you see Democrats doing that? Where did you see Democrats saying count the vote, don't count the vote? Where'd you see protesters? Where'd you see Democrat protesters? Where'd you see Democrats in vans and caravans harassing people, trying to run them off the road?
Okay. So actually the day after the inauguration in Washington, D.C., they had the Pink Pussy Hat March where Madonna stood there and said
that was a woman's march.
Hold on, you asked them answer.
And it was just a march. It wasn't a riot or anything like that.
They said they wanted to blow the White House up. They investigated the president for cheating in the 2016 election for over 2 years. And they found the results of that investigation, the Mueller report, was that he did not collude with anyone.
We already covered that one.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the election.
That is the election. If they investigated him for cheating on the election,
right. We covered that.
That's worse.
Before you dropped off, we covered that. We're talking about as far as Democrats and what they're doing.
They're using their political power.
We're talking about the people, my brother. We're talking about the people.
The supporters, the Democrats, people that not right.
So Antifa has been blowing up and burning shit.
Oh my goodness.
for the whole 4 years Trump's been in office. BLM, Black Lives Matter, some Black Lives Matter to those queer affirming folks. They've been tearing up and burning shit down ever since George Floyd died. Those are facts.
So you mean every time there's been a black man or woman murdered by the police, that's when BLM comes out.
They don't care about anything else.
We're talking about because of the election.
We're talking about the election.
We're talking about because of the election.
Mm-hmm. And Bentley,
Because-
you know there were
because of-
agent provocateurs that were doing that.
No,
You know
that's
that
bull crap. That's bull
They
crap.
caught them.
When my partners get killed,
police
I
and they
don't
were
see
white.
no Black Lives Matter. When
And
my
they were
partners
white.
get killed, ain't no
And they
Black
were
Lives
white.
Matter come and riot
White
in the city
police
for us.
officers at
I didn't see I didn't
hear
see Trump win and Black Lives Matter come out and started looting. I didn't see
Well,
that.
Black Lives Matter was founded on a lie anyway, so I
No,
don't know why
but we're not talking about that. We're
They
talking
talking
about
about
after
hands
Trump
up,
won.
don't shoot was a lie.
After Trump won, I didn't see any Black Lives Matter coming out and looting and
Who's
rioting.
looting right now? Who's looting and rioting?
No, but I'm saying we didn't see any unrest from them, right? But now we're seeing these Trump supporters like Sin said, running people off the road,
Oh,
stopping
Lord. Who
the
running people off
Biden bus.
Nobody stopped the bus. All they did was ride around the bus.
But why do they need to do that? For what?
Because it's America. They can do what the hell they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
So people
watch what happened when Trump is
So this is my
officially
thing.
declared the
What's
loser.
wrong?
Watch
So,
what
so
happens.
what's wrong with people supporting the president?
Nothing.
Billy,
Nothing's wrong
stop
with it.
playing.
As
Well,
long
you
as
know
they're
that
doing
all
it,
of
as
those
long as
Trump
they're doing it
people-
legally, right?
That was
Right.
intimidation. They
How
were
was it
surrounding that
intimidating?
bus.
Are you
They were
freaking
surrounding
kidding
that
me?
bus
It's
for
intimidating for people to
intimidation.
ride on the interstate with flags on their goddamn on cars. Come on now. We gotta have thicker skin
Come on,
than that,
Bentley.
man. It's
Come on,
America,
man.
man.
Come on,
They
Bentley.
no,
We're
they
You're being
America,
came.
man. We not no
disingenuous,
soft
brother.
country like that, man.
You're being disingenuous.
That shit weak as hell.
That's why people don't take you serious. because
Right.
We
'Cause-
saw they almost killed themselves.
Ain't nobody almost killed nobody.
Who
Come on now, y'all making up stuff.
Outside of that bus, go look at the video.
I seen the
They
video.
ran to each other, right?
That white SUV drove into the lane of that truck, and they had a little they did a little love tap on the bumpers, and everybody kept rolling.
Oh
Come
my
on, man.
gosh.
Almost had an accident, right?
So what? People have accidents every
Like that's
day.
everyday occurrence. Why people riding down the highway that you could just tap each other, just almost
So
tap.
what? People have accidents. Somebody's having an accident right now as we speak. So what?
This wasn't. Oh my God, never mind, y'all.
Exactly.
Now we get it. What you doing, Nikki Lee?
Yeah, we get it. Bentley is a Trumpster.
Nobody stopped that bus, man. That bus was fine, and the Kamala and Biden wasn't even on the bus.
Bentley, can I ask you a question,
It was
Bentley?
intimidation.
What you got?
What are you talking
How was it
about?
intimidation?
I want to ask Bentley a question. How
What you
many
got?
mega hats do you own?
That's classified information.
What you
I
say?
heard
Let
you,
me tell y'all a funny story though, man. I'm
I
gonna
asked
beat.
him how many mega hats does he own?
I'm gonna tell y'all a
Oh,
funny
yeah.
story. So
Probably a lot.
I had my Trump mask on the other day, right? And had one of those little not fucking with it, pro black dudes, dressing all black and shit, you know what I'm saying? And the dude was grilling me in Walmart. And I didn't realize the dude was looking at me crazy. I realized I looked at his little patch and shit, he all black. I'm like, man, you got a problem? This shit about to go down, son. I'm like, bro, some of these dudes really got real life and fucking fairy tales fucked up. If you really think that you can fuck with me just because I got some MAGA shit on, you got another thing.
Right, but
coming.
let me ask you this: why was you wearing the Trump
Because
mask?
I can. It's a free
I know
country.
you
and I
can,
do
but
it.
what was the purpose?
Because I'm proud to support my president, and if somebody got a
Were
problem with me
you
because I
doing this
support
during
my president,
Halloween? Was it during Halloween?
nah,
Or just
it wasn't Halloween.
just last Tuesday, was it? Is that
Yeah,
what you're
it
saying?
was like Tuesday, Wednesday, one of them days.
Did you go to the rallies? Did you go to any of his campaign rallies?
I can't participate in such activities.
That's right, because they will. Them white people would have ran your ass out there. You would have got a real wake up call.
Oh, okay. It sounds good.
Yeah, well, it would have been true.
Okay, sound good. I
Because
would if I could.
in your color, they would have automatically assumed you.
Yeah, everybody in the world is not racist. No, I don't know if y'all realize that. Everybody.
I'm just curious as to why the brother's wearing the mask. That's all I'm curious. I'm just curious.
I wouldn't know if they're racist, but I could show you my Facebook, and I could quite tell you that they right now.
Well, I can show you. I can show you somebody else's Facebook. That's not. So what? That don't mean nothing. You got 400 million people in this country. Come on, try again.
All 4 million isn't for you, though, right?
No, there's no. All 400 ain't for nothing. That's the damn problem.
Well, at least they're not for him.
You right, Chantel. I'm trying to join the clan with your goof ass. Shut the
fuck up. They're not gonna accept you though.
That's what RBR would say.
I'm not talking about the KKK.
The fuck out of here. You suck a dick balls first. You tell me about fucking joining the clan, you dumb bitch.
Oops.
Wait, I don't think she.
I don't know who the fuck it is, but she got me all the way fucked up.
Oh Lord.
That's Miss Chantel. You don't know who Miss Chantel is?
That ain't the real Chantel. That's somebody else.
You sure?
Yeah, that ain't her avatar.
Oh,
I can't even see the avatar. It's just blank,
That's
right?
Exactly. That's how I know it ain't her.
Yeah, Miss
That's a troll.
Chantel. That's nice. Yeah.
Not being mean. Being mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Bentley, that's the beauty of America. You can support Trump.
No, look, I'm okay with you support Trump. The thing is, you lied when you say that Democrats and those who support Trump are doing the same thing.
That's right.
We don't have to put no signs in our yard.
Because don't nobody support that boy. He had 45 people come see him in the last 4.5 months. But you want me to believe that 69 million people voted for him?
They did.
I don't believe it. Don't believe it at all. That's bullshit.
Oh, so they cheated on the vote. Everything was
bullshit.
Oh, you sound like Trump. Oh, you're a Trump.
He literally 45 people have come to see him in the last 4 or 5 months. Come on, y'all.
That's because
what the hell?
Very protective, right?
Because he's a fucking bumbling idiot. He can't make a sentence.
So
okay, y'all sitting here giving all this Biden love, but now one of y'all told me that y'all listened to a full Biden rally. Have y'all ever heard a full speech from Biden?
I have.
I have.
I have. And I've listened to Trump for 4 years.
He was 3 miles from me.
He don't even claim Delaware. He said he's a Scranton kid.
Yes,
I'm from Scranton. I'm from Scranton.
Yes, he does claim Delaware.
He say I'm from Scranton. He always trying to tell people from Scranton when he left Scranton when he was a fucking baby, lying sack of shit.
He does claim Delaware.
He don't claim Delaware. He always tell people from Scranton.
He does. And I've heard, and now you talk about Biden speaking. I've listened to Trump for 4 years. Talk like a complete idiot.
Talk
He
like
can't
a
even
boss.
put a full sentence
He talk
together.
like a boss.
He can't even put a sentence together.
And he talk about them Russians. That's what he talking about.
Like a big
about
dog.
his friends. Talk about the North Koreans. That's what we talking. Oh, they are great people. Yes, they're great people.
Just like Biden did with China.
It's really
China
great.
is not a superpower. China is not our concern. China is not a competition for us. China is not a competition. So now China. Oh, secret bank account? You want to play that game?
Yeah, well, it's true, isn't it?
No, it's not. It's not.
It's not. He admitted.
And all the money Ivanka is making over from China too.
I'm gonna let y'all finish. And then I'll interject a little too.
He didn't remember, but yes, he had that bank account there. And now you're gonna make it seem like it's not true.
Okay.
And then they're gonna say, then they're gonna try to say he closed it in 2013 or
secret bank
2015.
account will be okay. A bank account secret if you know about it.
What?
It's not doing a good job at being a secret, is it?
What?
Say again.
Bank account a secret. How is the bank account a secret if we know about it?
Well, we found out about it much later.
Exactly.
It's not a secret. You know he was supposed to announce this kind of stuff, right? You making it seem like he just a regular blow joke.
See, that's why he won't release his taxes.
That's right.
That's why he won't release his taxes.
But guess what? Them people in China, they release taxes pay more there than he has here. They don't have the laws we have.
What? What
he
happened?
paid a whole shitload of taxes over there.
So you repping China now? That's what we doing now?
And Ivanka Trump is making all kind of money from China.
Oh, come on, man. Biden got $3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow's wife. Come on, man. Let's not go there.
Hey, well, we can go there because Ivanka Trump is getting much more than that out of China.
Mm.
Y'all, I thought children were off limits.
So
We're
we
not
can go
talking
there.
about the children on the ballot. Yeah, that's what y'all said. Huh? Oh, okay.
And neither was Michelle.
But Michelle sucked, and her name is really Michael because she's a boss.
Y'all making up shit about Joe.
Michelle is Michael.
And we're not going to speak about
Ivan.
nepotism. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to talk about that, do you, Bentley?
Say what? What's that again?
All Trump's daughter, son-in-law.
What's wrong with them?
They're not supposed to be working in the White House, man.
Why not?
You know that.
They're not qualified?
No, that's part of it too. And not qualified, that's part of it too.
They damn sure not qualified.
That's why he claimed they didn't get real positions, but they temporary positions. None of them could pass. None of them could get a goddamn secret. What they call it? I'm sorry, clearance. They couldn't get it.
Yeah, they couldn't get. Yeah, exactly.
So they work in the White House.
Right, Bob. You're right, Bob.
Y'all telling me that they work in the White House, but they don't have a clearance?
You already know that. You know
that's not possible. You cannot be in that area without a clearance.
With a president who don't care about
the janitor that works in the White House has a clearance.
Yeah, but
come on, y'all. Let's deal with facts.
He doesn't have a secret. He doesn't have a secret.
Yes, you have to have a secret clearance to be a janitor in the White House.
The janitor does not have a secret clearance.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't.
I know people that work for the Secret Service.
They have a clearance. Yes, they don't have a secret. Don't have a secret clearance because they're not looking at any documents.
Well, Jared Kushner get the clearance, right?
How is he working in the White House without a clearance? Come on, man. Stop making shit up. I sound like Joe Biden. Come on, man.
Now you gonna act like Trump is going by rules when we talking about all kinds of rules that are written that he's going against. So we know that Jared Kushner couldn't get that clearance.
His daughter not even supposed to be working in the government. In the White House, or his son-in-law.
Not even supposed to be there. They don't even qualify for any fucking jobs.
You never told me what makes them disqualified. What disqualifies them? Tell me that. What disqualifies?
I mean, so let's talk about the person who is in charge of what is it? What they call a housing? He's a goddamn surgeon. You would have thought he could have put him in charge of the VA, maybe
Ben Carson, Dr. Ben Carson.
Yeah,
he's doing a great job as the HUD secretary.
No, he didn't even know what nothing. In full Congress, he didn't understand not a fucking question.
How can you say that he's good when Trump wanted to triple the amount
of rent? Huh?
Yes. Come on, Bentley. What about Trump, who had the lawsuits in New York because he didn't want to rent to black people? What about that?
Okay. I'll indulge, but it really has nothing to do with the price of tea in China. When it comes to
it really does. His character. It speaks to who he is.
Was he making those decisions himself? Was he making those decisions himself? No, he wasn't.
Oh my God.
All right, exactly.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Okay. He wasn't making those decisions himself not to rent to black people when he had to with his properties when he was in New York.
If I indulge you there, are we going to get into Biden's racist background as well?
I'm not talking about Biden.
I'm asking you. I will play the game. I will play the game with you.
Yeah, we can go there. It don't matter.
Talk about him stealing money. We ain't got to talk about the race. How about him stealing people's money? Claiming they were going to schools, charge people a lot of money to go to these educational things where he was supposed to be there, but he wouldn't.
University.
Forgot about that one, Bond. Yeah.
Okay, let me double back real quick on Jared Kushner real quick. Let me double back real quick because y'all say he don't have a clearance, but he actually has a TSSCI, so he has a top secret clearance with special access.
But how did he get it? How did he get it?
Because he went through the process that everybody.
No. Because Trump waived all that other bullshit, and that's how he got it. Be honest, Bentley. Come on now. You know that's how he got it.
No, it's not. Trump cannot grant.
Do I need to pull it up?
Pull it up. Trump granted him a clearance.
Okay, let me Google it.
Yeah, because he didn't grant the clearance.
Yes, he
Glenn, we
did.
just debunking everything you saying.
Really, you really have it.
Yeah, we really have.
You really have
We
it.
really have. You just don't want to admit it.
Yeah, if you think you debunking what I said, I got a bridge. I got a bridge to
When
go
it
where
comes
I'll
to
see
Trump,
you in the morning.
well, what about what Baum just said about the Trump University? What about that?
Okay, it was a failure. Okay, what's that got to do with
It
how
was a
he's governed?
fraud.
So what?
Baum, you hear that?
You
He
act
said,
like
so what?
you act like everybody in Washington has impeccable past.
Oh no,
We're not voting for
no,
him to be
because
the
they
Pope.
all
We're
do
not voting for
stuff.
him to
They
be a
all
Boy
do
Scout.
stuff.
We voted for him to do a job. He's pretty good at his
He
doggone
ain't
job.
did
Is what
shit.
I'm saying.
No, he didn't.
Here we go. Here we go.
Go
It
ahead.
says
Cite
Jared
your
Kushner
source.
got his top. It says Jared Kushner got his
What
top
source?
secret. The source is Vanity Fair.
Come on now.
Let me read it.
Come on,
Let me
man.
read
Vanity Fair.
It says,
Make
I'll
up
find
a
another
titty.
source. Bentley, I'll find another
Find
source.
another
But
source.
this is what it says. It says Jared Kushner got his top security clearance through nepotism.
Oh shit, bro! Vanity Fair,
and that's
come
what
on,
I
man.
said. That's what I
Come
said.
on, man. Vanity Fair.
Now let me find a more reputable
Please.
source for you so that you won't be tripping.
Fucking Vanity Fair.
Let's go with the Washington. How about the Washington Post? Is that good enough for you? Or Time Magazine? Which one you want?
Whatever. They both gonna be bullshit. But go ahead. Let's go. Let's go. Washington Post. Washington
So that's what I'm saying. So it really won't matter then.
Let's unpack Washington Post. Come on.
Washington Post. Okay, here we go. It says Jerry. This is the title. It says Jared Kushner identified a senior White House official whose security clearance was denied by career officials. And this was April 3rd of 2019.
Read the article.
Yeah, I'm about to. It says the senior was kind of lengthy here, but I was trying to find the parts where
third
Trump
paragraph.
was the one. Well, I was trying to read the part where Trump was the one that gave him the top clearance. I'm trying to find that for you.
Okay, so Donald Trump.
Okay, it says here. Last year, President Trump directed his then Chief of Staff John F. Kelly to give Kushner a top secret security clearance, despite concerns expressed by career intelligence officers.
What was the concern? You got to go to the second
whatever the concern was. He didn't have the top secret clearance until Trump told Chief of Staff John Kelly to grant the security clearance.
All right, since you won't read it, I'll read it. Kushner was identified only as senior White House official #1 in committee documents released this week describing the testimony of Tricia Novombal, a whistleblower in the White House Personnel Security Office, who said she and another career employee determined that Kushner had too many significant disqualifying factors to receive a clearance. Their decision was overruled by Carl Klein, the career official who then headed the office, according to Novomball's interview with committee staff. So who overruled that decision?
Trump. I just read it to you.
Listen.
He gonna claim that it wasn't
last year. President Donald Trump
Y'all hear that shit?
Come on.
It says here last year, President Trump directed his then Chief of Staff John F. Kelly to give Kushner a top secret security clearance, despite concerns expressed by the career intelligence officers.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask you this question. Since I'm playing this game with you. Does the president have the authority to direct someone to issue a clearance?
Yes.
Yes.
He does not.
Yes, he
does. But he did it.
No.
So even
y'all.
if he doesn't have the authority to do it, he did it. So that just shows how
listen.
It makes it seem like this president follow rules.
Let me tell y'all.
He don't follow the rules.
Let me tell you how the clearance process works. Right? Everybody's investigated. All right. During your background investigation, they let you know if you're credible or not. So they said, because his name was in his document, they said they red flagged him. So when they red flagged him, their boss overruled them. So his interim clearance was downgraded and it was staying in that status. So Trump being that is the person that he works for, He directed them to start the process over. When they started the process over, he went through and he got his TSSCI.
Isn't that his son-in-law?
Who gives a
Yes.
crap? That's how
Okay,
clearances work
thank
for
you.
It's
everybody.
his son-in-law.
Okay,
No, it
that's
doesn't.
his son-in-law.
Come
Okay.
on, man.
It says here
All
too,
right.
it says, just like you said earlier, brother, it says that NBC News previously reported that Klein overruled a decision by two career White House security specialists
That was his.
to deny
That's their
Kushner a
boss.
clearance.
That was their boss.
Right.
Yeah.
Directed by Trump through Jim Kelly.
Right. So they directed him to
John
start the
Kelly.
process over with. Listen. I know y'all feel like I'm just
Trump
a Trumper.
did that. Trump. Don't
Listen,
forget
let me tell
Trump.
y'all
Exactly.
something. Listen, let me tell
Exactly.
y'all something. I'm gonna give y'all some insider trading real quick. That is not uncommon. A lot of people that hold clearances, especially when it comes to top secrets, they get denied or intent to is an intent to deny. And what you do is you have to be investigated. You have to answer the questions for all the things that they have questionable about you, and then you resubmit, and they'll either approve you or deny you. That's all that happened with him. I understand it looks like Trump made a call and then they gave him a clearance, but that's not how it works.
Because that was
That's
his
exactly what
son-in-law.
happened.
Listen,
That's what
y'all.
he
That's
did.
exactly what, because it was exactly, Sam.
Listen,
You're right,
y'all.
Sam.
I hold a freaking clearance. I know how this process works. I'm telling you, it does not work like that.
That's how it worked in this instance.
All right. Okay. All right,
Check this out. Check this out. Check this out.
Nah, you're right. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Check this out.
Tell me what to divest, what to keep, what rules to follow. It's much more.
That's somebody's account. It doesn't change the
The
fact.
Trump administration is in hot water over its security clearance process again. Security clearances are essential to work most jobs in any presidential administration.
First of all, the White House doesn't even issue the clearance. It comes from the Office of Personnel Management.
Based on an assessment of their
Come on now.
personal background, contacts, travel, finances, and criminal record. Security advisors go through White House staffers' security clearance questionnaires, known as the SF-86, and work with the FBI to decide which clearance requests are accepted and which are denied. A number of irregularities have come to light within the Trump White House's process. A whistleblower within the White House security clearance process told the House Oversight Committee in 2019 that 25 security clearance denials were overruled since the previous year.
She's begging us to do something because she simply wants her government to work the way it's supposed to work.
The security
Is that John Lewis, stupid ass?
Last Cummings.
Well, Elijah Cummings, he ain't no fucking better.
Foreign influence, conflicts of interest, questionable or criminal conduct, financial problems, or drug abuse.
You need to worry about Baltimore while you talking shit about clearances, goddamn Elijah Cummings.
She said her direct manager, the Personnel Security Director Carl Klein, overruled clearance denials and then retaliated against her when she objected to his decision. In 2018, dozens of employees were handling sensitive information with interim clearances, including Rob Porter, the former White House staff secretary, who resigned after his two ex-wives accused him of physical and emotional abuse, and Jared Kushner, Trump's son-in-law and advisor. Also in 2018, Trump ordered that Kushner, who had already updated his submitted security clearance questionnaire dozens of times to include missing foreign contacts, be given top secret clearance over the objections of intelligence officials. And Trump has weaponized clearances in the past by revoking former CIA Director John Brennan's clearance and threatening other critics, pulling theirs. The president does have legal authority over security clearances as commander-in-chief, but security officials say the established security clearance protocols are there to protect sensitive information and national security, something Trump himself sounded very concerned about in 2016.
It is a disgrace. This is a threat to the foundation of democracy. A threat.
I'll make that make sense.
Hey, that's cool.
I just read it to you. You just heard the report that Trump overruled it.
And how you
career officials and gave him his clearance.
Yeah,
right.
right.
Why are you talking
Trump
about John
Glenn
Lewis
clearance.
like that?
Yeah,
Because
John
he's
Lewis.
the reason. He's one of the reasons why you able to wear that MAGA hat.
Yeah,
How
bullshit.
you gonna talk about John Lewis?
Bullshit.
You see, I do my homework, Bentley. I
Oh
do
my
my
God,
homework.
Bentley.
If you feel like that proved the point, that's fine. Trust me, that's not how the process
And that's
works.
from the Washington Post.
That's fine. In the real world, that's not how clearances work.
Man, that's right. You're not supposed to work that way. But we got Trump in there.
Mm-hmm.
and so things are not the norm anymore,
If you think it's
or it hadn't been.
if it's easier to believe that Trump is just running around pointing his finger and granting clearances, that's fine. Cool.
That's what he did.
Okay. All right.
That's what he did, man.
If
Come
you
on.
say so.
That's exactly what he did.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Got that.
Anything else you want me to look up?
Oh no. Tell me what Elijah Cummings, why did he feel like it was necessary for him to speak on the issue when he didn't do nothing for Baltimore the 2 to 3 decades he was in Congress?
I can't answer that.
Exactly.
As far as him speaking on Jared Kushner.
Right. He need to be
he spoke
speaking
on Jared Kushner because he was given a top
district.
security clearance when he wasn't supposed to be given one. That's what he was talking about. Why are we always pivoting to something else?
It's not a pivot because if all right. If you
we're talking about Jared Kushner and Trump giving him security clearance, and now you on Elijah Cummings.
If you feel like
in Baltimore, that's a pivot.
But think about it. If the president had the authority to issue a clearance, why would he have to tell somebody else to grant a clearance?
He had it's a chain of command. He went to John Kelly to do it. John Kelly went to this Klein person.
Okay. If that's how you feel,
I'm sure you understand chain of command.
If that's how you feel, it went down. But cool. If you think it's unusual for someone to have, for their clearance to be held up for a certain period of time until certain issues are resolved or certain
the president has the ability to give and to take security clearance.
He has the authority to classify certain things and declassify certain things.
And he also has
he can says.
You're breaking up.
That happened again, didn't it? Fuck.
Yeah, he was breaking up. Couldn't hear him.
What happened? Bentley fell off?
Yeah, he fell off. He'll be back, I'm sure.
Oh, goodness.
Good to get the line. He drops off.
Oh hell no. My damn alarm. Every time my alarm go off, it fucked up. I should have been asleep.
But he can give top clearance, and he can also remove top clearance. The president, and that not just Trump. I mean any president. And so he granted his son-in-law top secret clearance because he couldn't get it any other way.
But if you look at the reason why they were denying him, just because he was
whatever the reason, though, brother, whatever the reason why he was denied, he was denied.
Some people have clearance issues because of a parking ticket, or some people.
Oh, okay, he should have cleared the parking ticket up and got his clearance. He didn't do that.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying, bro? All the excuses you gotta give him, he didn't clear it up.
It's just like,
and so Trump gave him his top secret clearance. That's the way it was. That's the way it is.
It doesn't change the fact that the guy has performed remarkably
pivoting
in his job.
We're pivoting.
We are, because it's a dead horse.
Okay, well,
I believe he's done a wonderful job as a president. He's been remarkable, the best in modern history, in my personal opinion.
You only got 3 more months, so.
Wouldn't hold my breath on that one.
You only got 3 more months. But like I said, he's gonna wreak havoc these next 3 months. I guarantee you that.
He's not that kind of dude, man. You gotta think about it. Let me tell you like this. Let me tell you this. Even if the president, let me tell you, even if the president was crazy enough to tell people to do all kind of wild stuff, like
he has done it. He already has.
Like Republicans are not. This is not the Republican game plan. That's not a Republican MO. You know what I'm saying? The whole destruction and all that kind of stuff, man. That ain't how we get down.
All right.
Oh my goodness. There's a certain fraction of the Republican Party.
There's a fraction on both sides
And
that are
we're
crazy.
not talking about that. We're talking about Trump right now. that have allowed and enabled and have co-signed everything that fool has done.
What
Thankfully, there are some Republicans that woke up and did not even vote for him. They didn't even support him, which is a good thing, because they know that he's bad for the Republican Party. Period.
He's bad for the party when the party has gained more under. Okay.
Well, his cronies have gained. The rich people.
On.
Yeah, the
No
Koch
cronies
brothers and
have
all of
gained.
the rich.
The Republican Party was being washed and kicked over. That's why the Tea Party is no more. Because anytime the Republicans tried to rise up and join together and try to, try to start a movement,
Tea Party were
it
a
got
bunch of
shut
racist
down.
white
No, they
men that were
weren't.
mad.
They were right wing crazy.
The only reason they called the Tea Party racist is because those stupid ass, dick sucking ass Barry Obama was in office.
Because they were.
Anytime you say something about his ass, you got to be a racist. But he was a piece of shit ass president.
The Tea Party
right.
did not even
they was
come
right
into
for
existence
opposing
until
him.
Obama was elected. Are you kidding me? There was no Tea Party when Bush was elected.
Okay, so we can't oppose Obama. Is Obama unopposable?
That's why they did it. Because he was a black man.
Nobody gives a fuck about his cover. He don't even care about being black. He don't even claim black.
One of the congressmen or
until
somebody
it's convenient.
called him a nigga.
I call
Get
him a
out of
nigga.
Here. Bentley.
I call him a nigga. So
okay,
what?
But we ain't talking about you.
So what, man? Fuck Obama.
I thought he was talking about Trump.
No, Obama ain't shit. Fuck Obama.
I thought you was calling Trump a nigga.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Obama ain't shit. Wasn't gonna be shit. And
Obama not the president anymore.
Oh,
Why
okay.
you keep going back?
They always pivot. They got to pivot to Obama.
You brought up Obama.
I'm talking about the Tea Party.
I just want to remind you that Obama ain't shit. Just for the record, in case you had forgot.
He's all right with me.
In case you forgot,
I take him over
Obama
Trump any
shit.
day.
Because Trump ain't shit either.
Trump don't even know how to say Yosemite.
He better shit than
Why don't
Obama.
you teach your boy how to say Yosemite instead of Yosemite? Do that.
You teach your boy how to
spell
you teach your boy Obama. You teach your boy Obama how to lead an economic recovery that's greater than 1%.
Talking about Obama because he ain't there no more.
Okay.
Your
the slowest economic
boy
recovery
is
in U.S.
tweeting
history.
on Twitter.
The worst.
And he did lead an economic recovery.
Yes, he did.
Under 1%. That's trash. He's fucking horrible.
What do you mean under 1%?
So the depression from the 2008 housing market crash.
So I guess I gotta pull that up too.
Blow it up. It's the slowest.
Let me pull that up too.
Since World War II. That's
fact
what Obama
check,
did.
Deacon. He fact.
Yeah, I got a fact check.
Fact check.
Fact check.
Some you got to fact check Trump. You got to fact check Bentley.
I am fact check proof. I'm fact check proof.
What do you mean? I just fact checked you on Kushner. Blew you up on that. What are you talking about?
What?
We fact checked you on the health insurance.
Because they playing worse matches with that Kushner stuff. But if you don't see it, then it is what it is.
That ain't no worse match.
They really are. But that's cool, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. Why did Obama recovery take so long?
because Bush messed it up so bad. Shit. It took time to recover.
He's a piece of shit ass president.
That's why. Okay, here we go. Let me hold on a moment. It says in 2008, the American people turned to Barack Obama to lead the country through the worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. His North Star was to make the economy work for the middle class and for those fighting to join it. He took steps to create jobs, rescue the auto industry, rebuilt the economy on a new foundation of growth and prosperity.
Get to the numbers. What was the growth rate?
Okay, let me pull that up. Give me a moment.
Yep. And who put us in that predicament?
Nope.
Bush.
Oh,
Republican named
you said
Bush.
we ain't talking about past presidents. We ain't talking about
We talking
past
about one now. We talking about Obama. A
Man,
Republican
suck,
put
man.
us there.
Barry suck. He even said, "Man, I can't get to no 2%. What kind of magic wand is Trump gonna get to get the economy moving past 2% as soon as he got in office? First year, over 2%. Oh, that shit gotta hurt.
Are you serious?
That shit gotta
Bentley.
hurt. Gotta hurt. No, that gotta hurt.
Trump
Okay, this is Wall Street Journal. Bentley says something about why it took Obama, why it took so long for the Obama economy to recover.
Mm-hmm.
Let me read it here. It says why the Obama recovery took so long.
Because he sucks.
Get him, Deacon.
Because he sucks. Because he's a horrible president.
Let me see there. It
Because
says
that old
Barack
trash ass
Obama is
Obamacare.
back and he wants credit for the booming economy. When you hear how great the economy is doing right now, he said in a speech last week, let's just remember when the recovery started, that would be in the summer of 2009, but the story is more complicated. Milton Friedman was the first economist to notice a pattern on American. That's all bullshit. Trying to find the numbers here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it says here before Obama, in the 11 previous recessions since the Depression, the economy recovered all jobs lost during the recession, an average of 27 months after the recession began. In Mr. Obama's recovery, dating from the summer of 2009, the recession's job loss were not recovered until after 76 months, more than 6 years. America also suffered through a severe recession. Wow, that's darn. Trying to find the numbers here. They keep running all over. Let me see. Before Obama. Okay, before Obama, in the 11 previous Depression recession, the economy recovered the gross domestic product lost during the recession within an average of 4.6 quarters, or a little over a year. It took Obama's recovery 14 quarters, or 3.5 years, to reach that point. Obama apologists argued America could no longer grow any faster than Obama's 2% real growth average over 8 years. Slow growth was the new normal. Says the recovery took off on Election Day 2016. Okay, well now that's. Okay, so pretty much the same, because of such bad shape that the economy was in when Obama took over, that it took longer, which makes sense. We were near.
It makes very much.
So did it prove the point that he had the slowest economic recovery of a depression since World War II? Because since World War II, anytime there's a depression, the economy grows at a rate at least 2.9%. His was not even close.
This was at 2% growth.
Over and that was over how many years? How many years was that over? That was over both terms. That was, I'm talking about
3.5 years.
Yes, it took him 3.5 years to get even close to it, but normally it's annually 2.9%. He's told us, he said out of his own mouth, you must have some kind of magic wand to get it over 2%. Guess what Trump did? Came out the gate, 2.5. Been growing ever since. Big dog.
Because he was already
economic genius. Fucking shit up. Come on, man. Y'all can't fuck with my boy, man.
I don't know why y'all forgot when gas prices were so goddamn
under
high.
Obama. That was all under Barry.
That was because of Bush.
That was under Bush.
It was under Barry too. Gas prices high as fuck.
Before he got here, that's how that shit was. And it didn't take long for the gas prices start going low.
Oh, they were
blocking everything he was trying to put through.
Come on, man. How did he get the affordable
care?
No, he did not. How did he get the affordable care? How did he get that through if he didn't have a majority?
Come
on now. Don't make up shit.
That wasn't the first
time.
Don't make up nothing now.
You making up shit. You the one.
Because his black ass suck as a president.
Term.
Don't get mad at me for knowing the facts. His economic recovery was trash.
First of all, you were way better than Trump. I have no idea what you're talking
the economy.
about. And number two, like Trump can't even say a word.
The economy says different. You ain't gotta like him. You ain't gotta like him.
Stupid.
But that economy
Yo,
is for
you ended up
everybody.
with a guy who already had a very came in with an economy that was booming
Right.
already. So of course
So you
you gonna
call
go
a
up. Hopefully,
1.9% growth booming?
where was it?
1.9
Where
booming?
where
What the heck? 1.2
when he
actually.
received it? Where
Come
was
on.
it when he got it?
It don't matter what it was.
Yo,
Bush
Yes, it
averaged.
does matter.
Okay, Bush averaged 2.1.
Where
It was still over 2% when Bush was in office.
Oh my
I know it sucks, man. It sucks, man.
It does. It sucks.
I
That's
know
why
the
we're
fucking
gonna get us
numbers.
a new
Them
president.
damn numbers, boy. Them numbers is hell, man. Hey, get on.
Bentley, you a mess.
I'm just saying, man. The dude couldn't get growth over 2%.
That's not true.
But he wanted. How was it not true? Did Deacon not just read it? You want Deacon to tell you again?
Well,
how
I
you couldn't
must-
get it over 2?
Okay, well, let me.
Talking about growth or what?
Oh, okay.
Talking about?
Deacon just said he couldn't get it over 2.
Let's find out. Let me find out.
Thank you, Deacon. Fact check.
That is a fact. He couldn't get it over 2. He couldn't get it up. The economic growth. He had a limp noodle. He needs some ED pills for his economy. This shit was trash. he couldn't get it all the way up.
Now I know you down the black. So you down in the black.
You can't get that economic all the way.
Black or brown people because
You got damn right. I'm down at his ass. Fuck
I'm
Obama,
asking
man.
because it's almost like when black people, when we put down our other black people, it's almost like out of jealousy or you feel like you got to be harder on them or something like. What is it? Because you couldn't compete with Obama. Not
I'm
in
jealous
a
of
speech,
Obama.
not in a
Oh,
conversation, not in a
okay.
no.
Oh, okay.
And Trump most definitely
okay.
can't even have a like when his wife stole Michelle's speech and like they're not even good at getting people to write their speeches.
All of them got speechwriters, so whatever.
But how is it that they had to get somebody else's speech and copy it?
So we
why
mad.
Why did you choose Obama?
So we
Michelle
mad.
Obama's speech instead of Barbara Bush or any other?
You mad? So you mad at me for acknowledging the fact that Obama wasn't as good as people say he is. So
nobody on this panel even mentioned Obama being good. You just started calling him names. You called Michelle names. Yes, you did, and you called Kamala or whatever.
I did. I called Kamala name. I called Michelle the name. I called Barry a name. You know why?
Nobody called Trump, even though we're talking about facts and the bullshit that he put. Nobody called him any names. You ain't noticed that? We didn't have to attack him. We didn't have to call him
so y'all didn't attack him. Y'all called him stupid, slow. Y'all said he was dumb. Y'all said all kinds of stuff.
We say he dumb. I asked you what the last word he used, and let's be honest about it.
Oh, okay. So it's fair game when y'all talk about the Republican presidents. It's fair game, but I can't say nothing about the Democratic president. That's the game we playing.
Call anybody the B word. The only person who called anybody B word was you.
Who I call a bitch?
You called what her name? The one that whatever.
Yeah, I don't like her. Fuck her.
That's what I'm saying. But we ain't say fuck Trump. Like we talk to the president. I don't respect. I can.
Well, Miss Veronica Bonner, if you feel like I'm stupid and dumb, you hop your stupid dumb ass on this panel, and I'll show you how stupid and dumb I am. How about that? Until then, you suck several dicks from the back, and I hope you choke. You stupid cunt. How about that? Fuck you. Talking shit to me. Who the fuck you think you are?
These goddamn pills got me sick as shit, man. That antibiotic got my stomach hurting.
Really?
Yeah, I feel like I'm about
gotta eat something before you take it.
I did, and
it's still messing with your stomach.
And I took the pill like an hour ago, and it's look how strong it is.
Oh wow.
Hey Q, EB, how you doing?
How's
Veronica,
your leg?
Huh?
How's your leg?
Yeah, it's getting better. It's slowly getting better, but it's better.
Good, good.
But I can't. I hate taking these goddamn pills.
But this is the.
No.
I'm sorry, y'all, but can I just check real quick? Y'all keep saying on how bad the Bush economy was. So if the economy was that bad under Bush, that means it would have been easier for Obama to have a great booming economy. So if he still did not improve the economy at a very fast rate, that shows that he was not a very good president.
Obama had to bail
All
out
right.
the auto industry. He
Right.
had to clear up the Wall Street issues with the prime loan prime
You know that. You know that.
the house loans,
Then they got companies
prime loans,
stealing money.
So listen, you guys are giving examples of things that he did to improve the economy, right? So if it was very low to start, and he was doing all these wonderful things, in your opinion, to boost the economy, why didn't the economy grow at a faster rate?
because the economy was so torn down that it couldn't raise it that fast. It couldn't raise like you're talking about. It should raise.
But since World War II, every time we had a depression, we were able to overcome it.
Yeah, well,
this
was not World War II, man. This is not 1940.
So it was easier to recover from the Great Depression than it is to recover in 2008.
Well, the Great Depression wasn't after the World War. The Great Depression was in the 30s.
Right, but what I'm saying is 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, all those decades. So you're telling me it was easier to recover? The economy was easier to rebound?
Obviously it was.
Well, maybe it's because they had a better president at those times than they did.
Or it could be that Obama followed a terrible president.
There's a lot of presidents that follow bad presidents.
And that's what Obama did.
We was in the middle of a war.
You're actually making reasons why he should have had a better economy. He had the war that was spurring the economy. A lot of people.
Okay, check this out. Check this out. It says job creation was slower in Trump's first. Job creation was slower in Trump's first 36 months, 6.6 million, than Obama's last 36 months, 8.1 million. The unemployment rate fell from 10% in October of 2009 to 4.7%.
What was it under
December
Trump?
of 2016?
What did it fall to under Trump? Talk about those record lows. Come on, give me them numbers. Keep reading.
Right, but what I'm trying to show you is it was going down under Obama.
I never denied that it was going down, but
okay,
tell me, give me those record numbers now.
It says here. Let me see here. By December 2016, at the end of the Obama administration, a total of 5.3% points. So this was below the historical average of 5.6. Under Trump, it fell to 3.5 by November of 2019. Another 1.2%. Well, another 1.2 percentage points. The improvement was similar for all racial groups after 2010. The budget deficit increased significantly as a percentage of the GDP and the GDP and in dollar terms under President Trump, rising from 3.2 GDP and 585 billion in the fiscal year of 2016 at the end of the Obama administration to 9.8 billion and 4.7 GDP by fiscal year 2019.
Mm-hmm.
So now what, Bentley?
Sounds like a good job right there.
No, it don't. No, it don't. The GDP went up.
It went up under Obama too.
From 585 billion to almost 1 trillion.
Mm-hmm. I'm not happy
in
about
3
that.
years.
The money. We started spending money a long time ago, so that we.
Wait a minute, so now you gonna put that on Obama?
We haven't turned. No, I'm not putting it on anybody in particular. All the presidents have spent way more than I would like them to.
So, it almost doubled from Obama's GDP to Trump's.
And Obama's doubled from Bush. It's been going like that for the last decade.
It has. I'm just saying. Under Trump, it's doubled. It says wages grew faster from 2014 to 2016 under Obama at 1.3% per year on average versus 0.8% for 2017 through 2019 under President Trump.
So it's steadily improving. I know you want to say
I mean, has nowhere else to go. I mean, because
but if he was a bad president, why is it still getting better?
Wages grew faster from 2014 through 2016 under Obama at 1.3% per year on average versus 0.8% for Trump through 2017 through 2019.
So did wages grow?
They grew faster. They grew faster under Obama.
Okay, because he came out of a what? What did he also have during his administration? A depression. So what happened to the rates? They went all the way down, right?
What?
So if he went through a depression, everything went down and went up.
We're talking about wages.
Yeah, wages went up. Like, okay, so what's the problem? So we nitpicking what? We doing
wages
what, 0.8
don't
versus
go
1?
down. See, that's when you playing. Wages
No, I'm
don't
asking you a question. So if you're saying that he inherited a good economy, isn't it remarkable that he was able to take something good and make it better? You're proving the point of how he's doing a good job.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
He's doing the worst job.
How is he doing the worst job?
If Obama was still there,
You said he was so good.
The income, the wages would have been higher. But when he came in, they slowed down. So it was already on the uptick, and now we got this new president where it is slowing down.
It slowed down, right? So what happened?
It was already on the uptick, though. You can't. It's not like when presidents change, everything stops and you restart.
Okay, I'll give you that. But let's see where it is now. Even under Corona, while Corona's going on, he's still recovering. He's still recovering jobs. He's still recovering jobs under a global pandemic.
Jobs. First of all, what a lot of people started doing is getting part-time jobs.
August alone, millions of jobs actually recovered. We recovered millions of jobs in 1 month. Over 1 million jobs in August alone.
Jobs. No.
Who said it was part-time jobs?
Because
say it was part-time jobs.
They just saying for jobs. But remember when he first came in, he wanted them numbers to be high. A lot of employers fired people and brought in 2 employers, right? For the one. That's right. So he got 2 part-time employers instead of 1 full-time employees. That's what they were doing.
That way you have to pay for medical insurance.
That's right. You got to pay for medical.
Why did they do that? Why did they do that, you guys? Yeah, proving my point about Obamacare. They did
no, we're talking about
Obamacare. This had nothing to do with Obama.
Listen, y'all. Listen, you guys.
Come on, Bentley. Come on, man.
I'm telling y'all why that happens. If a person is full time, the company has to
by healthcare, dude.
Okay, so disprove this fact. If a full time employee, employer has to offer them health care. If healthcare is more expensive now, they started to push people down to part time so they wouldn't have to do that. And in some cases, they fired a full time and hired 2 part time. You are absolutely
that don't make sense because the employers didn't go through Obamacare.
I know people that did it.
Okay, well,
hold up, Bomb. The Obamacare affected more than just the exchange, right? It affected private coverages as well, right?
Right.
So the requirement was for the Medicaid or Medicare and for private coverages. All had to meet the same requirements. It made it standard across the board. That's why it went up. That's why
I'm trying to
lost hours at
you
their jobs.
Earlier that before Obamacare, let's say before, insurance never did this picky thing. They never said, well, we're gonna cover you for this, but not this and that. Not until Obama tried to put something through for everybody did they start complaining, well, we don't want to cover pregnancies and we don't want to cover surgeries for this and that. But before Obamacare, if I was a man and I could prove that I had some, issues and I wanted to become a woman, my insurance they covered that. Mm-hmm. They covered that. They covered weight loss surgeries. They covered all of that shit. as long as it met qualifications. The qualifications was if it was a disability, or you know, if you was able to prove that it was mental or something like that, or disability. What I'm saying, then now Obamacare comes and the companies start complaining. Oh, well, we don't want to cover this. They tried to go against Obama and start breaking insurance up where they don't want to cover this, they don't want to cover that, they don't want to cover this. And why should men, like, let's be honest, why would a man need birth control?
Exactly.
Because he got a fucking wife.
Come on. What about single men? What about single men? We talking about what's talking about single men? He'll never use that part of it. He'll never use it.
He's insured.
No, until he gets a wife, that is a wasted item on his policy.
But
he's
always that. Paid for it. Think about
yes, he does.
It's
a part of his bill. What are you
That's
talking
right.
about?
It's always been that. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
It's never
You're just
been
making up stuff now.
They never set it up where you could go almost like even in car insurance, right? You either insured based on the way the state is, you could add shit to it, but I don't get to go in and say, well, you know, I like being covered for this part, but I don't want to be covered for that part. Insurance, you paid for it, whether it's single or family, or you just didn't, you opt out. That shit y'all talking, they started making that something against Obamacare, talking about, well, we don't want to pay for child this or that and the third. Insurance used to be insurance. It was a blanket thing. That's what I'm saying. So then you come in and they start saying, well, why men need to, like, why should men pay for birth control? Men don't get birth control.
Okay, since you don't want to believe me, DOD, can you please fact check the rising costs due to
we know
Obamacare?
The cost rise. The cost has risen, but guess who it risen against? And I don't know why you upset at Obama or whoever did it. You should be upset at the insurance companies.
Oh, how is it the insurance company's fault when it's his goddamn law? Come on,
because they don't listen.
You always want to blame the insurance companies.
They want to make 200% profit when it's that for. And I'll listen. Instead of going to Obamacare, you had an option. You could have went to Obamacare, and it would have went by your pay, or you could have stayed with your insurance company.
It affected insurance companies also.
That's right.
Bomb Cherry, listen to what I'm saying.
Okay. Go ahead.
People that had private health care coverage, their plans were affected. He ran around and said, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, right? Because he was saying that what he was doing with Obamacare wasn't going to affect your current policy. When the law was passed, before anyone read it, once people started to read it, they realized that that was not the case. The requirements on all of the policies in the exchange was the same for everyone that had private health care coverage. So those people that had private health care coverage that covered what they needed and kept their costs low, it changed. So now they had to cover everything, which made their policies cost more. That is a fact.
Wait, say that again.
So
they what?
Listen, before Obama,
just the last part.
Yeah. So when he made the rule that everybody in exchange had to be covered under A, B, and C, that rule applied to private coverages as well. So if you had a policy that only covered the A and B, now you have to be covered for A, B, and C, even if you would never use C, and that made your policy more expensive.
Dude, you could go and check right now. First of all, that's not true. He couldn't have. He couldn't affect.
If you don't believe me, DOD, look it up, bro.
Yeah,
look it up.
Yeah,
Tell me.
Yeah. That private part. I don't know about that either. That don't sound right either.
It don't make sense. It didn't happen.
Hey, but check this out. Check this out, Bentley. Because I know you like Trump and his stock market. Check this out. It says the stock market increased 44.6%. In Trump's first 3 years as president, versus 52.9% in Obama's first 3 years. It says while Obama's performance represented a recovery from a deep depression, President Trump cut corporate income taxes by about 1/3, boosting the stock market in his first term. So Obama had a better percentage, 52.9, and he had to do it through a recovering recession. Trump did it by just giving tax cuts.
Exactly. He gave tax cuts so the wealthy can go and buy more stocks.
Everybody got a tax cut.
Buying their own stocks, all kinds of shit. No, everybody didn't get a cut.
Everybody did.
That first year, you might have got something small. By that second year, and especially that third year, you lost all that shit. You paying way more, and everything else went up, like you said.
Yeah.
Because y'all want to blame Obama, the man who's trying to help the nation, versus the insurance company who's only trying to help their own pockets.
Mm-hmm.
And you think that makes sense?
It sounds good, but it's not actually the truth.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it. You the one talking about, well, they lose money. They got to make money. They do have to make money, but they don't have to make the amount of money that they make. But this is it's a democracy, right? Capitalism. Yes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you want to charge? But I can go somewhere else and spend my money. So that's why the people who got raised, their insurance got raised. That's all they had to do is go to Obamacare.
Mm-hmm.
That was an option. Instead of keeping your private shit, you could have went over there and paid based on your income.
It's the typical Republican trickle-down therapy. I mean,
economics.
Economics, which we all know that's
right.
Trickle-down
theory. The trickle-down theory.
Yeah.
Give to the rich, and then somehow we're going to get the crumbs.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But we never do.
It never do. It never get to us. They find a way of taking it right back from us.
Yeah. They put it in offshore accounts and banks in China and shit like that.
Obama bailed out companies, and then these companies still sold their companies. AIG.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of motherfuckers went to jail. He bailed them out. That's why we were telling Obama, stop bailing. We need to tell these presidents, stop bailing these motherfuckers out. If they can't continue, then let them go under. Because, see, it looks like a monopoly, right? How you keeping this company? Another company will rise in that motherfucker's place.
Mm-hmm.
That's what another company, when people see the need, whoever's able and capable, they will rise up. So a smaller company, when they bail out these large companies, when they got smaller companies underneath who's willing to take those customers, I don't think it's fair. And then it comes out of our money.
Yeah, and they don't bail out the small business.
Mm-hmm. And then it don't trickle down. That's what I'm saying. AIG took that money and then ran.
Mm-hmm.
AIG then sold it to Farmers Insurance, and now Farmers is what is it turned to? Because they Farmers and I'm trying to think what the current one is. Same company, they just changed the name a few times. So that's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So you claiming Obama didn't do nothing, which he did a whole shit.
Of course he didn't do nothing.
He had a whole lot of shit he had to handle. People started getting jobs. What they were mad about was the jobs they wanted. Who wants to go and do the coal industry? Where is he even needed? And those men right now, not Obama, but fucking Trump is fucking the coal industry, and others who ended up trusting the government to get to put their money there for insurance purposes and retirement. Come to find out they putting things on the floor to take away these people's insurance and their retirement right when they're about to retire. So not until it affects you do you realize how bad he is.
That sounds good, but it's not actually true.
Well, I mean, the steel company, tell us about the steel company. Tell us about that. How he was buying his steel, even for his companies, from overseas, but he kept telling people here, buy American. He wasn't buying American. he started putting restrictions on China getting steel from different places. The cost of nails and things went up. Is that true or not? The
The
cost of
cost of
nails,
nails went up.
the cost of anything steel went
That's
up.
possible.
Right. So what happens when the person go to buy a home? If the nails have gone up in prices, the steel going up in prices, what does that mean?
So the prices of steel only changed over the last 3.5 years. They didn't change that any other time in history.
It changed once he put those codes on things being coming from overseas. Yes.
Okay.
Tariffs.
When the Chinese companies were selling us inferior steel that was taking business away from the U.S. steel companies, it was a bad thing for him to put tariffs on the Chinese steels to encourage companies
Trump got
to
his.
buy. Okay, so we don't want to talk about the people in the U.S. that benefited from people purchasing U.S. steel, even if we had to pay a higher cost, right? That's not a good thing.
Benefit, because the
benefit is that the money is staying in our country and people in our country getting jobs. The money that
jobs, they not gaining the jobs.
Okay, you just said people buying U.S. steel.
I didn't say that. I did not
So
say
where they getting steel from?
Like I said, people are losing jobs. Home prices are going up, so they just not building.
Home prices are always going up. Home prices always rise.
Well, of course they rise, but
Exactly,
dude. Just because home prices rise, yes. Usually when they rise, you're getting a better quality of product. But I know you ain't talking about him worrying about the quality of steel. He's the one who allowed them to go around certain, you know how they go and they test the cement before you put them up and shit like that. He allowed people to just go around all that shit. You ain't got to go through those rules. You ain't got to go through those regulations. We're going to take away.
Regulations, yeah.
Right. Yep. Take away these regulations. So we're going to end up, we're getting bridges built, homes built that may not be meeting the regulations. Why? Because he took them away. So let's say in Louisiana, where the homes.
I thought you were concerned about costs. So more red tape will equal lower. I thought you wanted lower costs. Cutting the red tape actually lower the costs.
No.
But okay, cool.
No, just because regulations don't mean the costs go down. These people are about making money. This is capitalism. What the hell are you talking about? You think because it take them longer or shorter, you think they're gonna lower their prices so the consumer could benefit? Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious right now, dude?
All right.
I know white male in the chat said that Obama did do something. He gave $150 billion to Iran. What he did was just give them their money back.
He did that. And
he gave them their money back. That was their money. That was frozen.
Guess what?
Right.
Guess what? He joined that nuclear deal. Say, hey, if you guys hold on. Let me tell you what happened. He said, if y'all promise to not make no nukes, we'll give y'all money. We'll unfreeze his money. He gave them that money. They used that money to fund.
It was their money,
and they killed Americans with that money. Salminati killed Americans with that money that Obama gave him. That's what he did in Iraq.
He didn't give it. It was their money. He had to give it back.
To steal their money is our government to be a thief of other people's
money. That's a fact.
Yeah, it's not a fact based on what you're saying, but you're not putting it in the context.
That's a real world cause and effect.
Y'all play with the context.
That's a real world cause and effect. They gave Iran the money, and Salminati was
their money back,
giving money to the fucking insurgents that was killing American service members in Iraq. That's a fact. They were paying for copper-shaped charges, giving them to the Iraqis to blow us up. Come on, man. And y'all support that kind of bullshit?
No, Bentley. We gave them their money back. What they did
I don't give a fuck, man. They used that money to kill Americans.
What they did with their own money, that's on them. What they did with it. It's not on Obama.
Fuck it.
Obama was mandated to give them back their money. He had to give it back.
Fuck it.
You know that.
He didn't have to do that. He had to. You know how long that money been frozen? You know how long that money been frozen? Since the 70s. That money been frozen since the fucking 70s. He didn't have to do a damn thing.
Here we go.
Obama is a
check
fucking
again.
pussy, man.
That's
He's a
right.
fucking pussy ass bitch for that shit. Fuck Obama, bitch ass.
I guess he knew what they were gonna do with their money, huh?
Everybody knew what Iran was doing. They was already funding the insurgents in Iraq. This is not new. He knew that shit. He didn't give a fuck.
Wait a minute.
Come on, man.
Iran, what's going on with Trump in Iran, huh?
He blew the motherfucker up when he caught him slipping in Iran because he overran the embassy in the green zone in Iraq. That's what Trump did to Iran.
It's funny. We got a good title here for this one. It says, Obama didn't give Iran $150 billion in cash.
Did they get the money or not? Come on, y'all.
Making up shit, yo. And shit put in different.
Did they get the money or not? Come on, man. Y'all playing words semantics right now.
It says Trump suggested that the U.S. had returned $150 billion to Iran as part of a deal. That's not true.
This is Iran nuclear deal.
That's not true. I'm reading what it says. It's not true.
What happened? What happened? I guarantee they're gonna play word games later on in the article. Go ahead, keep reading.
It says that's not true. We've written about this issue before on PolitiFact, Washington Post have as well. But Trump has repeated this claim as recently as December when he tweeted the Democrats and President Obama gave Iran $150 billion and got nothing. But they can't give $5 billion to the national security and a wall. Trump bogus claim now has been repeated in a meme that references the president's declaration of a national emergency to redirect federal funds for a proposed wall on the southern border. I agree to the most. Let me give me a moment. It says, first of all, former President Barack Obama didn't give $150 billion in cash to Iran. The nuclear agreement included China, France, Germany, Russia, and the United Kingdom, the United States, and the European Union. So Obama didn't carry out any part of it on his own. The deal did lift some sanctions, which lifted a freeze on Iran's assets.
Boom, there it is.
Largely in foreign, not U.S. banks, and to be clear, the money that was unfrozen belonged to Iran. It had only been made inaccessible by sanctions aimed at crippling the country's nuclear program. Secondly, $150 billion is high in the estimate. Of the total that was freed up, some sanctions were lifted. U.S. Treasury Department estimates put the number around 50 billion in usable liquid assets.
So doesn't that say that he gave them when he released those sanctions, the money was unfrozen and essentially they got money out of the deal.
Right, but he had to do it. He had to give it back to them.
But guess
it's their money.
Guess what though? He did not have to join that Iraq nuclear deal. He did not have to join that. And he knew like what was going to happen with that money because Iran was already helping the insurgents in Iraq. So when he released those sanctions and they got that money went directly to kill U.S. service members in Iraq. I will never forgive Obama for that.
I bet you won't.
Ever. I don't care what nobody says. I would never forgive him for that. Never.
Yeah. So we know you won't. We know you won't.
I won't apologize for it either.
I'm quite sure. I mean, the pussy grabbing, liar.
That's fine.
You know what I'm saying? Okay. All that is okay.
I promise you, until you have a president put your life in danger, I want y'all to come see him and be understanding about that kind of shit.
You mean like 911 when they claiming that somebody did something that they found
cool on all of that.
Wasn't factual and a few of us had to go overseas to fight. That's what you talk about?
That's fine.
You making it seem like that you're the only one who ever been to war.
Did I say I was the only one ever been to war? But what I'm telling you is I'm not about to sit here and forgive the president that put my I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna say too much. I'm gonna be quiet about it. It's all good. Fuck Obama, bitch ass.
Well, I don't know, because when it comes to Trump, what he says about you military people is that you're dumb, even for going to serve. You wasn't smart enough to get out of it.
Biden stood in front of military members and said, "Clap, you stupid bastards." Come on, man. Let's not play that game, man.
Where that video at? Let me see. Where is that?
Google it. It's on YouTube.
Let's see. Who clap at what? What they clapping at?
He was introduced and he said, "Hey man, give it up for General so-and-so." I'm the one that told him to go to the academy, and he's like, "Clap, you stupid bastards." And they started clapping and shit. Like, man, these dudes slow. That's what Biden said.
Wait a minute. So you a military man and somebody say you stupid bastards.
I don't give a fuck about that shit, but I'm just saying that we want to talk about
wait a minute.
We want to talk about candidates saying stuff about the military. This dude on video called military members stupid bastards.
Oh, but that's how they talk.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Sergeants talk. That's how your sergeant talk. Come on, let's do this. Wait a minute. There's a difference between a military man who was in the military talking like he was a military man, and then
you tell me Biden been in the military?
Man.
Biden been in the military?
Yes.
Nope.
Oh no. I'm confusing him. I'm sorry. I'm confusing.
Nope.
What his name? The one that passed away. What his name is?
Bush.
No. McCain. Yeah.
Oh yeah, McCain.
I'm sorry, I was thinking about McCain just that minute. You're right. I don't know why I was thinking about McCain.
Yeah.
I gotta remember what the hell I said because I was thinking about him the whole time just now. Yeah, I get a lot of respect to McCain, which maybe that's why I was thinking about him since Trump had a whole issue with McCain. Huh? He said he wasn't no hero because he was stupid. He got caught. Yeah. I think heroes don't get caught.
Okay.
Heroes don't go in. They claim they got some flat foot problem.
That's fine. I'm not going to defend. I'm not going to defend that.
Bone spurs.
Yeah, I ain't about to defend that at all, man. But
can't. There is no defend that.
You can't, because remember that was a draft time. So when you was being drafted and you was glad to get out of it.
Bomb. You said that that the Obamacare didn't affect regular policies. I put a link in the chat.
I didn't say that.
Hold on.
That's not what I said.
Hold on. You said that it did not put requirements on private plans. And this is the list of requirements in order for each policy to be considered essential, therefore excluding U.S. citizens from having to pay the penalty or tax for not having essential health care service coverage. Uh-huh. That is the list. So in that list, you look, it says...
So what we going to... Let's be... Because you're putting up a list. I said... You were saying that private insurance...
Yes, was affected.
Private insurance had to do certain things.
Right.
Okay, so now it sounds like you're saying they had to do certain things just so people can get away with being with them. Is that what you're saying? Like, in other words, if some small insurance company popped up and said, hey, instead of paying that, you could come over here and I will give you a letter saying that you have insurance and that stops you from having to go over there and you won't have to go over there. Is that what you're saying?
No.
But that's what it sounds like.
All right, let me tell you what I'm saying.
Remember, I told you that insurance companies want the type, especially medical insurance, they want the type that says you could go in and say, well, you know, if I break my nose, I want care. But if I break my toe on my right foot, I don't want that insurance. And listen, if I end up getting pregnant, I do want that. But if I get pregnant with a boy instead of a girl, I don't want that to be insured. So what I was telling you is that insurance was never that way. You got insurance or you didn't.
Okay. That's okay.
Right? Is that what I said?
Listen, this is what I said, Bob. I said that there were plan requirements for public and private covered plans. The plans had to be deemed essential. To be essential, each state has a list of each item that must be covered under the plan in that state for that policy to be deemed essential. And if these people did not have essential health care, they will pay a penalty. So this is the requirement that caused the price of health care to go up. Because if you look on that list, post and prenatal care is covered, and it is not specified that it only has to be covered for females. So that means that males were paying for coverage that they would never use.
But did you not understand what I said beforehand? When I said that it was always that way.
It was not always that way.
Dude, if you paid for insurance, whether through your job or you went to get insurance, you just paid for insurance. They ask you, well, do you want this amount of coverage? Even with your car insurance, you want this amount of coverage. They're going to give you this, that, and this. That's what they do with cars, but that's not what they do with the human body. That's not what they do with health insurance. You never say, well, I want this covered, but if I have to have heart surgery, I don't want to pay for that. So what I'm saying to you, he was ensuring that no insurance company pops up. They're just going to give you the bare minimum.
I understand what you're saying, Bombchair. Okay. And what I'm telling you is that in doing that, I'm not telling you he didn't have a novel idea or novel goals. What I'm telling you is that the implementation of said idea ended up with costs being increased.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Cost always goes up anyway.
Okay.
Right?
No, this was directly related to the Affordable Care Act.
Dude.
Directly related, because the Affordable Care Act.
That's why you.
Okay, let me give you an example. Just like you did, you just made the example with car insurance, right?
Man, I said
hold on a second. Hold on.
Not like car insurance.
Hold on a second. Okay. Just like car insurance, right? Every state has a minimum that you have to have a minimum amount of coverage, right? That's directed by each state. Affordable Care Act created a minimum for every healthcare plan. That every plan had to have a minimum of these things covered. So that increased the cost of healthcare, whether he intended it to do or not. That what actually happened.
But okay, but what I'm telling you, right? Whether he intended to or not, it sounds like the only reason he would even say that is because somebody was trying to come up with a company where they would break things down and say, well, look, we're going to cause you, it's going to be cheaper, but you're just not going to get this, that, and the third covered. So I don't know why, I've never seen a man who goes and get insurance and then he decides, well, about them birth control pills, I'm not going to need those. So can you give me a discount? Because I'm not on birth control and I'm not married. Unless you can find me one man anywhere in the United States who was able to go and break down his insurance like that, then we could have that conversation. But what I'm telling you is it was never that way until he started putting the Affordable Care Act in place. And then people start saying, well, why one size fit all? Because it's always been one size fit all. Well, I don't want to pay for birth control because I don't need birth control.
Okay, let me ask you this. If it was always that way, why did he need to put it in the Affordable Care Act?
Because remember, there was people who didn't want to pay for it. They didn't want it.
Hold up. You said, hold on. But by your own statement, you said people have never been able to purchase health care a la carte, right? Coverage by coverage, plan by plan.
Exactly.
If you saying that is the case, why was that put into the bill? If it was never done that way, there's no reason to put that requirement in the healthcare bill, right?
Because now you got people talking about it as if it used like they got a problem with it. So now you're gonna have companies popping up saying, well, come to us and we will break it down for you this way. It's gonna be a lot cheaper because they're not gonna really cover nothing. And then when these people really, if they ever need to go to the hospital for certain things, we're going to be back where we were in the beginning with a lot of bills, hospital bills not being covered. See, y'all care about them
So
insurance companies.
it's
You
just
don't
like
talk about
it's
them hospitals who ended up going under because
can
people
we
not paying.
can we just meet in the middle and say it was both of them's fault? Because I believe it was
No,
both of their faults.
that
It was
don't make
the it
sense. One of them
How is
makes
it not
sure
both?
the other don't do
How is it one
that.
person's fault and it's not the other person's fault, but both of them played a role?
That don't make do. That's like me saying, hey, okay, let me see. Don't burn down your house, right? You probably thinking, well, why in the fuck would I burn down my house? Well, I might say, well, if for those people whose homes get burned down, we're gonna go in and buy you a new home. Most people not gonna burn their house down because they got sins. Some people might say, well, damn, I could get a new house in a whole new area if I burn my house down. See, it don't make sense, right? It don't make no sense for me to really say it, but I know that there are people out there who might think that
But
bullshit.
guess what, Bob? You just said people never burned their house down. So
No,
if people never burn their house
that's
down,
not something that people normally do, dude.
oh God.
Make it seem like I'm saying 100%. Well, if it was 100%, then that means nobody even thinking about it. But yes, you cover all bases. Insurance companies, just like insurance companies say, hey, if your house burned down, I'm going to insure you. But if we find out that you the cause of that motherfucker house being burned down, we ain't giving you shit. Right? So what's the problem in making sure that people who probably would never burn their house down, but we just gonna make sure that you be careful and that you don't do things that most people do not do, because they are them that small percentage of people who trying to cheat the system.
Okay. Let me ask you this, Bob. Right? If gas goes up $1 every hour, right? Right now it's $1. 7:30, it'll be $2, right? You make a rule that Leak can't go buy gas until 7:30. Therefore, causing him to have to buy the gas at the higher price. Are you not a reason why he had to pay more for his gas?
Wait, so gas price goes up every hour.
Every hour, right? And you say Leak, you can't leave the house until 7:30.
Mm-hmm.
So by 7:30, another hour would have been passed. So that dollar gas is now $2.
Mm-hmm.
So your rule directly affected how much Leak had to pay for his gasoline.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same way this happened with the Affordable Care Act.
So you just talking about everyday life, right? So I go to work. My job starts at 9, but I can't get in my car, right? Because they got a ban out on the highways. I can't even get into my car at 9. So I guess when I get there, I just got to deal with the consequences.
Exactly. So that does not exclude you from the responsibility of being the. How is it?
There, I would say, hey, job, right?
Is that gonna change the price? Is that gonna change the price?
Oh, you talking about the gas?
Right. It won't change the price of gas, right? The gas is gonna be $2 because it's gonna be $2. So I'm telling you that even though you can say he did not intend for the cost to go up.
But then why we even talking about some shit that he didn't intend?
Because it doesn't matter. Because let me tell you why. Let me tell you why we're talking about it. Because the fact of the matter is, it still ended up costing more.
Okay.
Whether he intended it to or not. So that does not absolve him of responsibility. It's still his responsibility because he made the rule.
Responsibility? What does that mean?
He made a rule that made stuff cost more.
No matter who's responsible.
No matter what. So exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So why can't we just admit, okay, Obama made a rule that ended up costing more? That's
but
simple.
Like you said earlier, everything has a cost, and costs always going up. So boom.
Oh Lord.
There you go.
That's not the same thing.
And it's the same thing. What are you
I'm talking about cause and effect.
Even
if you make a
bombshell.
If you make a rule,
mm-hmm.
even if you don't intend on it, to make something more expensive from somebody else, if it does, It's still your fault because it's your rule.
Oh my God. Yeah, I know.
It's
It's
still
your fault that the day is day and night is night.
no. I'm not even taking it that far. I'm being
No,
very simple, very simple with it.
but dude, the shit y'all claim about Obama, right? I've heard you say things like, this racist issue that we have in the country is Obama's fault, and I've heard people say that. But I'm wondering why a black man would say that, because see, we know why they saying it. They saying just simply because he was black and won, they blame him. He didn't do shit to cause it, but he still caused it. See, based on what you're saying, no matter
That's not what I said. That's not what I. No.
Racism in the country, right? This bullshit that they say is Obama's fault. Shit got worse. He didn't intend it, and he didn't do nothing to make it that way, except just be him. But it's still that way, and people still blame him for it just because he won.
Well, even though it's a different issue, I will answer that question. The reason why I say race relations got went down under his administration is because when Ferguson happened, everybody was under the impression that Michael Brown was innocent, right? He sent the Department of Justice to do an investigation. The findings of that investigation was that there was no wrongdoing. The guy was acquitted, right?
But
Obama.
And what happened after he was acquitted? What happened?
Obama, but guess what I'm saying?
No,
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
No, Obama never said a word. Just like you say, Trump could, say something to people to get them to calm down, or not look at things one way and look at it another way. Obama had that same power. He chose not to do so.
That's a lot. So Obama, first of all, when you say he had the power to do what you mean? Talk about
he could have told everybody that, okay, look, I know what it looked like. We did an investigation. Eric Holder was black. I'm black. There was no racism. No, it wasn't none racist involved here. It was a good shoot. And people would have stopped. That would at least calm that situation down and stop people from believing that something wrong. Like, people still believe that Michael Brown situation was hands up, no shoe. That's not right. The case.
Oh no, that's a lie. So first of all, you are a liar. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally, or if you doing it just because you were a Trumpster and you just believe
this has nothing to do with Trump.
So let me tell you
nothing to do with Trump.
Brown thing. They found out that they lied on that.
Who lied?
The police lied. Not only that, they found out that they was strong arming. They were strong arming that fucking store. Cause see, the video.
The police was strong arming the store.
Came out after.
The police was strong arming the store. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, the releasing of the video.
You said the police strong arm the store. That's what you're telling me.
Strong arming, not the legal term, but what I'm saying, they made sure that they didn't release that goddamn video, and they didn't talk about shit. So anything they put out, people believed it. People like yourself.
Hold on a second. The Eric Holder, a black guy at the head of the Department of Justice,
what the fuck?
Personally, hold on. He personally went to Ferguson at the direction of President Obama, did an investigation, and the results of Eric Holder's investigation was that Mike Brown did not have his hands up. He did reach for the officer's gun, and he did charge at him.
So that's a lie. First of all,
okay. So Eric Holder's lying now too. The Department of Justice is lying.
Make it seem like they're doing a lot of fucking lying now. Turn the TV on. So number one, did you not see the evidence that came out after the court date? It's almost like shit coming out after nobody could.
From who, Bomb Cherry? From who?
I'm talking about. Let's go to the store. When they said that this young man went in that store to bribe somebody, do you agree that we found out that to be false?
There's a video.
The
video proves that it happened.
No,
I wasn't there.
First of all, you are lying. There is no video that proved that. We saw.
I guess, so we didn't see a video of him. Okay.
And we didn't know what took place. But you do know the store people, the people on the store, they absolutely forward. So what happened was.
What does that have to do with the interaction with the cop?
first of all, isn't that the most? This is the most important thing, right?
Bomb, drop the link.
Wait a minute.
Bomb,
There
drop the link
was
for
never
V-Dub.
an incident with the cop if the cop wasn't called. So nobody called the cop. He just did what he did. He followed that young man. And if you can't believe what they said from the very beginning, the call that they claimed that they got because there was a strong armed robbery, if you can't believe that, then why would you believe anything thereafter? And even if, let's say, he did go for the cop's gun, which that has not been proven, but okay, they said, okay, they didn't have no witnesses and shit. They going based on
They
everything.
had witnesses.
No, listen.
All right.
You lying. The people who there said that he didn't.
Drop the link, Bomb. Bomb, drop the link for V-Dub. I'm listening though. Go ahead.
Yeah, you see, this is what I'm saying. It's almost like I'm not sure if you just purposely lying or you just didn't follow through to after the case. So yes, the video was always out, but there was no sound. You couldn't tell what took place, so people was making up their own narrative. I gotta get the room so I can put the link. Okay. And so no, if he had not, let's say he did nothing at that store and nobody called the police, why is he having interaction with a police officer? And so now you then say, well, what's going on? Why is this police officer following this young boy? Because he had just turned 18. Like turned 18 within a couple of weeks of that day that the young man died. When they look at young black boys, they think of you as being men. Think of you as being criminal. Don't matter if you're a Trump supporter or not. Go ahead, B-Dub. How you doing, babe?
Hey, good morning, man. Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Okay. What you know about?
All right, let's talk about this Mike Brown thing because I had this conversation with Mr. Sotomayor. Some of this stuff doesn't make sense. So we do have the video of Michael Brown going into the store. He actually gave them a box of Dutchess to hold for him. You can see that on the store. The people in the store confirmed it. So we can already throw that out the box. There is video that doesn't have audio. You're correct. But Michael Brown is actually handing a box of cigarillos or whatever it is to the store clerk, and the store clerk holds it for him. In fact, he was selling the store clerk weed, as we later found out.
Exactly.
Let's talk about the interaction with the police officer. So that officer was on a call, yes, but it wasn't regarding Michael Brown or any store. He was on another call, and he was leaving that call. I believe whatever happened at that call, he was a bit angry. Now, he interacts with Michael Brown. This officer is right-handed. If you are a right-handed person or a right-handed officer, your gun is going to be on the inner console of the car. You are telling me, you're telling the world that this young boy reached all the way into the car, to the inner console, to reach for this officer's gun. Right. Okay. So let's take that off the list. If you believe that story,
Hold
then
up.
I got
Hold up.
No. I'm gonna end it off. Now you said that his hands up and he wasn't running, and that narrative was false. That's wrong because we have a construction worker. We have a construction worker's video who was pointing at the camera, and we hear the shots, and he says specifically to the cop, "Yo, his hands are up. Why did you shoot?" Now, these are all evidence that was played out during that case. Whatever the Justice Department said, they said. But this is plain evidence that I just laid out to you.
So the Justice
Please break it
Department
down.
is wrong.
Yes.
What happened with this young lady just now? What about the young lady who the black?
Oh shit, boy! Crazy kids, man.
That was legal. He act like he was in court.
Michael Brown reached into the right inner console. He reached over the cop's two legs to grab his gun. That's what he did.
I guess that's never happened before in life. He wasn't fucking 6'5" or no shit like that. Okay, cool. I got it. That's
Both my
unbelievable.
brothers are 6'5". They're not gonna reach for a cop's gun on the inner console.
Yeah, that's because they're normal. They're
gun.
normal people. They're not gonna do something foolish like that.
What was wrong with Mike Brown except that he was at a store? Just about the fact
Oh Lord.
make him not normal.
I get it.
Okay.
You know what? We black children
So-
and men are ignorant and are very easy targets. And when we move, flinch, or show any signs then we are being aggressive. Thank you, Bentley, for answering my question. Mr. White, you can continue to try to troll me in the chat room. Y'all have a good morning. I'm back in the chat.
No, man, stay up here. I need to address that. Oh, see, he gonna dip. How the hell how you dip before I even get to respond to anything you said?
Because I don't think he was.
All right.
Questions.
So
I think he was.
let me. Okay, so he made his statements.
That came out
He gave his soliloquy of what he says according to the defender V-Dub, right?
And many listen.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine.
Stop it.
Sure.
What are you doing
People said that.
Huh?
So okay, my question still is: if Eric Holder sent his team down there to see what happened, they found no evidence of wrongdoing. Why didn't Obama repeat that information at the White House in front of America to calm down the race relations?
Maybe because Eric Holder said what he had to say to try to calm things as down as he could, and Obama lied. Maybe Obama decided he's not going to be a liar.
Oh Lord!
Probably did see and know what took place, like what was out there. He can't get involved he don't get involved with state shit anyway, right? So he did what he could do, and then you expect him to do more? Ted, you need to, if you want to ask those type of questions, what about Trump talking about stand back and stand by? What does that mean?
Well,
and I just want to know, do you think that means that you can wear your mega hat and everything gonna be cool?
I mean, I'll answer that question. The question was posed to Trump. What will you tell your supporters to stand by and wait and
That's a
see
lie. They asked him.
Holy crap, bro!
No,
because nobody want to deal with fucking facts. Okay, cool.
Can you say what would you say about white supremacy? And this dude went far left with that shit that he said. All he had to
pull
do.
Up the clip, bro.
I don't agree with
pull
white
up the clip.
Pull up the clip. Hey, okay, let me do that.
Pull it up.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's see. Trump. Stand by. I want to get just that. Let's see. White supremacy. Let's see if we can hear it. I think we could. Let me see. Give me a second. What you doing, legally? Huh? So you got grits all over my house, huh? What you doing, legally? Let's play it. See, this is what I'm talking about. Because what he says is what you're saying. You're gonna say what he says, but the facts are the facts. And our Trump supporters, that's what y'all don't deal with facts.
Okay, just listen to the clip.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
I'll take my apology afterwards.
Okay. Okay. You're gonna try to spin it a different way, but we're gonna see.
He was literally asked to say.
Wait, give it a second. Commercial.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities?
Hold up. Pause it right there. Pause it right there. Pause it. Pause it. Pause it. Pause it.
Do it. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. We gotta listen to the whole
Did
thing.
he not just ask him to tell them fuckers to stand down? Come on, Bombshell. You heard what he said.
I heard that. Wait a minute. See, that's why you're gonna take pieces. Okay, so let's rewind again.
Say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland. Are you prepared to specifically do it?
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see people
do it.
When you gonna do it?
Do it. Say it. You want to call them? What do you want to call them?
What you don't know what you call it?
White
boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got
stand back.
What is the problem, Mom? You just heard Chris Wallace ask him to will you tell your groups to stand back? He just said that. Like, did you not? Come on, man. He just told him, would you tell your groups to stand down? Like, he literally just, did you not hear the question? I'm asking you. Did you not hear the question? Play it again. Play it again. Play it again.
These cities, as we saw in Kenosha, and as we've seen in Portland. Are you prepared to do
Oh,
that?
wait, I gotta go back.
You have repeatedly criticized
that's enough. That's it right there.
the president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence and
stand down? Where
that's what he said.
By.
Okay. All right.
See,
now we playing games.
No, you're the one playing games.
We playing games. Come on, man. The dude just asked him, would you tell the mofos to stand down?
If somebody tell me to stand down, I stand down and I go about my business. But that's not
the interview. Listen, Bombshell.
And stand by. That means stay with the car, just watch, and when we're you to come, get on action. So you know this, but see you playing.
Bombshell. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Who introduced the stand down into the conversation? Either Chris Wallace or President Trump?
Chris Wallace.
Okay, so
what about stand by?
Hold on.
Why are we even talking if you go?
Hold on. Like, I'm gonna address it. I'm gonna address it. I'm gonna address it. Yes, Trump added to it, and he said stand down and stand by. So,
so what?
The person asked a question. If I say Bomb Cherry, will you tell Leak to stand down and stand by? Like, is that you? Like, I don't understand what's so racist about that. Like, somebody literally say, "Hey, say this," and you say something.
First of all, I didn't use the word racist at all. I don't think. See, Trump, he's not up there talking about no race, but he know he using a group of people. And when they stand by, they looking for a particular group of people, right? And it's not necessarily black people, right? It's all others who don't look like them. But so I never mentioned racist. But dude,
can we start somewhere else? Because can I say this before you talk about what was said about him?
When you playing, go ahead.
I just want to say the Proud Boys are not white supremacists. They're far from it. The leader of the group is a Hispanic guy. They got a lot of black people. They even got gay folks. They got all type of folks that are members of the Proud Boys. So it's a false narrative that they white supremacists. I just wanted to say that for the record. I'm not saying you said that, but Chris Wallace said it. So I wanted to counter that.
Well, I don't think
Chris did say that. Chris Wallace said white supremacist groups like the Proud Boys, but the Proud Boys they're not a militia. The Proud Boys are not a militia either. Those dudes, most of the time, all the dudes are just meet up and drink. Like them dudes, they're not that kind of group at all.
Dude, if they are militia, they got guns like he claiming, then they are a militia group. Now you playing that?
No, that's what I'm telling you, Bob. They're associating the Proud Boys with something that they are not.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't know what the Proud Boys were, so I'm gonna guess we're gonna see Proud Boys in Portland, and let me see what they look like. Look like the Proud Boys and the local Antifa. Look like they have issues. They look like they. I'm looking at them. I see a group of men with guns who looking like they're militia. Let me see. Proud Boys member of counter protest gathered in Portland, and they sitting there. They're looking like. So when you say they get together to drink, what the fuck is it with the guns then? What are you talking about? Wait here.
Let me tell you. They have had
claiming to be right when claiming to be militia. I'm sorry.
Okay, wow. They have not. Listen, they have gotten into it with Antifa before. But if you look, just like you see that video where they strapped the stuff, there's other videos where Antifa surrounded them, had buses, threw stuff at them, hit people with bricks and hammers and shit. Like, so that's been a conflict with them. But it doesn't mean that those guys are white supremacists or anything like that or militia.
But I didn't. Well, I don't know if anybody.
I'm just saying. I'm not telling you that you said that. I'm just saying that that's how they being portrayed.
Yeah, they look like militia. So what are they then? So what are you saying they are? They're just a group of people.
They're just a group.
They're
just a group of.
with guns.
Yes.
Well, what is a
Yes, that's legal.
definition of no? Militias are legal too. So what's the definition of a militia? Isn't a militia illegal? Oh, well, I can't hear you. Something must have happened. But yeah, militias are legal. You can be a militia group. You can even have your guns. And so I don't know much about, but he asked, you play games. See, I knew that he asked about them standing down.
That changes the whole idea because people make it seem like he came up out of it off his own saying, do this or do that. Nah, he was asked and he answered the question directly to what he was asked. Like, what's wrong with that?
Dude, he was not direct. He played around. He wanted, what you want me to call him? Chris Wallace didn't even tell him to say Proud Boys, right? He was talking mostly about the white supremacists.
Yes, he did.
Yes,
he introduced. Play again, please.
I did hear him. Okay, so let me see. Let's hear it.
Verizon 5G is here with a coverage of 5G nationwide, and in more cities, the unprecedented performance of ultra wideband. This is the 5G America's been waiting for, only from Verizon.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities?
It was Biden that asked them that.
As we've seen him.
Huh?
It was Biden that mentioned the Proud Boys.
Oh, okay. Was it before this or?
No, go ahead, play it. Go ahead and play it.
Are you prepared to specifically do it?
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it. You want to call him? What do you want to call him? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and right supremacists and right
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing directive. This is a left-wing problem.
Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
You got it.
Not militia. That's what his FBI.
And we all know that Antifa is not a damn idea. They are very much so an organization. They've killed like two members of the Proud Boys.
Antifa, right? Because they're people of all races of color, right? Black.
No,
white.
Antifa is a bunch of white folks. No, Antifa is a bunch of white folks. There's a lot.
They got black people in Antifa.
It's based out of Portland in the Seattle area. Yes.
Yeah. So it's a group of people who is they'll fight for black rights, the country, the Constitution.
They're not fighting for the Constitution. They want to overthrow the government and get rid of the Constitution.
Okay. Oh my God, dude.
That's a fact. If you don't believe me, Google them. Google them. They do not believe in the Constitution. You have not Googled. You have not read anything about Antifa. If you're going to sit here and say Antifa wants to uphold the Constitution, because they don't believe in the Constitution at all. That's why they set up autonomous. They set up an autonomous zone.
I agree with that because when they see some group of people going against the Constitution, making new laws against the original Constitution. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm not saying that I agree with them. I'm not saying that I'm an Antifa groupie or whatever. I don't give a shit about it like that. Right? But what I am saying though is he couldn't condemn them and he wouldn't tell them to stand down.
He just said it. What the hell more you want the dude to say? He said, what do you want me to say? And I'll say it. He said, tell him to stand down. All right, stand down. What the hell do you want?
No, see this
is the shit that be driving me.
Stand down and
this is the reason why. This is the reason why I talk so bad about Obama, because of shit like this. This is the shit that this is the reason why I call Obama a flaming faggot dick sucker, because that's some bullshit. The motherfucker said exactly what people asked him to say, but that shit ain't good enough. Man, what the hell, bro?
Said more.
God damn.
So you don't agree that stand down and stand by. You don't agree that that means something different than just stand down?
Let me ask you this. What should he have said?
He should have said, stand down. Just what he should have just left it at that.
God.
He said,
Okay.
stand by.
All right.
Playing the games. Because that means something.
So he said
stand by means something.
So you mean to tell me he said stand down, right? That ain't good enough. Because he said stand down and stand by.
Yeah.
That just changes everything.
It does. And
it does. It definitely does.
Okay.
Everybody.
Right. If that's how y'all feel, then this is a hopeless conversation.
That's why the conversation.
It's a hopeless conversation.
Hey, Bomb.
Bull crap.
Now Bentley said that they were in a white supremacist group.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
He said they wasn't a white supremacist group, and he said they wasn't militia.
But let me read what it says here. It says Proud Boys
source. What's the source?
But it don't matter, because if it's NBC, CBS, you gonna say the same thing. Fake news.
But it says the Gospel Coalition.
And which is
fucking those guys, man.
The Proud Boys is an all male group founded in 2016 by UK-born Canadian activist Gavin McInnes.
I thought you said, go ahead.
Gavin McInnes is not associated with them no more.
Okay, let me read it. It says the group's name is a reference to a song from the musical version of the Disney film Aladdin. Members often wear black and yellow Fred Perry polo shirts along with red Make America Great Again hats. To be a part of the organization, a Proud Boy must declare he is a Western chauvinist who refuses to apologize for creating the modern world. The group claims to reject the ethno-nationalism of the alt-right in favor of a civic nationalism they dub the alt-light, L-I-T-E. Yet despite claiming to denounce racial identity politics, members of the Proud Boys are often connected with white supremacist events and activities.
Lord.
For example, Proud Boy member and neo-Nazi Jason Kessler was one of the organizers of the 2017 Unite the Right in Charlottesville, Virginia, a rally that led to the killing of a counter-protester by a white supremacist.
Oh, that's when that girl got ran over. Is that what they're talking about?
Ran over. Yeah.
That's messed up, man.
So you say he's not a white supremacist, but there's white supremacist members.
All right, with that white nationalist was that.
And organized the Charlottesville Unite the Right.
Oh, they did that? Oh,
rally, yeah.
Oh, well,
so one of the members did.
Oh, okay.
All right.
What you talking about? Bentley?
Do y'all realize? Do y'all just realize you just cherry picked one person in the group, and now you said all of them are white supremacists?
Don't you agree
He's
that
not the creator? Gavin McInnes is the one that created the group, and so we talk about a dude that didn't even start it. Like one person has some association.
It says the tactical arm of the Proud Boys is the Fraternal Order of Alt Knights. The militia group was formed to engage in street battles with left-wing groups like Antifa.
They will.
So they are a militia group. They are a militia group, and they do have white supremacists in their ranks.
All right.
And they were formed. The Fraternal Order of Alt Knights is a militia group formed to engage in street battles with the left-wing group.
Why did he tell you that the leader of the group is a black and Hispanic dude? Like why they don't tell you that part?
It has his name.
Why they don't tell you about all the black members of the group? Or what about all the Asian members of the group? What about all the Samoan dudes in the group?
I don't see but one brother in the group.
It's a lot more than one dude. I promise you that.
Mm.
All I seen was one brother.
And y'all act like black people can't be against other black people.
Exactly.
So I don't
And,
even
and
know.
Enrique Terrio is the name of the founder.
Yes, it's name.
So,
I just don't understand, like, how is stand down and stand by some kind of dog whistle? Please help me understand that. That makes no sense to me
what
at
does
all.
stand down and stand by mean to you?
Now, more important, what does stand by mean?
Right,
Okay.
that's one,
We
right.
know
Can
what
you
stand down means. What does stand by mean? Stand by means
can
to
you
get ready. To
can
be
you
ready.
can you ask Chris Brown what that? Oh, not Chris Brown. Chris Wallace, what's it mean? Because he's the one that
He
started
was
the whole
asking
stand
Trump.
down stuff.
Trump said stand by.
I mean, you talking like you don't understand something. Tell us what it means for you.
It means in
So he
this
only
con-
asked him to say stand down. He didn't say.
okay.
I
In
mean,
this context, in the context in the other conversation, stand by and stand down being the same darn thing.
Oh, y'all, what? So why I say both then? You said he dumb.
I don't know. He just fuck. He said it. I guess. Fuck. You want to
He's
put
an
some
idiot.
sauce
That's
on
what he
it.
said. And he
Everybody
meant
know what
stand by, stand ready. That's what he
But this is my thing. I can understand if y'all say you don't like the fact that he said it. You can say X, Y, and Z. But I feel like do you guys not see that you putting a lot of extra sauce on two fucking words that can easily be interchanged with the preceding two words?
No, they cannot. Stand down
So
and stand by does not mean the
down.
same
Okay.
thing. If I tell somebody stand down, you usually go away. You leave. You go away. You stop.
Okay.
Stand by, on the other hand, means get ready. Stand by. Y'all stand by. Come on. Stand by. In the military, what does stand by mean?
Stand by means a number of things.
No, but one of them could
Stand by can
stand by, keep your eyes
mean
open. Let's look.
hold on. Stand by can mean get ready. If you're on the firing line, stand by can also mean to hold up and wait. Stand down can mean to wait. Stand down can mean a lot of things. Wait is just as much as stand down can mean wait. Stand by, stand down can both mean wait or stand by. Whatever the case, nevertheless, I don't see what's the big deal by the stand by. That just don't make no sense to me. It's ridiculous.
Well, it makes
I
sense.
feel like people are just finding a reason to be
The
offended.
Proud Boys even mentioned it. They knew exactly what he meant. So
Oh Jesus! So now the Proud Boys.
not
So now the president and the Proud Boys got a secret code, right?
well,
Okay.
I mean,
All right. That's believable right there. That sounds very believable.
I don't know
What
if they
the
really
fuck?
do have a code or not.
Holy hell!
They claiming that they're gonna do exactly what he said with their guns and everything.
They even made T-shirts. Stand down, stand by.
That's right. So you can act stupid, but they not.
Right.
You can act like you don't know what you said.
Yeah. Okay. Let me ask you this: in 2024, when Trump rides off to the sunset, what then? Who's gonna be the big bad boogeyman then?
Well, it'd be the other.
Trump is rising off in January.
Ain't going nowhere.
Whenever Trump leaves office, who's gonna be the big bad boogeyman? Because now this guy is just the worst. He can't say stand by without people, crying bloody murder like it was the worst thing in the world. So who's gonna be the next boogeyman? I'm curious. Who's next on the hit list?
Well, I guess the next president. But the thing about Trump, though, this is the thing. He ain't going.
So you mean to tell me you guys are gonna be this critical of the next president? Hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask y'all this. I'm glad you said that. Let me ask you this. I'm glad you said that. Can I get a promise from each one of you to be this critical of the next president, whoever it may be?
I've been critical of many presidents.
No, that's not what I asked you. I'm being like Chris Wallace. Will you agree today to say I will be this critical to the next president? Can you do it?
I will. I'm a whole Biden under a much higher standard.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, bro. I really do. It means a lot. Bob?
Get done in this country, and we're gonna hold him to it.
That's right. That's right.
And somebody say a small active. Have you heard of a small active group. Being an active group and a militia, or they're two different things. You can
Bob, Bob, if we were deacons, stand in a circle, and we all three of us concealed carry, somebody can say we a damn militia. Come on now, like it's just it's so easy to label somebody a damn.
now
Like, that's crazy.
you talking like Trump because we standing in a circle don't mean we are militia. But if we were standing in a circle together and we had guns though, and we was talking about stay out of our space, and we here to protect the Constitution or to protect whatever we protect.
How you gonna protect the Constitution with a weapon? The Constitution is a document.
Huh?
How you gonna protect the Constitution with a weapon? The Constitution is a document.
Well, isn't that what they're doing?
Nope.
That's what the militia. That's what they say.
Nope.
Okay. Never mind. You got something wrong. Okay. That's what they claim.
Bentley trolling you right now.
Yeah.
I'm trolling, man. I just okay. I posted. I'll go back to this because I know people like to get mad about it. So fuck it. I've already talked about everybody else to say other sacred cows. So let's just continue down this sacred cow train.
Yeah, let's continue.
So Mike Brown, right?
Mike Brown. Why we gotta go Mike Brown?
Okay. I'm just asking you.
Pivot.
No. That's not a pivot. I announced it. That's not a true pivot. I announced it.
I know.
He said,
he want to talk about Mike Brown, man. We don't even know why. Mike Brown been gone for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? His mom is doing great things, trying to do some things. We don't know. What happened to you still here? We can't hear you, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm here, y'all.
Okay.
Lost me? Oh yeah, I'm still here. I just don't know why is it not good enough that the Department of Justice say that nobody, everything was cool with it.
Nobody trusts no fucking Department of Justice when it comes to black people. You already know this.
Okay, well let me ask you this. So if you don't trust the DOJ when they investigated the Mike Brown incident, why do you trust them when they lied on President Trump?
Well, use that same logic the other way around then, brother.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. I'm glad you did that.
All right.
I'm critical on both sides. I'm critical on both sides.
Okay.
I agree. Even, look. I won't say that everybody, with the alphabet, groups are corrupt, but there are a lot of them that use their positions, for political purposes. Peter Strzok and Page is a prime example. These people were high-ranking members in the FBI. They were a part of the investigation into Hillary's emails, and then conveniently, they were also a part of the Mueller investigation. And they said they got messages saying that they have an insurance plan in case Trump wins the election. And then they investigate him, and they try to say he was colluded with Russia, but he actually wasn't. Like, how is that okay? If you don't trust them in this case with one investigation, you know what I'm saying? Like, how is it so easy to just pick and choose when do we support what the DOJ say?
Why? So
because I feel like I'm being consistent because
support them.
Huh?
Why do you think that you have already mentioned that there's a lot of lying with the politicians and
corruption
and all of this. We know this. So my question though to you is, how in the hell you think that some new guy come to the scene and he's any different when we know that he's actually who don't even know how to do his. It's okay to be you a politician and you corrupt. You're not doing what you say you're gonna do. We used to that, but now we got a dude who don't even know how to do his fucking job.
Well, he's done what he.
But he know how to be a liar because he's
done what he said he was gonna do. He didn't fail on his campaign promises. But I will answer your question.
Of course,
did he build the wall?
He did.
And have Mexico pay for it?
That's
right.
in progress. We're working on that part of it.
No, well, we're still working on it. Well, he got 3 months to work.
Okay, when you gonna get?
And he built what you said 5 miles worth of wall.
5 miles.
Hey, 1 mile is more than what we had. Hell, I ain't
But
mad at that.
in a place we
And a lot
didn't.
of it's just refurbished. That's all he did.
Hey,
Just refurbished.
some of them needed to be upgraded. Some of them really needed that upgrade really bad.
Did you see
So
the 5
that's a
miles
good
that was
thing.
put up last year that's falling down already? And there's somebody suing him for a portion of that wall because he went on property that he didn't own. So yes, all he did was spend y'all money. And when I
Our
say
money,
all,
our
but
money.
but most of
Okay.
the money that he spent came from donations. Remember, that's
No,
why
no,
Witchcraft
they
about to go
that
to
didn't.
jail.
That no,
But
that didn't work like that. But anyway, but
yes, it
Bomb,
did.
let me ask you.
I'm about to go to jail.
Let me answer your question.
See, you won't even know that. Wait a minute. Before
That's
you
why I
go on,
told you that
you
money
mean to tell me
that
the
money
donation?
was not used for the money that was collected was not used toward the border because the guy was investigated and they made them like give all that money back or some bullshit like that. Like
No.
GoFundMe.
They spent
First
the
of all,
money on the wall, the little bit, and tried to keep the rest, and they're being investigated.
the GoFundMe was shut down when they came out where like some court said well private citizens couldn't pay for the border wall. It was some kind of rule where it had to be like the government, come from the government. So and when they were giving the money back, somebody was supposed to kept some of it and that's who got in trouble for it. I'm not lying
Oh,
about
that's
that.
what happened
Yeah.
with that. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense. So we did give him some money for the border wall. That's what he took
No.
from that's what he took from the military, right?
Yeah, the money came from the defense budget.
Yeah, you're right. That's fucked up, yo.
So
Wait, they didn't take it just from that. Didn't he take it from schools? That's
no,
like,
that's the only place that money can come from. No, because there's a rule that says if it's for the defense of the nation, and if you technically the border wall is in defense of the nation, so it's kind of along the same lines. That's what they use.
I think what people were saying that money was
Could have went to something
towards
else.
the schools on base, on posts, military
I don't know
posts,
about
and he
that.
took it from that.
I don't know who drew that conclusion because I don't even think the defense budget pays for schools on posts. That because schools on posts still fall under the same guidelines of the state they fall in. You know what I'm saying? Like that don't make sense.
But I like the way Bentley said how we cherry pick stuff, and how he said it's okay to take money from the Defense Department to build a wall, but not for Medicare.
No, Deacon. I said earlier I wasn't cool with him taking that money from the defense. I'm not cool. I don't support that.
Right? No, but he did though. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he did it, but I don't. I don't agree with that at all. So I'm fair. Like I don't agree with everything he did. I'm glad the wall got built, but I don't agree how it was
a lot of bullshit. The lies. You carry them on. I don't be believing that you believe.
Let me tell you this. I push back on a lot of it because it's so blatant. I feel like it's one of those things where people are so critical that I have to present the other side of the story, whether I agree with it or not, just so it can be some balance. Because some people never have heard an opposing viewpoint to some of these issues. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. And you do that. I agree. But it's just you say the same thing he says, and he's a liar.
Not necessarily, but this is you asked me a question. Let me answer that question you asked me earlier before I forget. You asked why. Like, what makes me think that this guy is like legit? What makes me think he's not a part of the problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm gonna be honest. I thought Obama was gonna be the part. He was gonna be the solution.
Mm-hmm.
He disappointed me, right?
So what did he disappoint you at?
He disappointed me because he didn't do things the way he said he was gonna do.
Like what?
He didn't get rid of lobbyists, and he didn't get rid of earmarks on legislation. Those are the two things he ran on, and he did not do it. The first piece of legislation he passed had a bunch of earmarks and it still had a lot of lobbyists involved with it.
And Trump said he was gonna drain the swamp.
He has to a certain extent. I don't think he realized how big of an undertaking that was, but he's done. That's why a lot of people were, it was like, damn, all these people in the Trump administration is getting fired and shit because he had all these people in. And then he realized who he could trust, who he couldn't trust. So he had, that's why that revolving door, he had, people were going in and out all the time. That was him draining the swamp.
Or was he looking for yes men? Yes men and yes women.
I don't believe it's not that. I don't believe that. I honestly don't believe that. I believe this is the reason why I believe he's actually part of the solution. No one person would be the solution. I'll start by saying that. I believe he's part of the solution because I see how hard people on both parties are going against him. To me, that's a sign that you're doing something right. If you got this many people that mad at you, you gotta be doing something right. Because in contrast, Obama, which I thought he was going to be a solution, he didn't get as much. I'm not gonna say nobody gave him pushback. He did get pushback from the Tea Party, but it wasn't nowhere close to the pushback that Trump gets. So to me, that's a sign that he's pushing in the right direction. So that's the reason why I defend
Well, that's
him.
a nice spin. I mean, that's a good spin. Or he could be doing everything wrong. That's why nobody likes him.
He didn't anybody in his cabinet was people he brought in from major
Exactly.
corporations.
He hired them.
So yeah, so it wasn't like they were there and he drained them. He brought
Right,
them.
but that's the problem though. A lot of people, the swamp is not just one party. There's swamp people, Democrats, swamp, Republicans and independents. It got swamp bureaucrats. It's unelected.
Why he bring no Democrats swamp to his area then? You the one.
Okay, think about it like this, Bob. As hard as these people are going at him, do you really? If the Republicans are stabbing him in the back like they are, what you think a Democrat would do if he let them get close to him?
Well, people who want to follow the laws and not get in jail, like
Bob Cherry. Think about it like this. As much as people hate Trump, if he was really breaking laws like you believe he's breaking laws, why is he not in jail? Why is he not impeached?
He has been impeached.
He has been impeached,
and he may go to jail after he's out of office. You never know.
He was found not guilty.
He was impeached.
The phone call was no proof of no kind of.
He was impeached. He just wasn't removed. He was impeached, but he wasn't removed.
Let me ask you this, Deacon.
Now he would have been removed if it was a Democratic Congress. He would have been removed.
Do you know what he was impeached for?
We don't matter.
Yeah.
What was he impeached for?
He was impeached for making an improper call to a world leader asking for help for his upcoming campaign at the time.
What was the rule that they used to say that he broke? Do you remember that part?
The rule.
They said he was impeached for abuse of power.
Okay.
All right. Abuse of power.
To me, it was more like a bribe, but okay, go ahead.
Exactly. So if there was evidence of a bribe, why didn't they charge him with bribery?
Dude, because there's no charge called bribery for what they did.
Exactly.
Come on, y'all.
Exactly.
Come on, y'all. Like you gotta look at this. Look at this.
Keep
take
blowing
Trump
up.
out of it.
There you
Take
go,
Trump
Bomb.
out of
You're
it.
right, Bomb.
So if the dude, if he really was bribing, right? If he was really
He
proved
was.
that he was bribing, why didn't the impeachment charge him with any kind of crime that had bribery related, false?
Bomb just told you why.
But not only
Just
that,
told you
check out what I'm about to tell you now, though, right? So remember when you was claiming earlier that there was no, they didn't find anything that he did with the other country. What they was calling it?
The Mueller report.
Yeah, that report that came out. See what they never said that they didn't find him guilty. What they said was they was unsure that they could do anything about it with a sitting president. That's what they were saying. He was a sitting president, and they didn't think they could do anything. But baby, wait till he's no president. We're gonna see the truth.
I know that's nice. I know where you heard that from. That originated, I want to say, on MSNBC.
The Mueller report itself.
The Mueller report did not say. The Mueller report did not say.
Yes, it did.
Hold on. The Mueller report, in its conclusion, did not say the report. You're talking about what someone said about the report.
No, I'm talking about me and my husband sitting here reading through it. Remember, it was you.
In the Mueller report, the Mueller report did not say that we cannot charge a sitting president. It never said that.
It wasn't
That was somebody's interpretation of the Mueller report. That's different.
He himself was basically saying
who said that?
Oh my God.
Mueller didn't even know what was in his own damn report. You remember that sitting?
Hey guys, hold on. Hey guys, hold on for a moment.
All
You
right.
see with this white CIS male, you need to get bounced up out of here. You see what he just typed?
What did he say? I can't even see it.
He laughed out loud. Russia gay, really? This is 2020. N-word.
Oh, he put N-word. Well, we got some admins. Aren't you an admin, DOD?
No. You took my wrench from me, remember?
No, I didn't take it. I took it from everybody. This is a different account. This is not the same account.
Okay.
So I didn't take it from anybody. But anyway, Bentley, I think Bentley you got a wrench, don't you, Bentley?
Yeah, it's gone.
I'll make one DOD one. You just had to mention it to me. That's all. I thought you had one.
Yeah, no
But this
problem.
is my thing.
He couldn't type. The reason he couldn't type the N-word because I got it blocked. Nobody can type the word in. Yeah. So, but yeah, in Russia, by the way, yes. If the dude talk about Russia a lot, he can't.
So this is the point though, y'all. We were talking about like going back and forth the Mueller report and the impeachment, the two different deals, right? So the Mueller report, I know a lot of people have fantasies that this is the deal. Once the Mueller report was out, and then there was no collusion with Russia. People said, well, they just did that because it's not common practice to charge a sitting president. But when they actually had when they had the hearing, they asked him, was that a determination in the Mueller report? And he said no. Mm-hmm. So it's like that's not a thing. So the dream that the day he leaves office, somebody's gonna arrest him, that's not gonna happen. Because by that same theory, Hillary Clinton would be arrested for what she did with the emails, but that's never gonna happen. Biden would be arrested for what he did with Ukraine with the aid money, with bribing them. He bribed them on camera. He don't give a fuck. He bragged about it on camera. If that was the case, these people be in jail too. Nothing's gonna happen to Trump because he did nothing wrong. We have to begin to accept that.
We'll see. Everybody
like this. As much as these people hate him, they investigated him for 2 years. You mean to tell me they gonna just let him off the hook like that? If they, as much as they hate this dude, and then when they came right behind that with the impeachment investigation, investigated him some more, and all they can come up with was abuse of power. If he really was doing something that illegal, they would have nailed him to the wall. They would have threw the whole book at him.
They impeached him.
Listen though, Bob Jerry. The charge he was charged with was abuse of power. If he committed a crime, if he bribed somebody, if he did something fraudulent, why wasn't he charged with those crimes?
You seen him bribe? Wait a minute, I'm confused. You just said he don't give a fuck. We've all witnessed him do this shit, and you making it seem like he's too beyond doing this shit. We know that he's slimy. We know he don't go by the rules because he don't know him. I think he's have Alzheimer's, me myself. Okay, the nigga over there dancing and shit like he's at a concert and shit, and we're doing Corona and shit like that. And then he get mad when people blame him because his number's high. People dying. You get mad because he's not gonna win this race. And I'm gonna tell you, most of them Republicans, that's why they're voting against his ass. Because of Corona. He want to party. Let him party. It benefits us. Let me see what it said. Georgia. So he's look like we took Georgia and Nevada and Arizona right now. We down 18,000 in Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania not even gonna matter. Because if we get Georgia and one other, them small states, that's it. It's over.
Yeah, all he needs is Nevada and Arizona.
In Arizona, yeah. If he get those two, he'll win. Or if he get Georgia and one of those, he'll win. So even if we're behind in Pennsylvania, which it still got a lot of voting in Pennsylvania, so yeah, but they already knew who won, but they know they gotta continue. They have to do this because he and it's not gonna take long to do a recount. You know why? Because I bet you, how much you want to bet they recounting right after they count? I bet you they got. I bet you these people are making sure that this shit is gonna go as smooth as it can go.
Hey, Bentley.
Yo, what's up?
Politico reports that President Trump pressured Ukrainian President, I can say his name, Zelensky, to investigate the son of Democratic presidential candidate Joe Biden has prompted a flurry of speculation. Trump, by withholding military aid, has committed bribery or extortion.
Oh yeah, that's what it was about. That's right. He was holding their money. Remember, he wasn't going to help because they were going to release some money to him, and then he said, "Well, I need you to do this for me first."
That's right.
Is that what he said?
Bribery.
Now come on now, you know, me and my other brother, Mr. Williams, we went over that. We went over the whole call. Now
it says Trump explicitly offered $250 million in military aid to Ukraine in exchange for an investigation of Biden's son.
Mm-hmm. And you did go to the call.
Let me ask you this.
What he said. You
okay. Let me ask you this. So if we got the call, he said what he said, right? When Nancy Pelosi wrote up the articles of impeachment, why did she write it up as abuse of power and obstruction of Congress? And she wrote them up she said that was abuse of his power, the phone call, and there was obstruction of Congress because he did not allow he didn't allow the White House staff to testify for the impeachment proceedings.
That alone got his look.
I get that, but what I'm saying is, if what he did was so bad, why couldn't they charge him with something more substantial? That the reason why he wasn't removed wasn't simply because it was a Republican-led Senate. It was because the charges were weak.
But it don't matter what the charges.
Have you ever considered? Let me ask you this: have you ever considered that the charges were weak?
Listen, it don't matter what the charges.
That's a huge point.
Even if they were stronger, the other people who supported all his nonsense voted not to take him down. So they knew that was going to happen. They knew. I don't even think they took it that far because they already knew they wasn't going to take him down. And listen, it is what it is, right? He remained in power. Okay. I mean, Clinton did the same thing, right? They impeached Clinton for his cigar incident.
No, he got impeached for lying under oath when they asked him about Monica Lewinsky.
Cigar incident.
Huh?
He lied about the cigar incident.
What cigar incident?
The sex with his aide.
Oh yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Listen, he did his term, and while he was doing his term, you know, we people just dealing with it. It wouldn't even been as bad if his ass just wasn't so racist. If he wasn't so.
I don't get the racist. I don't get that racist sentiment.
So when you think of race, I think you thinking that he's against black people, because that's why I hear black people talking about. I see him take pictures with black people, but he have said some things against brown countries. He's against brown and black people. While the Russians can come over here openly if they want to, we got the Africans, the Jamaican, you know, certain areas where they closed it off, even the Mexicans. So I don't know what do y'all think a racist is? Because I think some people think a racist is somebody who just walks around like a hick and all they do is call people the N-word.
To me, I feel like the criteria for race has been lowered so much so that it don't even mean nothing no more. You can wear the wrong color T-shirt, somebody call you a racist. Like, it's crazy nowadays. You ain't got to open up your damn mouth. You can have, black shoes on. Oh, you racist? You got black shoes on. Like,
but I do agree with you in some cases, right? But that's not really black people or brown people calling racist. That's other white people looking at them and calling them racist, but maybe they might be looking at their shoes and saying it's because they shoes, but maybe they see something else and saw something, or maybe they said something to them. So I'm not disputing none of that shit because it ain't none of my business. But we have heard him say things about black and brown people, the whole countries, them shithole countries. You don't say that was racist?
Did you hear him say that?
Yes.
No, there was no
no,
audio of that. That was somebody said that he said that.
Yeah, they said that he said that. They said that, and it was somebody on his side. But
That's what the point I was proving earlier, that a lot of people that's supposed to be on his side have been against him.
But how could that be? See, come on, let's be honest. See, I know you're pushing back, but let's be honest, dude. What makes him so hated, even by the people he bring in?
Okay, I'll tell you why. Because both parties have, for the last, I don't know, it's been a long time. I don't even quantify it. I'm kind of tired, but
I can tell you tired. You know, your voice. You done got your voice and everything. I'm like, sleep on that. And guess what? You're gonna be in trouble,
I know, right?
Yep.
No, right? I'm gonna wake up now. But it's like this. Like, I feel like, what the hell was I talking about? What the fuck was I talking about?
I forgot to.
Me too, shit.
That took me all the time.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, I asked you why is people go? Why even the people bring
why
in?
people against him so hard? Yeah. Oh, this is why. I believe that is. We talked about the swamp earlier. I feel like it's two type of mindset in government. In all forms of government. There's people that are nationalists, people that care. Their priority is this country, and there's globalists, people that care. They worry about the globe as a whole, all the countries and all that good stuff, right? And I feel like he gets a lot of hell from both sides because being a nationalist is not popular right now because a lot of people have kind of shifted their mindset to this whole global thing. That's why they're with the global warming and they want to, all that other stuff.
Wait a minute, slow down. Not because I'm saying you're wrong, but I need to define what you mean by nationalist to me, especially to me, because when I think of nationalist, I'm thinking white nationalist. So you just mean, does that mean
is just somebody that their priority is this country over other countries. So one that is a globalist, they will support something that may not necessarily be best for us if it's best for the globe, for everybody.
Okay.
And I feel like that's why he gets a lot of hell from both sides because most people, we have a lot of multi-nation countries, that's based on a lot of different companies.
Do you think Trump is spelled nationalist?
Can he spell nationalist? Of course
I'm joking.
Do you think that could be a reason why people give him hell? Because because think about it, there's a lot of people in Washington. There's a lot of people in Washington that they get money with a lot of different countries and a lot of businesses overseas and stuff. So when you got this other dude coming in, like, man, fuck them, man. I'm looking out for us first. Fuck them. You know what I'm saying? Like, man, you messing up my money, dog. Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's how it is right now.
Okay, so somebody said that so the person who got kicked out, it was because of the N-word. Okay, the N-word. So are you saying that I said the N-word and that's why they got kicked out? Okay. If the people in the area think that you're saying the N-word in a negative way and you're not black, by the way, yeah, I'm sorry. If they feel uncomfortable, they gotta go. Okay. But so I'm not sure what you're talking about, picker. Okay.
That's probably him. He probably just came back on the revenue.
Yeah, that was.
But don't use the N-word, while you're over there. If you're not black, if you're black, then you use the N-word.
But you hear what he said. Yeah, Bomb, you hear what he said, that you said it, so why can't they say it?
Right. Well, I could tell you why I could say it and you can't. I mean, it's simple, right? First of all, when I said different and I use it different. So when I use the N-word, I'm not calling nobody negative. They don't feel like I'm putting them down and trying to just insult them. So if you don't understand that, then you're white. That's all. I understand you're white.
No,
and I'm
that's
not
not
even
what he said. No, Bum. He was saying that you agreed with him. So why did he get blocked?
or agree with what part though.
What he
But
was saying in the chat. So
I wasn't disagreeing with. First of all, I wasn't even reading the chat. That's number one. That's why I didn't see it. And number two, what part did I say?
I don't know. I think that's the point that he was.
Well, him and V-Dub was
Him and
going back
V-Dub
and
was
forth.
going
That's
back
why I
and
was
forth. So
reading.
that's why I just took the comment out. I ain't block him because I was like, they going at it, let them do their thing.
Yeah, you had to block him. I mean,
Yeah, I
just
didn't
take the
block him
comment
either.
out. Yeah. So I was good with that. Whatever y'all decide to do, So you probably wasn't even blocked, dude. The comment probably was just gone. That's all. Bomb, you just said that what white said. I'm not sure. Anyway, listen. I'm not a racist, but do you know what a racist is? I don't think a lot of people do. I think white people, y'all think that words are just words, and if one group can say it, others, but that's not true, right? If I use the S word with Latinos, that would be something that I'm not saying, hey, what's up, it wouldn't be a term of endearment. It would be an insult, and that's the difference, right? If just like if one of my sisters called me the B word, what's up, my big? I don't really call my friends that like that. Not in real life anyway. But yeah. But if a man, right, come up and say a bitch, he would be insulting me. He would be saying something in order to insult me. So that's the take on that. And you don't have to agree with it. It is just what it is. A racist can be somebody who don't even use the N word, because a race is a person who believes certain things about certain groups of people. You can be I see what can be a racist, I guess, to white people. The difference is though we can't harm them. We can't hurt them.
Let me ask you about that. I'm glad you mentioned that. Because the definition of racist used to be a person that believes their race is superior to another. When did that change to be that you have to be in a position of power? Like why was that added? And do you agree with them adding that to the definition?
Well, just by the word superior, right? How could we be racist to white people when we can't even prove that we're superior to them? There's nothing where we can stand on and say, see, I'm better than you because this, that, and the third. So that's isn't that a fact? Where I mean, I don't even, listen, even a poor in the motherfucking we don't they not in projects, but they in trailers. What you talking about? Even if they live in trailer parks, they still think they superior to some black people, but they may not even be no better or might be even worse. But in a sense, they are better because they can get out of high school, and get a job just based on their skin color.
Okay, let me ask you this. So the reason why I asked you is, would you okay with that? Because there's another change in the dictionary that was recently made that I wonder how you feel.
Was I okay with? I thought you just asked me.
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear there. I wanted to know how you feel about the definition being changed.
Oh, okay. Okay, so what's the change again?
It went from just, a racist was someone that believed their race was superior to someone else. Now it's they had to be in a position of power was added. So that basically excludes black people because people say black people are not in a position of power. They don't have power over white people.
They're just, just further down. But yeah, I feel that to be factual. Because think about it. Even if we could call somebody white names, right? We could call them names, but we would never be able to really destroy their lives. The only way we could destroy their lives is if we were just going around killing them. Other than that, we can't stop them from getting a job. Stop their education. If we call the police on them, the chances of us going to jail, even if they go, we probably going with their ass.
But does that change the fact that you think your race is superior to another race, though? Whether you could do anything about it or not, that don't change the fact.
Who cares what anybody really thinks,
Yeah.
right? It's not even.
So you're saying it's not racist until you can do something about it?
I think it's not racist not even just individually. We're talking mostly groups. So, like, let's say the white woman who called the police on the black man with the dog in the park, right? She was the one in the wrong. Remember, she had the dog
Right.
watching, and she knew. See, that's if you pay attention, she knew. Even though she was the one in the wrong, she knew she could call the police on his ass, and she even said, "Hey, if I call him, you in trouble." That's that superiority, and she know for a fact this shit'll go sideways. If that man didn't have video, come on, let's think about where he would be right now, what he would be going through. And that's why I like the videos coming out now, where we can absolutely see what people have been saying forever. Is it just simply my white neighbor calling me the N-word and I call him a racist? Nah, he called me the N-word, you know. But if he knows he could call the police on my ass, whether it's true or false, what he tell him, yeah, he knows he's superior. He know he could do that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you the second part of my question.
Okay.
So recently, the Supreme Court justice picked, right? She was doing a confirmation hearing, and one of the questions she said, "No, I don't have anyone, based on their race, color, or sexual preference, or anything like that." So then later, this is how fast it worked. Couple senators down, they said, "Earlier you said sexual presence, sexual preference. Did you know that that's a homophobic slur for LGBTQ people? Because that implies that their lifestyle is a choice, that they weren't born that way." And then the actual Merriam-Webster dictionary changed the definition of sexual preference and added an additional line that says sometimes used as a slur toward LGBT people. So to me, it seems like the dictionary was used as a weapon in that instance, not in the instance with the racism. I was just saying that stuff changed, but then this, it was changed in real time just to attack somebody. So, like, how do you feel about the dictionary just being changed on a whim like that?
Well, okay, so it does it all the time. What I do think, though, I think her answer was good, and I felt for her, right? Because I'm gonna be honest, I've said sexual preference too.
It used to be the nice way to say it. Like, that was the way you were supposed to say it. So it's like they always changing the goalposts to make people seem like they're being insensitive. I don't like that. You know what I'm saying?
But I think maybe, so instead of me looking at it as that was a way of them attacking her, maybe it was an education, education that maybe they could have pulled her to the side and told her. But we all got educated, because I got educated too. I was like, well, damn, what should I say? I don't even know. I still don't know what to say right now, because if it's not a sexual, I understand what they say. Well, they don't have a preference. I don't know. So what we supposed to call it? What we supposed to say?
I don't even know, Cher. I don't even know. It's so fucking confusing at this point. I called BS on that. I felt like it was you. I feel like they weaponized the dictionary, and I feel like they do that very often. They being,
but don't all of them do it?
So Bentley, you really have a problem with them adding that as far as racism?
Racism?
Part of the definition of racism?
Do I have a problem with it? I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I feel like it confuses. Well, how should I say this? I feel like it creates a loophole.
So, a loophole?
Because it excludes a lot of people from being kind of self-reflecting on their biases or their prejudices. You see what I'm saying? Because it excludes, all minorities, right? Because they're like, oh, you're a minority, you can't be racist. But I don't believe it's true. I feel like some people, you don't have to be in a position of power to actually have a prejudice, such a strong prejudice that you that you dislike people or feel like you're better than people simply because of your race versus their race.
But
So
a prejudice is different. The definition of prejudice is different from racism.
But a prejudice is to me, the prejudice is at the root of all racism. You know what I'm saying? You can't be prejudiced you can't be racist without being a prejudice.
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
so?
Yes, you can.
How so?
Okay, so you can have prejudices, but not really be racist. But can you be racist without prejudice? You can't be. So one you can, and the other you can't.
Right. Yeah, I agree. You can be prejudiced without being racist, but you can't be racist without being prejudiced, because you build upon your prejudice to form your racism. It's like you build upon your prejudice to feel like you're better, which takes you over into the racist category. Yeah, and I feel like that mindset don't necessarily mean that you can do anything about it. You can think you're better than somebody but can't do nothing about it. I'll give you a perfect example. I can think I'm faster than Michael Johnson all day long, but he'll smoke my ass. You know what I'm saying? No matter, I can think I'm faster all day long. I can have my prejudice and be like, "Fuck you, Michael Johnson! I'm gonna burn your ass." And we getting that 100, and he gonna dust me every single time.
That's not prejudice, though. That's just your.
That's opinion. A prejudice. That is a prejudice.
No, a prejudice is usually something like I say, I don't like people. I think that blondes are dumb. Thinking that blondes are dumb is a prejudice that I may have if I really believe that. Now, I don't want to talk to certain women or men with blonde hair because I'm like, I think you're dumb. Or I might think that they think they're too good. That's a prejudice. So thinking that somebody is better than you as far as sports and shit like that, shit, they may be better than you. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's not prejudice, yeah.
I get it. That's a weak. It's a weak
racism,
example.
Racism is a fundamental belief that your race is better than another race.
So let me ask you this, Deacon: do you
based on your race? Like for instance, if they say black men have larger witchcom, well, we know that's not to be fact. They don't all have the largest, but that's a racist comment, though. It might be one that.
Okay, let me ask you that. How is that racist, though?
Because they believe that just because you're black, they believe that you have something. It even if it benefits you, some people believe that.
To me, that's like that's more of a stereotype than actually being racist.
Well, it could be a stereotype.
Because I get it, because it is superior, because you're saying that your race is better in a certain area than another race.
Right.
I guess I can see it, but that goes back again to what I was saying. It just seems like racist has been watered down so much that you could be racist for any damn reason now.
But
hell, I'm being racist now by just having this conversation. Fuck.
Wow. I think we see what racism is, and the ones who getting called out for it. Like for instance, I just saw a video where the woman and the guy comes from next door and walks right into a house and asks this black man, "Why are you here? What you here for?" Like to see, and then they claim they're gonna call the police. Now the guy had rented out the B&B. Now when the cops come and shit, they're asking these people for all this shit and stuff like that. And actually the young man was standing there. He was house sitting. And he was staying there for a while for his coach. So they called the coach and verified that he belongs there. And then the goddamn police, though, then says to the black guy, "Well, your coach should have told his neighbors." Who in the fuck tells me that I need to tell my neighbor anything? I might not even talk to my neighbors. See, but the neighbors called because they saw a black person in a house in their neighborhood.
Yep.
They automatically assume that they're breaking in.
Okay, let me ask you this. So is that racist or is that prejudice?
That's racist. It's racist because they're black, because if they had been white, they already knew that this coach, right? First of all, they're not even dealing with this coach at all. They might not even be friendly. So they saw a group of young black men, right, in a house. Why would it be prejudice? Why you think it's prejudice?
Because they prejudge that black group of people without really knowing.
That's what makes it racist.
I guess okay. So I guess I have to go by just talking it out with y'all. I guess I have to go back and say I am okay with them adding that now, because now I see that it actually makes a higher threshold for racism than a lower one. Because initially I looked at it like it lowered the threshold, but now I kind of see that it raised, because most of those instances like that, I look at it as prejudice. I don't look at it as racist instantly. I feel like racism, it kind of manifests itself in a different way. It's more overt. Like those instances like that, I look at it as prejudice. Like, because I don't really know, anything any deeper, but I feel like people that are racist, it's very clear. It's clear and concise that they believe that they are better than you because they are white and you're black.
And they might even, but see, that's the thing too. They may not believe that.
Yeah, exactly. That's possible. They might just believe stereotypes, and they don't know no different. They don't know no better. But that's why I say it's different than if they would say, I'm white and I'm better than you, so now I'm gonna skip you in the line. That's racist.
But what happened is they see a black person in the neighborhood. They think their neighborhood is too good for anybody black to be in it. You see? They don't even know that. They thinking, oh, well, he just looks suspicious. Well, how in the hell he looks suspicious? What makes a black man look suspicious? Because when I see a black man, I don't get suspicious all of a sudden.
For them, being black is suspicious. That's what's suspicious.
And that's why it's racist. That's why, because they black, that's why they think they look suspicious. Even these cops who claim you look suspicious. Well, what did I do to make me look suspicious? Well, they look suspicious because they black. Well, that's right then. That means they're racist.
You fit the description.
That's racism. That's not prejudice. Prejudice means you against something for whatever reason. You like I said, you might be against a black man because of what? Like what you're against him for? You're against him because he might be faster than you. Okay, that's a prejudice. But if you think that all black men are criminals, and you think all black men are there to harm and kill. Hey, Dr. Girl, we had a great conversation. Bentley not a person.
Yeah, horrible conversation. I was forced to talk about Kamala and Biden.
But I agree with Bentley on some people they're saying some people are racist. It's usually some white people will call another white person a racist when they may not necessarily be racist.
Yeah.
It's usually
I like Bentley. Bentley got good talking points, and he definitely
he's
an
intelligent brother. He's wrong most of the time.
I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate that, bro.
That's what I like about Bentley. Even when I disagree with him, because I know that he's not here to harm anybody. You know what I mean? Like I know you go for Trump. Nothing wrong with that. That's your. You know what I mean? But I don't see you going knocking people in the head when they call the Proud Boys back to the. You know what I'm saying?
It'll never go down like that, man. I promise you. Like, believe it or not, man, before all this political stuff, man, I'm a Christian above all things. So that's what's most important to me. So this is just it's like a playground to me. I like playing with politics.
Right.
It's weird.
You got me over here thinking, damn, what did you just say?
Obviously, it's pure entertainment.
Like, and which I'm confused. I was like, there go Bentley. Bentley got me confused already. I'm thinking of the wrong person.
Nah, that's a good talk, man.
Sleep, huh?
Yeah, man, it's good, man. I think, and one of these days, man, I hope we get this thing together, man. I think we better together, than all this dividing and shit, man. I guess in my own little way, I try to bridge the gap. Because I believe that there's some people that have some really nefarious goals, man, and I feel like they keep us distracted with all this. Trump's racist, Biden is not racist, and then when it's suitable, it's like, because think about it, every time they do that shit, some big shit happened behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? Like Corona happened, right? They had to shut down in March. April 1st was the beginning of the new tariff deal with China. China was supposed to pay us more money and shit like that. Nobody talked about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's always a distraction. Not saying that Corona was not real or nothing like that. I'm just saying that there's always something that takes our focus off of, you know, some more important shit.
Yeah, and that's politically, that's all of them.
Yeah,
right?
that's all of them. Yeah, all of them.
All of them. And so people are right when they say this, but the difference is, to me, when it comes to Trump, him not having the knowledge, and he don't care. Even the Republicans can't restrain him. They can't get him on. Like he said, 1 minute he might say one thing. See, I think even the Republicans are scared of his ass.
Shit,
Trump
they
ain't
hate
going.
his fucking guts.
Even if Trump lose, right? He ain't going nowhere, y'all.
Let me ask you this
won't-
though. Let me
You
tell
go,
you
huh?
this. Let me ask you this. So if you think that Trump, like the Republicans, really had his back, why
Yeah.
no Republicans really standing up for him? Where Lindsey Graham? Where Mitch
You mean right
McConnell at? Right now, like I'm saying, like why nobody's really saying like
Because they
why?
see the writing on the wall.
I
They see
get
the writing
that,
on the
but guess what? But Deacon, I'm actually like this. If you on a team, and even if it looked like your quarterback about to take a sack, you still gonna at least try to go and help him out, right?
No, they can't, because this is
I'm not
politically.
saying
This
do
is our
nothing legal. I'm not saying doing nothing illegal. I'm just saying just have a press conference or something. You know what I'm saying?
That's why they're quiet, because they was trying to tell Trump, look, if you lose, you gotta just, you're gonna have to just let this go, because the people speak. So they can't go out against the actual votes, and nobody really believe that there's a lot of, you know what I mean,
That's
a
not
lot
true.
of.
There's more people there's more people that, in my opinion, there's more people that not believe that there is some cheating going on. Everybody probably have their opinion on how much cheating is going on, but I don't believe there's nobody that believes there's no cheating going on.
I
That'd be
know saying
foolish.
there's no cheating, but what we saying is, you know what you had to do to register to vote.
That's true, but that's what I'm saying though. If the Republicans really stood by the president, if they really had his back, they should be speaking in support of him. They might not say they support everything he's doing. They may not say they support the lawsuits, the recounts, any of that stuff, right? But they can at least say, you know what I'm saying? You know, we hope the president pulls through. We hope he wins. Like anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you really fuck with him, that's what you would do. And I'm pissed off that I don't see that.
Dude, they know. Let me tell you, we knew days ago
That's
that
bullshit.
he was gonna lose, and you know how you knew? Because they was always saying that most of the Republicans, they said how many Democrats voted by mail, right? They already knew that high ass number, and they knew that the person who was really voting by mail was what? Democrats. So it wasn't.
Bomb. Even if we add that into the equation, the Republicans got more new registered voters. So they really don't prove it.
True though. You know, I mean, no, that can't be true because of the numbers. They were claiming that black men was coming out and they were gonna save him, and he was saying all this shit. He got Lil Wayne to stand on side of him and shit, and he was trying to get a lot of people fake photo ops. A lot of people came out and said, "Hey, that's not what it really was." You know what I mean? But he got his picture of me. But anyway, the numbers don't show that, because if that was true, the popular vote, he would have more numbers.
Exactly.
Let me ask you this, y'all. It's been a common consensus, right, for a number of years, that if the Republicans ever get 12% of the black vote, they would win an election, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got 12% of the black vote. They retain all the Republican seats except like one.
Mm-hmm.
How then does the president lose? If they made it to the magic number, that was the unobtainable goal. 12% of the black vote.
That was like 12% of our low
unicorn.
number. Remember, that was a low number when not many people were registered to vote. Sorry, man, come on, I got you. He was falling asleep. I don't know what made him wake up, but so now we got more people registered to vote. They need that number to be higher.
I'm sorry, Lee.
You're not falling asleep in my arms.
That's what I'm saying, though. But there were more new registered Republicans than Democrats.
Yeah, but there was a bunch of Democrats in 2016 that didn't vote, that voted this time.
It's possible. I don't know how it's going to turn out here. I'm not even going to try to predict the future. We'll see. We'll see in the next couple.
Well, I know there's a whole lot of brothers here on YouTube, man. When Trump loses, they're gonna need to be put on suicide watch. Yeah, I mean, Angry Man. Wow. I don't know if you guys seen Angry Man, but Angry Man been crying for like 3 days now. He's crying in his car.
How did they see? I think because I think their feelings hurt that they thought somebody was gonna win, who's not winning. I think. Because I don't see where they benefit from the Republicans winning. These men not making money like that.
The tax cut.
What's the benefit?
The tax cuts.
No.
I'll give you the benefits for black men. Speaking as a black man, I'll tell you the benefits of black men. The tax cuts that helps black men. The cutting of the red tape.
I'm gonna look it up right now. What you saying? The tax cut for a person making under 400 grand. What is that tax? What is it?
Exactly,
because it don't affect us. If you're not making a certain amount of money, it don't help you.
It helped everybody.
It only really helps those who make 400 grand and more.
Right. So I know when y'all claim tax break, that's false. We pay more in taxes than these wealthy motherfuckers.
That's not true.
If that nigga paid $700 and something in 2016, me and my husband paid more than that. So let's find out whether that's true or not. And I could tell you, I know we paid more than $700 something in goddamn taxes. Now, mind you, I think they talk about his personal taxes. See, that's where people get confused. You got your business and you got your personal. Even a businessman has personal taxes to pay, right? So even right? My husband could claim me as a family, but I own a small business. So my business is completely different. So Trump probably, his business probably paid their taxes. But when people say that he didn't pay his taxes, they're talking about him. So how could he not pay taxes? He can't. He still have to pay taxes. He don't get those benefits his business get when you're a person. That's why a lot of black people are confused. They talk about, oh, well, he had to pay because he took those tax breaks. What tax breaks? What tax breaks he get when you're a regular motherfucker? Okay, I'm not saying he don't get no breaks. He got a child, wife, but he should be paying cash wise more than me. But I pay more than him percentage wise, and that should not be. So. In the short term, it's good, but in the long term, it's not. Right, for the short term. And when in 2016, we all got a little break.
Okay, this is the tax
now that shit is over. Now we've seen the effects of that little break.
So the tax cut was
What I don't understand is how can these Trump supporters let Trump get away with talking about he's going to release his taxes once it's through audit, done with the audit.
And he the only one who keep claiming
4 years.
Right. And then he was in audit before that. He claimed that they've always been auditing his head.
So that means they bombed. That means ever since the first year he filed taxes, they must be still auditing those too, because he's not releasing any of them.
Right. The only year he ever got. 2016. When he got away with the bullshit, he didn't even pay taxes in 2017 or 18. He figured, okay, I got away with it. They ain't saying shit. And some people are saying that he's smart for doing this shit, but if you claim you're an American, you believe in American way, and you for the Constitution and shit, then it's a conflict.
He's talking about China and all these other countries ripping off the United States. And well, he's doing the same thing by not paying the taxes.
Right. Don't the president look at it? And then he promised he was gonna get that $100 grand a year. Then he said he was gonna get that shit away.
He donates it to the veterans. He donates
No,
to Saturday.
and the veterans have said that's a lie. They haven't received shit from him.
Oh Lord,
Yes, they did say that. Let me
That's
go look
right.
it up.
They did say
They
that.
sure did
They
say
said
that. They said they people who they said they haven't received shit. Oh, he lied. He went to the veterans, baby.
And then he raised some kind of fund back in 2016 for the veterans, $6 million. They never got that either.
Yep, they said that
It went to the National Park Service.
Okay, that's not the
Yeah, it went
that's
to the
not
National
the
Park Service.
that's not the veterans though.
It's crazy, man. But I mean, hey, he was the president. He did his thing.
Oh, so every time it goes to a different department. Okay, so I guess he gets paid quarterly or some shit. So 2017 Q1 went to the Department of Interior, National Park Service. Q2 went to the Department of Education to help with STEM. Q3 went to Health and Human Services. Q4 went to the Department of Transportation. Q1 of 18 went to VA. Q2 with the Small Business Administration. Q3 went to the National Institute of Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism. Q4 Department of Homeland Security. 19 Q1 Department of Agriculture. Surgeon General's Q2. Office of Assistant Secretary of Health. Q3. Q4 for 19 went to Health and Human Services. And Q1 of 2020 Health and Human Services. So every quarter
Now-
it goes to a different agency.
Now, I hate to bring this up, but what is his tax break for that?
Yeah, he get break for it.
I'm sure you get a tax break for that.
Goddamn taxes.
Oh Lord. So at first it wasn't donating it, now he donating it, but he
No,
giving tax
he
break.
wasn't donating. They claimed that he
Can we
didn't
just
get it, but you said that he gave.
can we just say that's a good thing? Can we agree that that's a good thing?
Yeah, once you cite your source.
This comes from
source?
Snopes. It comes from Snopes, and you know Snopes is not friendly of Trump at all.
Who?
Oh, no.
Snopes.
Oh.
And it's a fact checking agency. SNOPES.
And how much he's giving away a year?
He gives his salary away every quarter, so I don't know how much that equates to every quarter. But I think he gets paid like $250 a year, $200 a year, something like that.
Okay. So 250. So divided by 4.
Yeah, probably 200 or something like that. It doesn't give the amount each K. No, it says 100K. 100K of his salary. It say of his salary. It doesn't say what the salary is.
So if it's well, Google it. Presidential salary.
I'm looking now.
Yeah, so they saying that they saying that he donated, right? But
He's probably giving away half of it.
but he's making more money, right? Because he's doing that shit he shouldn't be doing. He shouldn't be dealing with
How
none of
is he
his
making more money? It's
He making-
400,000. 400,000. So he gives 100,000 every quarter. That's what he
He's
does.
only giving up a fourth of his salary.
No, he breaks it
Every
up
quarter.
into, yeah, every quarter gives 100,000. So that comes up to the 400,000.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
But they saying that he makes money, but he still makes.
How's he making money?
He makes money because he hasn't untied from his businesses, right? He
did that at the beginning of the.
Huh?
He gave up his businesses. Like he doesn't run his businesses anymore.
Yes, he does. And then he's still doing business when he go golfing. He go golfing more than any president ever. He meet them.
Is Trump Motel there in DC? That's getting money.
He was supposed to untie himself.
So y'all want him to close his businesses down?
He's supposed to be the president and not worry about business.
He's supposed to put that in trust. It's supposed to go in trust until after his presidency.
Yeah, he did that already.
No, he hasn't. They've been
Lord.
saying it. Both the Republicans and the Democrats said he hasn't done the things he was supposed to do, but they just let that shit go. The Democrats were scared that it'll look bad if they go after him on everything, so they just let whole shit go. Then they knew they didn't have the power to do certain things because the Republicans were backing the stupid shit. Our country is fucked right now, and the worst thing is by him losing. Let's say he lose, right? Because I don't want to jinx it. Let's say he lose. He's just going to become more powerful than ever. Because people like the underdog. That's when he going to get more followers. His ass will come back stronger, but older in 4 years from now.
Let me ask you this, though, Bob. So I understand it's different because, we haven't had a president that owned businesses and stuff like that in recent memory.
No, we have.
Yeah. Shit, all of them.
No, Obama ain't on shit. Bush ain't really on shit.
Wasn't Bush? Well, I wouldn't say they. I don't know if they owned the company, but they,
right.
I thought he was in oil.
Bush was in oil. Yeah,
he's supposed to be in oil, but I can't tell you the name of his company.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know. Yeah.
If he passed control over to his son, like what more is he supposed to do? Is he supposed to like I don't understand. Like I said, shut down the company, but what more is he supposed to do?
Listen, I don't care who he signed over. It's the legalities of signing papers. Okay, I'm talking about he's supposed to be president running the country.
Right.
He shouldn't even run his business. He shouldn't be.
He's not running his business. His son is running the business.
If he is meeting these businessmen, which they have already announced this, he meeting men about business on his property.
Mar-a-Lago.
He's making more money being president because they got these motherfuckers who want to get him to deal with them, and they getting they going to his lodges, his hotels and shit.
Mar-a-Lago in Florida.
Yeah.
His hotel in DC.
You remember when he was?
But let me ask y'all this though. This is my question. So he had these hotels and stuff before he was president, right? And these hotels sometimes will get, business from the government having stuff at his hotel. So
what I'm saying,
Trump, okay, I get that. But what I'm saying is, if that's still happening and he's not in control, like he's not calling the shots on the business side, and he's not calling the shots of deciding to go.
Really, brother, come on, man.
I'm asking you what, like,
brother, come on, man. He's calling the shots. He even raised his fees at Mar-a-Lago.
Yes, he raised them because now it's presidential, and he'll walk through and make sure he's there so they can get answers. You don't remember that shit happened when I think it was the first year he was in, and they had mentioned how there was people paying triple the amount just so they can be there to see if they could bump into him and shit. And it's on our dime, right? Because
same with his hotel there in DC too.
Every time he get in a plane to go somewhere, that's on our dime. Every time his wife went to New York. When did that ever happen? Why he get those special things? Because we pay for it.
I guess, but
I see you thinking along the lines of, is he own a business? Well, if he wants to continue his business, then why you run for president? His business should be the president, right? His business for the 4 years or the 8 years is America.
But he's getting stuff done. He's getting stuff done at work. Like, it's not like he's not working.
Right. Just like when he pull up that tablet, they ain't had shit on it. Just like that when he
But y'all got a million of those. Y'all got a million of those.
Down and shit. He was trying to make it seem like he was reading from it. And they got a picture of him being upside down. And then y'all make it seem like people was after the president. Like they went harder after him than any other president. Yeah. All of them had it hard.
Okay, let me ask you this. Have you ever seen the news go after a president like they've gone after this one?
Well, I ain't seen no president lie the way he has. But yes, they went after Obama. They had nooses and shit. It was all kind of shit going on with Obama.
I'm talking about on the news, people talking crap about him every day.
Yes.
Come on, Bob.
Fox was all over Obama.
Oh yeah,
I'll give you that. Fox.
I mean, they even messed with him because he wore a tan suit.
He had a tan suit.
Yeah, Fox gave Obama a hard time. What about everybody else?
They did too. I mean, he had.
No, they didn't.
Well, no, well, but see what it is, Bomb. This I'm gonna be honest with you, and I know Bentley knows this. When there's a Democratic president in office, Fox is gonna go after him. If it's a Republican, CNN and the other news networks are gonna go after that Republican president. It's just the way it is.
Right, exactly. So it's that's what I'm saying. It's you can't say that, Obama got. There's not even the same amount of conservative media outlets to even go after.
It is on the radio.
Democrats.
It is on the radio. They got more radio. They got more radio airtime than the Democrats do.
Yeah, but Democrats got TV and they have the network TVs.
Because Trump
CBS, ABC.
And he was saying fake news even when he didn't even understand when people was on his side. He would make them.
Hillary started that fake news, right? When they started getting on her ass about the email, she started that fake news shit. Just for the record, in case you didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, but you still don't know what about her emails. Y'all just know it has to do with some emails. What you know about emails?
I know that.
Y'all keep claiming she did.
Can I tell you what was illegal?
Trump is doing it right now.
Can I tell you what she did that was illegal?
And then tell me if Trump is doing it right now. Trump has his own email.
Hillary had a private server, right?
What's a private server? What does that mean?
So, you know how like you use like Yahoo and email or whatever. So that information that's in your email and shit is on a server. Right. It's on Yahoo server, right? Yeah, so she had a private server at her house, right? And she was transmitting secret and classified documents over her private server. So what was illegal with it was she was mismanaging, classified material. That's plain and dry. You can't deny that.
So you got it partially right, but then you
make it was partially right.
So when they said that a private server, that's just a computer, right? So remember, I'm not sure how old you are, but remember before you used Gmail, Yahoo, stuff like that, there was some of us who had our email going directly to our computers. I forget what the name of the program is. I still have it on. It's still under the Windows thing, right? You can have email sent to you that doesn't go to any other server. Yahoo is a server, Gmail is a server. But if I have it sent directly to me, then it's not going to get seen by nobody else on nobody else's server. So her computer is now what they call a server. She didn't absolutely have a server set up in a house. What they were saying is that instead of her using the government's email that they give them, she didn't trust that because she thought there was oversight, people watching her email.
There was.
So she had,
and they should be. They should be.
That's right. She had her email sent directly to her. It wasn't like she had some companies come in and set up a server.
If she had a large server or a small one, bomb.
But it's not a server. But I understand.
Okay, let me take away the term server. Her getting emails with classified information sent to her directly, was it wrong or right?
I agree. It's against the law, right? It's against the law, so she shouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
So
that's all I'm saying.
What about Trump? I don't hear y'all talking about
we just spent like 4-5 hours talking about the wrongs of Trump.
Right. Trump has his own mail. Him and his family got their email going directly to them. It's not
Ivanka Trump.
Huh?
Yeah. They got their email going directly to them with no oversight. They're doing the same thing.
I don't believe that.
It's true.
I don't believe that now.
Oh my God. And on top of that, because they don't understand, see, people thought that she set up a server, a big huge server in her house with all this private
information. Never said
information.
she had towers in her dining room.
But that's what people think.
The fact was still that she had it on the machine that was outside of the government network with the government protocols and safety procedures to keep that information out of the wrong hands. Why do you think WikiLeaks was able to get all that shit? because she had it separated from the bubble that the government had to keep that shit secret. She
Yes, I
shouldn't have
agree.
done that. That's wrong.
I agree that if it's against the law, she did, but she didn't do it like she was taking. You know, I understand what you're saying, you're right, but they made it seem like check her emails. Her emails was this. It's gonna prove that she was doing this and that
Let
and
me ask
third.
you this.
She deleted. She was leaving the government, and she deleted the goddamn email. That
Let
had
me
nothing to do
okay.
with
Let
it.
me ask you this. So just like you said Trump was wrong for the phone call he made. He made a phone call. He said, "Do me a favor," right? And you said that was him trying to bribe or intimidate or coerce President Zelensky from Ukraine to do something for him, right? So, is it fair to assume that her deleting those emails was her hiding something that she did not want everybody to see?
No, that's not fair. Cause don't you
Okay,
do you
come on.
delete your email or does your email? Dude, that don't make sense. What you're saying? Wait a minute.
How
Do you
any
delete
person,
email
any
or
fair
no?
person, listen. Let me add this to the question too. After she was subpoenaed to turn over her emails, after you got to keep that in mind. She didn't delete those until after she was subpoenaed to turn over the
How you know
emails.
that? You gonna just
That
tell
one
me?
was in the report.
Yeah, no, I didn't see that, but that's what y'all and Trump was assuming. Y'all assumed that she
No,
didn't turn over. How you know when she deleted it if you wasn't getting it on this server?
okay.
Ah,
She
oh,
said she actually, let me tell you, that's another thing. That's another reason why people got on him about the Ukraine, because the company that she hired to wipe those hard drives to quote unquote delete, she didn't just go to her emails and say delete, 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 delete. She sent those hard drives to a company to wipe them, because once you delete it, it's not really deleted, right?
no,
So
nah, that's
it's
not
not really
true.
if you delete an email, you can still retrieve it.
No,
Come on now, we've done it. Come on, Bob. You worked on computers
okay,
just like I have. You know you can go back in there and you can recover emails. It's not
how?
very hard.
Go to
It's very
Gmail right
easy.
now, delete it, and then go and retrieve it.
In Outlook, you tell me you
Hey,
you
Outlook,
can't recover. All
in
right, now
Outlook,
we
it
talking about
depends on your
enterprise emails. We're not talking about civilian emails. We talking about enterprise emails. We talking
yeah,
about business emails.
right. So in Outlook, and thank you for saying the name because I didn't say it earlier. I was trying to think of the name. Outlook, it depends on how you have it set up. When you delete mail, it deletes. Now it could go to a deleted folder, but usually when you're freeing up your computer, you go and delete that shit. And once it's deleted, there's no way of retrieving it.
Listen, how many times did you say you deleted it? You said
It
2,
depends on how
sometimes
you have it
3
set up.
times to get rid
No,
of it
at
for good.
minimum, the
At
minimum to
minimum,
be
how many
blocked at
times?
most twice.
Exactly. That's my point.
At most twice.
At the
But
most twice, at the
and the
least,
minimum
most of the
once.
times it's 3.
No,
You
it's
cannot
never 3.
come on now, Bob. Enterprise email. You telling me you can delete an enterprise email one time and it's gone for life? You know
Yes,
that's
if
not
you
true.
have, it is true. It's how you set it up. Why would I
Okay.
want to delete
Yes,
an email
ma'am.
and then have to go back and do it again, depending on how my
Bob,
computer is set
we've
up?
done it so many times. Somebody
I'm not
accidentally
saying you
delete an
can't
email and they be like, "Oh crap! Hey,
do.
can you help me find this email? I had a document up here and it's gone." All right, cool. Boom. Let me check
I
your
get
server. Let me see. If your server have it updated, okay, I'll concede a little bit. If you have it set for your server to refresh in a certain amount of time, if you don't catch it within that time, then it's gone. But normally it's still there because most people don't set their server to wipe itself every 30 minutes or every day. So
Well, unless you're
most of the
dealing with
time it's when they log off.
unless you're dealing with sensitive information, right? Because she
Right.
might be thinking, okay, especially if I'm gonna delete something, then I need it gone because I want to make sure nobody retrieves it. I want to make sure nobody get hold of my computer and get to it. So she may have it where she's deleted and it's gone.
But she didn't do that. She sent it to a company in Ukraine to wipe that hard drive clean.
But that's what they were saying. But that don't even make sense. Why she just don't take it and throw it out?
Because she was subpoenaed to turn over those hard drives.
Mm-hmm. See, that's
So
that's,
she
that's what
had
I'm
to
saying.
she had to get so they at first she was just ignoring it. They're like, hey man, you need to turn over those hard drives. We need to make sure you ain't got no sensitive stuff. Because at first she was saying, I don't got no classified stuff on here. Don't worry about it. I ain't giving y'all nothing. But then it was like, hey man, we think you got some classified stuff. Unask them fucking hard
Don't even
drives.
know we had classified stuff. They were thinking.
Right. That was a safe assumption. So
Right.
then she sent it to the Ukraine company. Hey man, y'all clean this motherfucker up real good. Cause I gotta turn this shit over to them folks. And that's the chain of events. If anybody else would have done that, we would be like, nah, they was trying to hide something. You telling me that that's not evidence of somebody trying to hide something?
Leaky, what is called leaky
WikiLeaks.
Yeah, they were saying shit that wasn't true. WikiLeaks was the one leaking all this shit, claiming that she tried to hide some shit, and if she would have sent that shit to Ukraine to get deleted, then they would have access to the information. So that don't even sound right from a person who really trying to get rid of sensitive information. Why would she? It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense.
Yeah, think about it. This is the same person, paid a foreign agent, for a dossier to lie on Trump. The whole the dossier. We all knew that was a lie.
She didn't pay for it. You know she didn't pay.
Yeah, that's what the WikiLeaks and the rest of them was lying and saying, and now you repeating
If you
it.
follow the money, it points directly back to her.
Oh my God! No, you following the money, just like you followed them emails that wasn't on nobody's server, and they already knew when she deleted it, what she deleted. Come on, dude, nah. Come on, they wasn't
No,
sure
they
what
didn't
was
say.
on it.
Nobody said they know exactly what they deleted. They just said you could
Trump
tell
did.
stuff was deleted, about 30,000, and she said people assumed that it had to be something that she didn't want people to see.
Yeah, but that's not what Trump was saying. He was kind of hinting that it was something bad, and she did something. Yeah, she did something she shouldn't have done. She had
Is
that
it not
email.
safe to assume that she was deleting something that was bad? That's a safe assumption.
No, because you don't. I'm asking you a question. Do you
You
not?
normally don't get rid of stuff that's that's not bad. If
I
somebody
delete
said, "Hey,
it.
you gotta turn it."
Read the email, it gets deleted because we only got so much space. I got email all the way from the first time I started my Yahoo account, which was in 1990. I think 90. What's that account? 09. Because I ended up getting rid. They canceled one of my accounts, Yahoo. I had a 2005 account, email. That's the one they took. 2009. I still have that shit. I still have the email. Okay. By the time I went to Gmail, that was 2012. Because I still have it. So and right now, one of my emails is telling me I'm full. One of my accounts keeps telling me I need to delete it. They won't let me put nothing into the drive and shit like that. And they're saying that I got too much email. So with my new email, I delete it. I read it, I delete it.
Yeah, but I guess if you feel like that she deleted it and there was nothing to hide, I guess I believe she was hiding something.
Oh Lord. Anyway,
I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with you, Bentley, on that one, man. I agree with you. He was definitely hiding something.
I don't know how bad it was. No telling. It might not have been.
It was, but she
been bad.
Some porn, anything. It could have been anything.
You know what I'm saying? It couldn't have been. It may have been something that wasn't that bad, but she was hiding something. She didn't want everybody to know.
Well, yeah, I don't have a problem. It is what it is. Yeah. I mean, Trump been trying to hide all the women who suing him for all kinds of shit, and he was hiding grabbing pussy. He got caught accidentally.
Excuse me, y'all. He never grabbed no vagina. He said they will let you grab their vagina.
Yeah. So how he said they will let me grab. That's right.
Yeah.
They'll let you grab. They'll just let you grab it. Well, how you know they'll let you grab it if he ain't grab it?
He was using the example because he was saying how he's a star.
The women have come forward and said.
So you telling me groupies wouldn't let a star do some strange things to him? That's common knowledge. That's common knowledge. Don't act like he was just saying something that was just brand new. We never heard before.
Groupies. Now, all of a sudden, a woman who's already, on the road to maybe doing some things,
So you don't think politicians got groupies too?
Hell, I promise you, ain't no politician got no goddamn groupies.
Okay.
And groupies.
Okay. You better ask the Kennedys about that gal that was. Let me be quiet. That was kind of insensitive. But
we talking about Trump and the Kennedys.
They young lady in the lake shucks about political groupies.
Stormy Daniels.
Yeah, Stormy Daniels.
She got paid. If she was a groupie, she wouldn't have got that money.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about Stormy. She was a working lady.
Oh,
but
okay.
Stormy Daniels from Louisiana.
Really?
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Her and Don Lemon with his lame self.
Yeah, I think I knew Don Lemon was. I don't even listen to him. I don't listen to the politicians like that. I like to get my own information, read it myself when I do have time. And because I don't want nobody making up my mind for me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And shit that makes sense, if it don't make sense, it don't make sense. And a lot of shit Trump saying that shit, like he prepaid his fucking taxes. Get the fuck up out of here.
No, I'll be honest with you. Judge Joe Brown said that he does the same thing. So, like, there's one person that say,
okay, with Judge Joe Brown, though, first of all, something wrong with him too.
Whoa, watch your mouth now. Watch your mouth now. Tread lightly.
Oh, I got you.
Disturb the child talking about Judge Joe Brown. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah, Judge Joe Brown kind of got him set up. He's sleeping. But wait a minute. Let me get your apple. Wait, I'm gonna give it to you. Here. Now come on.
I don't want it no more. Shucks. I wanted it 2 minutes ago.
Okay. I gave it to him. He woke up. This is he goes to sleep with me talking. He like this.
That's what's up.
But he poopy. I gotta change his butt. He's stinking right now.
He gonna be going up his
Biden took over Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Oh Lord.
Oh yeah, they knew he was gonna win. They just gotta go through the condemn. They would have announced it a while back.
Okay.
Huh? I'm gonna change your boo-boo. Can I change your boo-boo? Tell everybody we're gonna go.
Oh, Georgia. Can't believe it. Good old Georgians.
We had a great conversation.
99% of the votes are in Georgia.
98, you said?
99.
Oh, Jesus.
And Trump
I
is
don't know
up.
if he's gonna PA. I think Trump gonna take PA.
If he gets Georgia and Pennsylvania, it's pretty much a done deal.
Yeah, no, Trump need gold. He need 2 states. 2 big states, not 2. Come on. If he don't get Georgia, he done. They gonna announce the winner. Nikki, I gotta clean this shit up, boy. You ain't stinking around here. You and these super dookies. The super dookies. You stinky. What is cold? Mama gotta warm up your wet wipes or something? Huh? Ooh, Lord have mercy, y'all. I don't know what he be eating. Them grits be tearing his guts up. Come on, let me wipe. It's okay. Mama gonna sing to you, okay? Patty cake. Patty cake.
Hey Bentley, 4 years down the road, brother, who do you think the Republicans are going to put up against Kamala?
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. What'd you say? I missed the beginning of it. What'd you say?
In 4 years, who do you think the Republicans are going to put up against Kamala?
Oh, Kamala won't be a front runner in 4 years. She wasn't a front runner this time. I'm still puzzled at why she was picked.
Well, what I'm saying, because she will be the vice president, and if everybody's predicting Biden won't make it for 4 years, she's going to be president, right? And so the Republicans gonna have to pick someone to run against her.
Y'all think Trump coming back in 4 years?
I mean, I don't know. It's a possibility.
That's what they saying. And they saying if it's not him, it'll be his son. But you know his goddamn son ain't gonna never make it, y'all. He's
Trump
slow.
Jr.
Yeah. That ain't gonna work. He too boring. He ain't nothing like his dad. They don't have the finesse that Trump has. And I'm gonna be honest.
Bentley fell off, so he might be trying to get back up.
You know, I almost voted for Trump the first time. Because I felt the same way. I was like, these politicians do nothing but lie. But I saw that racism in him.
Yeah.
So I was like, nah. Even my mom, she was on me. She's like, why would you get my chance? I said, because I like Trump. I used to look at the goddamn Apprentice, baby. And I knew he was kind of slowed in, though. We knew he was racist even with that show. They had black people who had already announced that through the years.
Right.
So
and then they were saying that the one brother that did win, they wanted him to share with some white woman.
Yep. He didn't even want to hire him. He didn't even want him to win. I remember that shit. That was before he went to celebrities. And he wanted him to share. And the black dude was like, well, that's not fair. He was legit saying, well, I got to share, you know. Trump didn't want him to win. You should have, if you ever get the chance, look at that episode, that last episode. Trump really didn't want to give it to him, but he almost had no choice. That's how well he had done. Yep. So when people say, well, prove that he's racist, I mean, it's throughout his lifetime. It is throughout his lifetime. You could see it.
Yeah, it is. And well, you know, his father was a Klansman.
Yeah, they say his father was a Klansman.
I mean, he was raised by, you know, so I mean, hey, it makes
people
sense.
People in his family have written books. People like, oh yeah, you taking an opportunity. Yeah. I would write a goddamn book on his ass too.
That's right.
You know, she was saying that they treated her father bad. But don't you agree that the people treat you how great you treat them? So you wouldn't get many stabs in the back if you're a good person.
Right. Exactly.
You'll have people willing to stand with you through and through.
Trump wants total loyalty, but he's not ready to give. He's not going to give loyalty back.
Right. And the Republicans right now is proof because they really didn't like him. They're not on the same page as him, but they used him. Right. They used it, so they kept him there so they can get those tax breaks and shit that they ended up getting.
Tax breaks. They wanted to get the Supreme Court filled with their judges, looking judges. The what else did they want? The other judges, the other lower court judges.
And
those failed too.
The good thing about Trump is that he has shown this America, we see it for what it is, for real.
Yeah. I agree with you with that, Bob. I agree.
We got a lot of laws we need to change and work on as a whole country, you know? We need to, with these justices and shit, why should it be whoever's in control have power? It should be equal. They supposed to work for us as the people, make sure our laws are run, handled right. I think it should be equally the same amount of Democrats as Republicans with some others in there to even that shit out.
Yep, I agree.
The president shouldn't have the power that Trump has showed us that they can have if they decide to do whatever they want. So that should be a lesson and I'm gonna be honest, I don't like this shit that they're doing where each state gets so many goddamn votes. I don't like that. Gotta be a better way.
Yeah.
Maybe every so many 100,000 votes you get. You know what I mean? I don't know. We gotta come up with a better way where the people really get what they want. As
But
Americans,
America's not going to give up their traditions, though. They're not going to do that.
I think after Trump, we watch. I think after Trump. So he gonna go down in the history books as forever changing a lot of shit, yo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, but like you said, Bomb, he revealed a lot of their racism.
Yeah.
White supremacy still. What's going
We as
on?
black people already saw a lot of this stuff, though. You
Oh, yeah,
remember?
yeah.
Years black people been saying, "Hey, the police are treating us this way and that way." Then we start catching it on video, and they still was denying. Well, what happened they for? Now it's good. Now you see where it's not might not even be police. It's regular women in the park just using their white women powers to white women. You know? Yeah, you hear that?
Well, we got to wait till all the facts come in.
Yeah, we got. What happened before? What happened before the argument started? He must have spent. And then when it comes to black people, we have to be nice to the police. We can't have a bad day. We gotta suck up to them and say, "Yes, sir, yes, sir." White people be like, "Look, what you want? Give me my ticket. Let me go." And they get their ticket and they go. A black man says something like that, he end up killed.
And then and then after the killing, they want to go back to 4th grade. So you got a D on one of his tests. You know, they go back all through his history. To try to justify the murder.
Right. He got shot this year because back in 2000, he held up a woman when he was on crack. You know, he changed his life and all in the community doing good now, but it don't matter because they're gonna go back way back when.
That's right.
And they know for black, unless it's a boy, and they even did that to Trayvon Martin. They made it seem like Trayvon Martin was a fucking kid, a skinny kid at that. It wasn't a police, but he was way, and they tried to make it seem like, well, if he had him over, if he was on top of him, first of all, that man should have never been following him.
Right.
If he was getting his ass whipped, it's because he was following too close. He got and threatened that young boy. He had to defend himself. But then they start saying, well, if he was on top, then it proved that, you know, he had the upper hand and George Zimmerman now had the right to shoot him. We need to start listening to these laws and using them to our advantage. I bet you they'll change them. This stand your ground law, where if you threatened by somebody, you could shoot them. Why black people can't use that law? Be like, that white man was over there. He looked suspicious.
The description.
Yeah, he fit the description of that racist white man who I remember from way back when, you know, who hung my great grandpa, and I just felt threatened, so I shot him.
Yep.
See, it sounds ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous when we say it, right?
Because it is. You're right.
Because it is, right. But when they do it, they claim that it's the law.
Feared for their life and all this.
And then you ever see them? They walk up to the black person. I'm watching these women and these men walk up to the black person like it ain't nothing, and then claiming they fear for their life. When I fear for my life, I go the opposite fucking direction. I hide or duck or something.
That's right. You're right.
That woman who claimed she was gonna call the police on the bird watcher, talking about, I'm gonna tell him I fear for my life. You sure talking big bold right now. You ain't scared of that man. You know you damn well you ain't scared of that man. She was walking up to him, hanging her dog, claiming she feared for her life.
That shit is crazy, man.
And it's been going on for centuries, though.
Oh yeah.
We gotta do something. So for those who don't like Black Lives Matter, most of y'all racist. We're gonna just put it out there.
Yeah.
Okay. And then when the white men was out there burning and looting them stores, and then they blamed it on Black Lives Matter.
And you got it on film. It was them doing it. It was not Black Lives Matter.
Exactly. Because the Black Lives Matter people started to inform people, hey, look, black people, if y'all gonna come out here with us and really get this done, don't do this, that, or the third.
Right.
And then they And there was plans by other people in other states coming through to loot and steal and burn shit down.
And blame it on black people.
And blame it on black people. Did you see that one guy who got caught? He was robbing banks. Come to find out he had on a mask of a black man. It was a white dude.
Yeah. I heard, yeah.
Man, I was like,
That's what they do.
that's what they've been doing for a long time. They know they could get the description would be a black man.
Yeah.
And they'll stop every black man in 10 to 15 miles.
And any black man will do to arrest.
Yep, any black man will do. You fit the description. Come here. You wake upstairs. Tell him, say bye-bye. Did Rich come leave?
Yeah, I think he left. Yeah.
Oh,
Well, he fell off. But I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Sin probably went to sleep long time ago.
Yeah, she's knocked out.
Books say, man, them white people be talking crazy at the police. Yes, they do. Cussing them and stuff. We better not do nothing. Reach for your wallet.
Yeah.
You got to be scared to reach for your wallet. Be like, look, call a manager and let the manager come get the wallet. And the wallet is in the glove compartment. You know.
They'll ask you for your wallet. You know what I'm saying?
Remember they killed
my back pocket.
Philando. Remember that's how he got killed.
Castile. Yeah.
Yeah. He told him to reach for it, told him where it was, where he was gonna reach. He said, okay, and then he shot him.
Yep.
And people say, well, he shouldn't have moved. They told him, hey, Aries, how you doing? Aries Queen.
And he informed him that he had a gun on him, that he was licensed. Yeah.
He asked him, did he have it? Oh, there goes Sin. I hear Sin.
Hey.
Hey, girl, you went to sleep and everything, huh?
Girl, I went to damn sleep, okay?
We was having a good conversation, though. Great conversation.
Oh, man. How y'all doing?
We doing
good. Good morning, Sin. Good morning, sister.
Good morning.
What's for breakfast?
Good morning.
What's for breakfast?
I don't know. Probably I'm gonna do some eggs and sausage and toast something quick.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
I'm getting ready to go to bed. I done already made breakfast at 6 this morning. I mean, Leaky had grits all over the place.
Oh, hey, Leaky League. Oh goodness, where's Bentley?
He hopped off. I'm not sure if he got knocked off or what, but I know he probably tired because we've been talking all night.
I know. It was so much fun, though.
Yeah, it is. I don't
really
like talking to politics much, but I figured we'd just talk about it. And Bentley keep us on our toes and shit.
You know what I mean? Funny.
Bentley be like, "What's your source? What's your source?"
Yeah, what's the source? What's your source?
Yeah, Bentley.
Yeah, Deacon was fact checking him last night, though. That was good.
Yeah. Shit, he the reason why I ended up reading that Mueller report thing with my husband. And what else? We went through that call together. It was Bentley who had us doing that shit. Bentley was like, nah, let's go through it. And we were like, okay. And they was reading the points in here. I remember that. Remember that, Sin?
Yeah.
That was a while back.
Yeah, I remember.
I was like, damn, okay.
I
think I got more into politics because of Bentley. I'm like, okay, if I have a conversation with Bentley, I'm gonna have to know.
You're gonna have to have some facts.
I gotta have some facts.
Just have Google pulled up. Just have Google.
Yeah. And that's what we were doing tonight. Was some things he was saying, gotta hurry up and pull it up, but
yeah.
But when he wanted to talk about that Mueller report, I was like, God damn, that shit is long, dude.
Oh, it's yeah. It's crazy. Yeah.
See that
Mueller.
Mueller.
Like Biden is getting ready to win.
Yeah.
He took over Georgia and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he took over Georgia. Yep.
When you get that Georgia win, they know it's over for because Trump has to get. He has to get Georgia and PA.
Yeah, but I don't think he is.
I don't think he is either. But shit, remember that shit last time. That's why I don't want to jinx it. I don't think they thought that he could win last time, and I don't even think he thought he could win. Remember, even his wife had said, "Hey," she was upset that he won.
Right. Because she didn't really want to do this.
She wanted to, you can tell, man. She didn't want to do this, so she probably be okay with him losing. He might really. He just got to put on the. He got to do his trumping, Trump got to trump.
Right.
And I don't think his narcissist like him to lose,
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Some people power can make a person act a fool sometimes. They get used to that power.
And Queen Sagittarius says she listens to what benefits her and the rest go and try. I know that's right. And I find that nothing Trump says don't benefits me at all. Like it don't benefit if you're a minority, if you're a woman, if you don't make a certain amount of money, and nothing he put forth benefits. He giving people power, to make them feel good at his rallies and shit. He got them partying like they ain't never partied. They just need to go to a goddamn real concert. They'll be good. He's doing a concert for white people over there. That's why they love him.
They do. They love him. They love all of that.
They do.
Talk.
And he do that. There's something about him that do draw people in, right? If you like a man who's a man, you'd be like, I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do it the way I want to do it.
Yeah, he's like a good used car salesman. That
Yeah,
can sell you a piece of junk.
Right.
Don't make the shit sound like a Bentley. You know what I mean?
That Honda Accord barely on one wheel when she you make you feel like
you be like, yeah, I think I want that. Yeah. And you get in the shit and you can't start it up.
Yeah. Y'all gonna continue to talk?
I'm just saying just come because I sound like, oh, we're still up. I just wanted to say good morning to you guys. I'm gonna get in here and start my breakfast.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take him upstairs.
Yeah.
All right, ladies.
Deacon, I enjoyed you, and we'll talk later.
Yeah, DOD need to come up more often. Invite us over there when we're talking about something.
I will.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sam. I appreciate that. And Bomb, appreciate you letting me up.
Okay,
we had a good time, though.
All right. You have a good one, and everybody in the chat, have a good day.
Have a good day, everybody.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Okay.